Section 1 of Ivan Brodsky, The Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Case of the Jailer's Daughter. Although our intimacy did not arise until some time afterward, my first meeting with Dr. Brodsky profoundly impressed me. He was at that time professor of nervous diseases at the hospital to which I had been newly attached, a dark, sinewy, undersized man, with a great head absurdly disproportionate to his body, and flashing eyes that seemed to pierce through you and read your thoughts as he looked at you. Though without his glasses, he could scarcely have seen his hand in front of his face. Ivan Brodsky, he called himself, and it was said that he was a cross between two races whose blend of shrewdness and mysticism was probably accountable for the production of so remarkable a personality as his own. Brodsky was at once the most unassuming and the most audacious of men. Unassuming in that he took no part in the little social festivities and celebrations of the country town. Outside the confines of the hospital where he was all dominating, he might have been a small storekeeper for all the pose he adopted. It was said that he spent his entire spare time reading and studying, and making his remarkable investigations. Yet he was the most audacious of men by reason of the experiments which he performed in the wards set apart for the treatment of obscure brain lesions. Uncanny experiments he would perform there, some of which curdled the blood in the veins of us younger men. He was an expert hypnotist, and received delicate cases from all parts of the country, lost in multiple personality, amnesia, agraphia, abulia, all the odds and ends of neuroses that had been given up in despair by the regulars. There for weeks, for months sometimes, he would devote himself incessantly to the unfolding of some labyrinthine twist in the brain, piecing together lost fragments of the soul by constant hypnosis, until he had straightened out the complications and restored a clean human being to the world. And when he had at last brought back health and sanity, perhaps after half a year of wallowing in the slough of madness, he would turn to us with his whimsical smile.
"Is there any among you, gentlemen, who still denies the existence of a personal immortal soul?"
he would ask, expecting the instantaneous negative that would spring from our lips. Perhaps some student, younger or bolder than the rest, would acknowledge the impeachment.
"You are half right,"
Brodsky would rejoin, with that curious touch of the unexpected which was always characteristic of him.
"Not in that you deny the soul. There is soul everywhere. It contains the body as the ember holds the fly. But you are half right when you deny that the soul is personal, for we have one common fund to draw upon, and there is not much more difference between one individual and another than between two flowers on the same shrubs. The body is the merest external. It is the soul which occupies it, moving from house to house."
Few of us could follow the doctor when he became metaphysical. Some of us inferred that he was alluding to those peculiar cases of multiple personality that we sometimes investigated, in which two or more separate and distinct individuals seem to be struggling for control of a single body. Others believed that he referred to the doctrine of reincarnation, in which he was said to be a believer. The beginning of my real intimacy with Brodsky was that day in which he selected me to assist him in the examination of the brain of Radovich, the murderer. Radovich was a huge Slav miner, a man of enormous strength and stature and the intelligence of a child. He was brutalized as few even among his kind are. During the entire period of his 30-odd years of life, no single redeeming influence had ever come to him. To work for 12 hours each day, stripped to the waist, begrimed with coal dust in the mines, to go home to sleep like an animal or to consume potations of brandy until he lay stretched out upon some pothouse floor insensible. Such was the routine of his life, varied only by occasionally beating his wife and smashing the wretched furniture in their squalid home upon the outskirts of the town. During the course of one prolonged debauch, he murdered the woman amid circumstances of atrocious cruelty. He then set fire to the house, which was insured for a small sum by means of a clumsy contrivance of oil-soaked cotton waste and gunpowder, and calmly presented himself at the offices of the insurance company the next day in order to draw the money. His trial and conviction were the merest formality. The jury did not even leave the box, and he was duly sentenced to die in the electric chair. I had visited the adjoining death cell to treat an Italian murderer for defective hearing. The proneness of a man under sentence of death to worry about some minor ailment is an interesting and frequent psychological phenomenon, akin, I suppose, to that which induces him upon the very morning of his execution to partake of a hearty breakfast. When the head jailer pointed out Radovich to me, the giant Slav's appearance was one of incredible bestiality. The narrow head was no larger than a child's. His little pig-like eyes were narrowed with fear and cunning, and he presented that extreme symmetry of feature which, as Nordau was the first to point out, is constantly associated with a criminal type. I was gazing at him in horror, yet unable to tear myself away, when I heard Brodsky's voice speaking behind me.
"It is a striking commentary upon our so-called civilization that we put such a creature as that to death," he said. "One might more justly slaughter a gorilla."
"It is cruel," I answered, "but Dr. Brodsky is not such a creature, after all, better off out of the world than in it. A moment's suffering, and he has ceased to exist." That was the first time that I ever saw Brodsky lose his self-control.
"Is it possible," he cried, "that you consider that death will really wipe out that individuality?"
"Well, Doctor," I said with some hesitation, "I don't pretend to know what's going to happen to the immortal part of him, assuming that there is any immortal part to survive, but at least he will be removed from our human world as we know it." The doctor gave a short laugh and tapped me on the shoulder.
"My boy," he said impressively, "he will not be removed at all, because, since he has presumably never experienced any spiritual yearnings, he will continue to haunt this only world that he knows, but in a discarnate form. The death of Brodsky will set free a certain conglomerate mass of soul stuff, uncertain of its destiny, humbly anxious to learn, but at any rate not desirous of remaining in contact with a world which it has thoroughly experienced and come to be wary of. But the death of Radovich will set at liberty a vast chaotic lump of animal soul, actuated by the same vicious and untrained desires that controlled it during the life of the body, yet freed from the dynamic laws of its mortal prison, and—"
I had never seen him appear more earnest.
"Seeking to incarnate itself in some other body, which will grant it the gratification of its earthly desires. The death of Radovich will be a release of just so much additional force of evil."
He turned away, and then the jailer came to usher us out of the prison. It was then that Dr. Brodsky asked me to assist him at the autopsy, to which I eagerly agreed. During those last days of the murderer's life, he somehow became acquainted with the jailer's little daughter, a child of 8 or 9 years. It should never have been allowed, but the jail discipline is notoriously lax in country towns. The child had been in the habit of helping her father carry the prisoners their food, and had somehow wandered into that part of the jail which was set apart for the condemned, of course not knowing what these men's fate was to be. The acquaintance proved mutually attractive. The savage Slav took a curious fancy to the child. The jailer, a devout Catholic, was at first horrified, but finally assented to the prolongation of this curious friendship, moved partly by the child's entreaties and hoping also that the softening influence of the little girl might bring Radovich to a realization of his impending fate and induce him to accept the consolations of religion, which he had rejected. Radovich had seemed to possess no more idea of the meaning of death than any animal. During those last days, however, some inkling of the doom approaching seemed to awaken him to a sense of his spiritual needs. He was persuaded to accept the ministrations of a priest, and ultimately died in the full peace of the church, his little friend believing he had passed out of the prison to the free world beyond. I pass over the horror of the electrocution which I witnessed. Radovich did not seem wholly to understand why they had strapped his arms, nor why they seated him in the chair. One instant he looked round him in stupid amazement. The next, an indelible aspect of terror and amazement convulsed his features, as though he realized that his life was to be snatched from him by stealth. The death mask was adjusted, the warden dropped his handkerchief, the body strained against the straps, and in an instant the life had gone. The examination was performed, the body was laid to rest. I dismissed all thought of Radovich from my mind as well as I was able. At that time Brodsky, who seemed to have taken a liking to me, had asked me to assist him in some delicate laboratory work, which threw us continually together. About 5 days after the electrocution, when we had been working late and were about to leave his private laboratory in the hospital, the emergency bell was jerked rapidly and violently, and a man came hurrying in. I recognized him at once as the jailer. He stumbled up to Brodsky, mumbling some unintelligible words. The doctor took him by the shoulders.
"Gently," he said, leading him to a chair. "Take your time."
"You told me to come to you if I was in trouble," the man panted. "Then I did not know what you meant. Now I know. My little girl, she—"
"Yes,"
said Brodsky soothingly, slipping a syringe full of morphine into his coat pocket.
"I will come with you immediately. Do you care to see a curious case of what I should be compelled officially to term alternating personality? Though it is nothing of the kind," he continued, turning to me. I assented eagerly to the invitation, and soon we three were traversing the deserted streets, the little doctor with difficulty keeping pace with the jailer's hasty strides. After 5 or 10 minutes we arrived at his house, which flanked the jail. The jailer's wife, weeping and much agitated, opened the door to us. "He knows," her husband whispered with awe, fearfully indicating Brodsky. And then for the first time it flashed across my mind that these people must doubtless be well acquainted with the doctor, had perhaps come to rely upon him through many experiences. One could see that they trusted him implicitly from the manner in which they hung upon his lightest word and gesture. "When did this all begin?"
he inquired, more to elicit particulars, as it seemed to me, than from any desire for knowledge of the main facts. "Until this morning, she never spoke," muttered the jailer, crossing himself. "Then he... The man's teeth were chattering as though he were ague-stricken.
"Quite so,"
said Brodsky pleasantly, turning to me.
"He was naturally dazed and dumb and stupid and not feeling at all himself when he awoke from an unusual experience. Then he found his tongue. Almost anybody might be struck dumb after several thousand volts had been sent coursing through his body, which was furthermore dissected and then buried away in quicklime."
"Do you mean to say," I gasped, "that
"That our friend Radovich has come to life again?"
said Brodsky.
"That he has come back without his overcoat. Quite probably. I have known such cases, although this may be merely a subjective condition induced through autosuggestion caused from brooding over his departure. However, that would be far more improbable. Yes, my friend, I think our dead friend, who, by the way, was never more than half dead at best, is waking up in somebody else's house."
"Nothing is any use," the jailer gasped. "We sprinkled holy water over her, and the priest pronounced the exorcism, but it was no use at all."
"Of course not," said the doctor. "Don't blame the priest for that, though. All truth is relative in that world that Radovich is now an inhabitant of. Had he ever had it knocked into his hard head that the devil flies from holy water, no doubt a single drop would have sent him howling into limbo. But as he doesn't know what it means, you can hardly consider him impolite to stay. But take us to the patient."
At the same instant the crash of breaking furniture resounded through the house, intermingled with strange guttural interjections. The jailer led the way hastily to a room at the end of a long corridor. The doctor and I followed him. Upon the floor, partly freed from the ropes with which she had been bound, was the child, struggling to release herself from the chair she had overturned, whose broken pieces seemed to have been subjected to the physical strength of a powerful athlete. Her face was distorted with rage, and low, unintelligible sounds came from her lips. Though violently inclined, she seemed restrained by some lethargy from active violence, and she glanced around at us, not recognizing anyone. As the doctor and her father caught her to readjust the bonds, she struck at them viciously. It needed our united strength to hold her, while the doctor injected a few doses of morphine into her arm. But what will haunt me to the last day of my life was the girl's face. No longer that of a young child, it presented rather the aspect of a man who had spent years in evil living and thinking. The glazed eyes, the puffy skin, bespoke a life of debauchery, while over the coarsened features were stamped the imprints of the most devilish passions that ever ruled over the flesh. And in an instant I perceived ridiculously implanted upon the little face the stamp of the Russian murderer.
"When did this begin?"
asked Brodsky, holding the girl tightly and with amazing strength.
"The day after his death," the jailer answered. "She could not be awakened easily the next morning. She seemed stupid and sleepy, and complained of evil dreams. Then she tried to get into the cell which he had occupied, and when we prevented her, she became sullen and angry. She did not seem to recognize us at all, and she began to mutter in an outlandish speech that none of us could understand. Then she would fall asleep for a moment and wake up herself again. She kept sleeping and waking, and each time she was different.
Yes,
murmured Brodsky to me in an aside.
Her own personality was fighting that of the invader, with varying success, and as he grew stronger, he came to usurp his place more easily.
Go on.
I knew who it was, the jailer whispered, trembling. One who has charge of a prison sees so many things after an execution, things that one never dares to make public for fear of being called insane. All jailers know of them. My wife knew. She sent for the priest. He knew, too. He tried the exorcism, but to no purpose.
Nevertheless, a wise attempt, said Brodsky to me. Nothing that makes for good, as all religion does, can cause evil.
The last time she awoke, she was wholly insane, continued the jailer. She didn't recognize either me or her mother. She muttered all the time in a strange tongue. Sometimes there was an English word, but we couldn't make out the drift of it. And the agony of her struggles, and her dumb... She was not our child.
He broke down and hid his face in his hands. Meanwhile, the morphine had begun to take effect. The girl struggled no longer, but sat watching us, apathetical and hopeless. The vicious stamp had gone from the face, leaving the brutish, melancholy Slav.
Yes, you can picture the father suffering, said the doctor. The murderer awakes. He wants to come back. He is lonely and cold. He sees a home, family life, things which awaken a dumb longing within his stunted soul. And so this little girl's body is made the scene of this tremendous drama. It is the struggle of the disembodied to express themselves in terms of the flesh that is the cause of almost all our mental diseases.
Dr. Brodsky wheeled over toward the child suddenly. From his pocket he took a burnished mirror of bronze, hardly larger than $quarter.
"Look at this," he commanded.
The child turned her eyes upon it silently.
"Look,"
Brodsky repeated, and with his finger he gave the mirror a twist that set it spinning upon a tiny wire, which produced a rapid circulatory movement. It spun like a thread of light. The child's eyes became immovable. Dr. Brodsky leaned forward and placed a finger upon each eyelid, closing them. The girl sat bolt upright but perfectly motionless. I'd seen this procedure often in the mental ward. It was the hypnotic sleep that Brodsky had induced. I knew that he had put the dominant personality to sleep in order to call up whatever lay beneath that external stratum of consciousness.
"You are asleep,"
said Brodsky softly.
"You will sleep more deeply. Now you are gone. You are quite gone. Now you speak. Open your eyes, you Radovich."
As a ripple passes over the face of a still pool, changing its entire aspect, so the light came back to the expressionless features. Once again it was Radovich, but all the cunning, the hate, the vileness had been purged away. It was the soul of Radovich, stripped of the emotions, the passions that had defiled it.
"Who art thou?"
asked Brodsky gently, using the familiar Russian termination. The eyes opened wider in fear, the lips trembled.
"Thou art with friends,"
said the doctor compassionately.
"Have no fear. So, thou art Radovich?"
"Yes, I am Radovich," said the lips mechanically.
"Why didst thou come here?"
continued the doctor.
"Ah, don't drive me away,"
pleaded the man's voice from the child's body.
"It is all dark outside. There is nobody. It is all dark and cold. Here it is warm, and she was my friend." "What did they do to thee to bring thee to this extremity?"
asked Brodsky, while the jailer and I, awed into silence, could only sit staring and listening.
"What did they do to thee?" "I do not know." "Dost thou not know that thou art dead?"
A spasm of terror convulsed the lips and the cheek muscles.
"Dead?"
cried the voice.
"No, for then I should be in hell." "You are in all the hell that you are likely to get, my friend," muttered the doctor. "What dost thou remember?" I remember. They told me I was to die," the voice muttered, ramblingly. "They bound my arms tightly so that they pained me, and they placed me in a strange chair. Then I do not know what they did to me, for I fainted. But when I awoke, everyone was gone, and it was cold and dark. So, finding myself free, I thought, Radovich, thou hast broken free from the jail. Some brandy will cure thee, and thou hast credit at the saloon. Then instantly I found myself in the saloon, but none heeded me when I called, nor seemed to see me. So I thought, either thou art escaped, and they fear to recognize thee, or thou art dreaming. Thou shalt awaken in prison. And immediately I was back in prison, and then I saw men lowering something into the ground, and looked, and it was I. Then I thought, thou art dead, Radovich, and dost wander in purgatory.
He means his body was destroyed,
supplemented Brodsky.
And then I remembered one who had cared for me when I was in my cell, and I saw this little house, and thought, thou canst easily take possession of this little house, Radovich, and they will not know who resides within. Thus thou shalt have love and care, and in time thou shalt forget that thou wert ever Radovich, and thou shalt go to school, and learn to be wise and good. So I drove out the occupant of this little house, and entered it, and just as I had entered, thou didst come here to question me.
I cannot describe the chill of fear that descended upon us, upon the jailer and me, as we gazed upon the motionless figure in the chair and listened to this recital. And what added tenfold to it was the sight of the child's body, empty of its owner and haunted by this bestial lurking murderer. No pity stirred our breasts, but for Brodsky I think that we too should have become murderers. Presently Brodsky began speaking again in slow tones filled with emotion. He took the child's cold hand between his own.
Radovich, he said, listen to what I will tell thee. Thou art truly dead. Thou hast died, and paid the full penalty for thy crimes. And because thou wert born to misfortune, and sin, and ignorance, doubtless in retribution for past wickedness, it may be that God will not hold thee to further accountance. Such things do not rest with me to decide, nor is there any human judgment that may fitly condemn thee, seeing that forgiveness is for God only. But, Radovich, consider what thou hast done. Because thou didst die, and find thyself alone, thou hast sought out a house for lodgment. Thou hast broken into another's house, and occupied it, and driven out her that lived there. And thou hast done this unto the only one in the world that was ever kind to thee. Such a thing God may permit, but he assuredly will not forgive. Radovich, thou hast stolen what is another's, and hast brought misery to those who have done thee no evil. This is no house for thee. Depart.
I must go, stammered the voice pitifully.
Thou must go,
said Brodsky solemnly.
It may be that in his time God will again make a house for thee. Thou shalt be born again, where love and care and comfort, such as thou hast not known, shall meet thee. Then forgetfulness of the past shall also be granted thee. So go and wait in patience until the summons comes. Go, I adjure thee by...
What was the adjuration of the doctor, I do not know. It may have been some Kabbalistic invocation such as been handed down among the wise men of the Jews from time immemorial. I heard only a whisper of the words, saw the figure collapse, saw hatred and love, anger, repentance, struggling upon the white face, and suddenly the figure fell backward in the chair, motionless.
"Wake up!"
cried Brodsky, tapping the forehead and either cheek. The figure yawned and stretched itself. The eyes opened again. The little girl's face appeared like the sun from behind a veil of cloud. She stared round her in wonder. There was a cry behind us. A figure, stumbling forward, fell down before the little girl and seized her in its arms. It was the jailer's wife. She knelt there, sobbing and laughing and stroking the little hands and face, and not paying the least attention to Brodsky or to me. Her husband, trembling with fear, sank down beside her. I saw the beads of moisture spring to his forehead and roll down his cheeks. Brodsky took me by the arm. His face was whiter than that of the dead man had been. All the vitality seemed to have gone out from him.
"Come," he said. "Our work here is at an end."
As we withdrew, the father rose and came tottering up to us. He seized the doctor's hand and kissed it.
"What can I do to show you my gratitude?" he cried. "You've given me back my child from worse than death."
Brodsky turned and regarded him solemnly.
"Pray for him," he said.
"For him?" the jailer cried. "That monster?"
"No human soul is ever cast away," said Brodsky quietly. "Not even of the worst of us. So pray for his."
"He will never come back?"
"Never save through the gates of birth," the doctor answered.
"But where was she, my little girl, when she was driven away?" he cried.
Brodsky smiled weakly.
"If I could tell you that," he answered sadly, "I should know the secrets of life and death and eternity."
End of section 1. Section 2. Of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Woman with the Crooked Nose. There exists a small general public that is always acquainted in advance with current affairs, is abreast of modern investigation and discovery, and lives, as it were, 15 or 20 years in advance of its contemporaries. It was among such people that Dr. Brodsky's reputation had spread after the remarkable cure he had effected in the case of the jailer's daughter who was possessed by the soul of the Slav murderer. Thenceforward, while wholly unknown to that portion of the public that gleans its information through the medium of the press, he began to be besieged by requests for his assistance in many instances. He was asked to cure obsessions, to clean out haunted houses, to act as intermediary between the living and the dead by persons who misunderstood his powers. Dr. Brodsky was in no sense a medium. He could not even produce the very ordinary phenomenon of making a table spin, and was, if anything, more lacking than most persons in psychic development. He was the first to disclaim any gift in this direction. His skill as a hypnotist, he always insisted, was no more than that attainable by anyone who devoted himself to the study of this acquirement. It was therefore embarrassing in the extreme to him when the ignorant mistook his abilities for those of the thaumaturgist, and for a long time he endeavored to escape the notoriety and persecution that pursued him. Finally, however, principally at my own instigation, he determined to give up his medical practice, which by now had netted him a comfortable competency, and to devote his services gratuitously to the science of physics.
"I can neither evoke ghosts nor lay them through any magic art," he explained to me in his self-deprecatory way. "All I can do is to apply my knowledge of physics to the production of results which could be brought about just as efficiently by the most ignorant person gifted with those mediumistic powers that I lack. Nor is my knowledge of these matters in any way one which originated with me. The knowledge of psychical phenomena has always existed, whether we consider the oracle of the Greeks, the Roman Sibyl, the Indian shaman, or which of Endor, who raised up the spirit of Samuel. But mostly it has been confined hitherto to the domains of faith and religion, instead of being accepted boldly by science. Would you care to accompany me to a country house tomorrow to investigate a remarkable problem?" he continued, changing the subject in that sudden manner of his. I was eager to accept, and the next morning met him by appointment at the depot. While we were being whirled in the train through rural New England, he recounted to me the particulars of the case, the first which he had consented to investigate since the matter of the jailer's daughter. He had been called upon for aid, it appeared, by a former patient of his, a certain Miss Snydem, whom he had once cured of a long nervous ailment. She was in great distress. A maiden lady of mature age, descended from one of the oldest families in America, she had lived since childhood with her younger sister in the old family mansion which they inherited. Possessed of a meager income, alone in the world, they had existed simply but not penuriously, expecting to pass the remainder of their lives in the solitude of the little village where they had been born. But some months previously, the sister, who was of unusual beauty, except for a slight facial irregularity, had suddenly become engaged to and married a young artist of much unrecognized talent,
and the three had made their home happily together, until within a period of a few weeks, when the sister fell sick of a mysterious wasting malady. Her husband appeared devoted to her and unremitting in his attention. Nevertheless, the disease continued to progress. Day by day the patient became more attenuated and despondent, until at last the local physicians gave up the case in despair, saying that there appeared to be neither means of making a diagnosis nor hopes for recovery. And then, said Brodsky, something had occurred which struck terror in the maiden sister's heart. There was an old family legend to the effect that each death, especially when caused by violence or foul play, was presaged by the appearance of a ghost that glided silently along the passages of the old mansion by night, and took, in each instance, the aspect of the person, male or female, who was about to pass over. On 3 successive nights the sister had seen this phantom move along the corridors, and, almost paralyzed with fear, saw it vanish through the closed door of her sister's room. When on the last occasion she gathered fortitude to enter, nothing was visible, and her sister was peacefully sleeping. The phantom was the double of the sister, but etherealized beyond almost possible conception of beauty, and Miss Sidham had particularly observed that the slight facial irregularity was not apparent. Then she thought of Dr. Brodsky, and begged him, if he could not save her sister's life, at least to endeavor to banish this awful messenger from the world beyond. So distraught was she that she had even dared to suspect that the sister was being slowly poisoned by the artist, though for such a crime no motive existed. We were to go down in the guise of 2 physicians, as indeed we were, and to make the fullest investigation. "What inference do you draw, Dr. Brodsky?" I asked him.
"It is as yet impossible to say," the doctor answered. "We must see what sort of a man this artist is. The theory of poison would, on the face of it, appear very improbable. It may be that this is one of those rare cases yet recorded among old families in which the dead form, as it were, a guardianship over the lives of the living, and at the appointed time send one of their number to summon them into the world beyond. The fact that the spirit bears the family type of feature would bear out this supposition. However, we shall see."
We descended from the train at a little wayside hamlet, where we found a carriage waiting for us. The driver was a young man of great natural refinement, who introduced himself to us as the sister's husband, Walter Fotheringham. He shook hands with us cordially. We stepped into the carriage, and the horse, of his own accord, took us up a steep hill that led to the mansion, which we could now see, looking very forlorn and dilapidated, perched upon the summit in the center of a desolate and extensive garden. We were shown into a large parlor, furnished in the style of the last generation, and more or less gloomy in aspect, though comfortable. Our host offered us wine and seated himself beside us.
"And now, gentlemen," he said, "I believe in frankness. Let us come to an understanding immediately, therefore. Let me say that I know your entire purpose in coming here, and shall assist you with all my ability."
It was impossible not to be impressed with the young fellow's sincerity.
"A painful scene occurred this morning between myself and my sister-in-law, Miss Sidham," he continued. "She has, I fancy, always been a little jealous of her sister's love for me. From words which she let fall during the heat of passion, I infer that she actually suspects me of administering some slow poison to my wife with the object of causing her death. I need hardly say that I should have no objection to gain thereby." "And this apparition?" queried the doctor. "Dr. Brodsky, I have seen it," said Fotheringham. "I would hesitate to admit so to another man, but I have seen it on 4 occasions, and it is the exact reproduction of my wife." "One thing is clear," said Brodsky slowly. "Events of grave importance are pending in the spiritual world. There is no physical change that does not in some way betoken a spiritual one. And your wife is in grave danger. You are fond of one another?" "We are devoted," said the artist sadly. "Doctor, if you could only save her."
He choked with his emotion. I, looking at him, could no longer suspect him, nor, I am sure, did the doctor.
"Your relations are absolutely ideal, then?" queried Brodsky. "There is nothing about your wife that you could cavil at, nothing which has caused mental perturbation?"
Fotheringham started and shot a keen glance at his questioner.
"Why, the fact is, there is one small matter, but it is so ridiculous that I am heartily ashamed to confess it." "Nothing on earth is ridiculous," said Brodsky. It is a preposterous matter, and the fact that I am obliged to keep it to myself adds to the little rankle. You may know, Doctor, that some of us unfortunate persons are cursed with what is vulgarly termed the artistic temperament, and are destined to go through life always seeking perfection and never attaining it.
There was a wealth of enigma in the doctor's smile.
I thought that in my wife I had discovered a sublimation of every virtue of soul and body, said the young man, but there is one slightest flaw in her appearance. I am ashamed to say it, but her nose is not entirely straight, a trifling flaw such as would pass unnoticed in one of less beauty, but in her is most evident because of her singularly perfect features otherwise. Of late the perception of this has become an obsession with me. But this is a scruple, he continued angrily. I don't know why I should have bothered you with a foolish detail. Certainly it in no measure affects my love for her.
One question, said Brodsky. This phantom, is the nose also crooked?
No, absolutely straight, said Fotheringham, but in all other respects it is a duplication of my dear wife.
At this moment Miss Sidham entered and greeted us cordially. It was evident, however, that relations between herself and the young artist were considerably strained. She took us up the stairs and along a winding passage to the room in which the sick woman lay propped up by pillows. She was wasted greatly and of an extreme pallor. There did not seem to be enough blood in the body to support life. She opened her eyes, looked at us with indifference, and closed them. At once I perceived the slight facial deformity, which was visible the more by contrast with the delicate perfection of the rest of her face. The room in which the patient lay was one of those large old-fashioned apartments with small panes of glass let into enormous window frames and low ceilings, built out irregularly so they form an irregular space bound by 8 or 10 walls. At the far end of the room, tapered in toward the window seat which had been fitted up as a couch on which Miss Sidham rested in the intervals of watching by her sister's side. It was arranged that Dr. Brodsky and I should watch here during the following night. The space was so screened off from the corner in which the patient lay as to form, to all intents, a separate apartment, while enabling us to be on hand should anything occur.
It will not be necessary for us to watch all night, said Dr. Brodsky. At what time have you seen the apparition?
Between 3 and 4 in the morning,
Miss Sidham answered. Dr. Brodsky was evidently pleased.
The period of the lowest vitality, he said. We are getting upon the trail,
he added to me. I would have questioned him, but knew from experience that it would procure me no information. Brodsky liked to work out his theories alone. I could see that he had already formed one.
You say that you saw this apparition in the corridor, he said next to Miss Sidham. How did you happen to go into the corridor at 4 in the morning?
Miss Sidham appeared embarrassed.
The fact is, she explained, on each occasion I have had the most peculiar illusion that my sister had gone out of the room. I find it so difficult to keep awake about that hour, and invariably the same experience comes to me. I dream that my sister has left her bed, and awake to find myself upon my feet in the passage, watching this horrible trailing figure disappear into the distance. Then I come back to find my sister asleep.
You doze off immediately you return?
Asked Dr. Brodsky. Miss Sidham looked guilty.
I don't know how you know it, Doctor, she said, but I find it impossible to keep my eyes open. And in the morning my dear sister is always at lower ebb than before. I blame and reproach myself.
Never mind, said Brodsky, patting her hand. You're certain that you did not dream all this?
I sprinkled flour beside my door last night and found my footsteps in it this morning. Besides, Mr. Fotheringham claims to have seen it. But how can I believe him when I am tortured by such doubts?
Hush, said the doctor. You have grievously wronged him, of that I am sure.
Miss Sidham's eyes lightened.
You are sure? She cried. I am so glad.
I am sure, said the doctor. Now I want 3 yards of fine steel wire and a couple of stout staples, he added in his sudden manner. Can you procure these before nightfall?
I can get them at the village, I suppose, said Miss Sidham.
Get them before night, please, said the doctor.
They arrived shortly before supper. The doctor put the wire in his pocket, and then drove in the staples outside the frame of the bedroom door, one on either side, some 4 feet above the ground. At Brodsky's suggestion, I retired to bed immediately after I had eaten. He himself promised to call me at 2 for the beginning of our watch. After hours of restless tossing and turning, I slept, but it was only a moment, it seemed, before I heard Brodsky calling me. I awoke to find him standing, fully dressed, at my bedside, a candle in his hand.
"It's 2:00,
he said softly.
"Dress yourself quietly and come."
He waited at my side until I had thrust on my clothes, then grasped me by the arm very earnestly and said,
"The watch will not be long, but you must not fall asleep. It is a matter of life and death for that poor hag-ridden woman, and evil things will be stirring abroad tonight. Unless we both keep awake, the issue will be fatal for her."
"Then this apparition really exists?" I stammered.
"My dear boy," said the doctor earnestly, "nothing is more real, and it is of incarnate evil. But come."
In our stocking feet, we crept into the patient's room. Miss Sidham rose up to welcome us.
"I'm going to try to keep awake tonight," she said.
By the light of the candle, I could see that the patient was slumbering soundly. She looked less pale and emaciated than during the day.
"She always looks better just before it happens,"
said Miss Sidham.
"And in the morning, it is terrible. What is it?"
she cried hysterically.
"For heaven's sake, what does it mean?"
"Tonight will be the end," said the doctor kindly. "Now, sit beside her and watch. We will wait behind the screen."
We took our seats in silence. Dr. Brodsky blew out the candle, and the room was thinly illuminated by the half-moon that shone crookedly through the little window panes. From our position, unknown to Miss Sidham, we could see her and the patient, clearly outlined against the wall. We waited.
"Remember, at all hazard, do not sleep,"
were the doctor's last instructions. Then silence descended upon us. I heard the ticking of my watch, the distant night noises. Everything seemed to blend into a monotonous and assuaging harmony. Somebody was shaking me. The doctor was shaking me. My eyelids seemed to have glued themselves down upon my eyes. With the utmost difficulty, I forced them apart. The moon had risen, flooding the room with light, and Brodsky was standing by me.
"Wake, for God's sake,"
he whispered. Something was trickling down the sleeve of his coat. I learned afterward that he had stabbed himself with his penknife to fight off that overmastering drowsiness. Then, with a desperate effort, I shook it off, threw back that enchantment of slumber, and followed the direction of the doctor's gaze. Beside the bed, Miss Sidham sat, sunk in her chair, her eyes closed, her head bowed forward upon her breast. And from the bed, where the sick woman moaned and tossed restlessly, a filmy vapor seemed to detach itself, issuing apparently from her side. It rose and floated over her, gradually assuming the form of her own self, but even more entrancingly beautiful. It gathered shape and grew, suspended in the air face downward, chin to chin and lip to lip. Then, when it had become of the same consistency, it gradually assumed an upright posture, floated down to the ground, and seemed to pass bodily through the door. At the same instant I looked at the sleeping patient. She had ceased to moan and lay profoundly still, but shrunken up among the pillows like a 7-year-old child. Then, with a start, Miss Sidham sprang to her feet and wrenched at the door handle. But the doctor had anticipated her. He sprang from where he was standing, I following, tossed Miss Sidham back into the room as lightly as a feather, and dashed out into the passage. There he stood, his back to the door, pressing it close. My blood curdled and grew cold. Moving away, moving along the corridor without sound of any footsteps, that awful phantom glided, a thing of devilish beauty, and I felt that at all hazard I must follow it, though it led me into hell. I must have started forward, for suddenly I was recalled to myself by feeling the little doctor's strong arms around me.
"Ah, thank God,"
he whispered, seeing, I suppose, sanity return to me.
"If you had followed, boy, God help your soul. Can you resist?"
Far away, farther and farther it moved, until it reached the bend in the passage and disappeared around it. It was moving in the direction of Fotheringham's room. "Yes," I muttered, reeling unsteadily, "but it is going to him. Save him! Save him!" the doctor reassured me.
"It cannot harm him so long as his wife lives," he said. "They are united by a more subtle bond. This is the last night. Another, and it would have sucked the last of her vitality from her, and achieved its ends. We shall save 2 lives tonight, but we have work to do before it returns."
"It is coming back?" I stammered. "It must come back," he cried, and whipping out the coil of wire from his coat, he fastened one end tightly to the staple and began to draw it across the door. And instantly, to my horror, I saw the thing reappear, begin to return upon its horrible passage. Every evil impulse that I had ever known seemed to leap into activity as I gazed at it. It was the exact replica of Mrs. Fotheringham, but of hellish beauty, a caricature of beauty, as I might call it, and I felt my heart hammer within my breast, my hands fall to my sides nervelessly. But Dr. Brodsky had drawn the wire across the door, had fastened it to the opposite staple, so that it ran taut and true, a steel barrier across the wood of the panels. Then, as the thing drew near, he turned and confronted it. And suddenly the moon went out and everything was plunged into profound darkness. I felt an icy air breathe upon me. I heard a cry. I felt, rather than saw, that the little doctor had hooked his arms around the phantom thing and struggled with it. I heard him gasp, choke like a strangling man. I heard his heels hammering upon the floor. And all at once, I fainted. When I recovered consciousness, it was broad daylight. The sun was streaming into the room, full upon the couch on which I lay. Beside me sat the doctor with his usual cheery aspect. But there was something strange about his throat. I looked more closely. It was discolored by 5 small, livid spots, like fingerprints.
"It's all right, boy," he said cheerily. "We've scotched the demon, and our patient's going to get well. Miss Sidham and Mr. Fotheringham will be here in a moment, and then explanations will be in order. Lie still and don't attempt to move. You've had a bad shock, but you'll be all right in a day or two."
Soon afterward, Miss Sidham appeared upon the arm of her brother-in-law. Peace had evidently been restored between these two, judging from their behavior.
"We found you insensible upon the floor," the young artist explained, "and Dr. Brodsky in a hardly better condition. He looked like a man who had been putting up a stiff fight with a burglar. He must have been unconscious, too, for it was early morning." "He locked me in my room," said Miss Sidham, "so that I could not go to his assistance. But tell us the explanation."
"We are all going to be frank," said the doctor, "and so we will go back to the beginning. Miss Sidham, you suspected Mr. Fotheringham here of the most hideous crime that is conceivable."
"I wronged him greatly, and he has forgiven me," said Miss Sidham, smiling at her brother-in-law.
"You wronged him, but your suspicions were to a certain extent justified," said the doctor. "Unconsciously, Mr. Fotheringham nearly murdered his wife."
"What?" we all exclaimed in astonishment.
"Ah, when will you people learn that thoughts are more potent than things?" said Brodsky. "It is the easiest thing in the world to create a thought. It is almost impossible to undo it. In a sense, we are all creators, and if we only knew it, to every man is open the possibility of becoming as a god, by fashioning a universe. Mr. Fotheringham, you created this apparition."
"I created it," stammered the artist.
"You had married the best wife in the world, but you were not content with her. You desired perfection, that perfection which is unattainable, and you began to brood. Would to heaven that one slight blemish were removed from her features. This intensity of thought, acting upon the ether, actually formed a shadow after your own imaginings. You made a spirit, and it wanted a body. Vampire-like, it preyed upon the body of your wife. Night after night, it drew away her vitality. At first a shadowy wraith, it became stronger and stronger. It became a substantial thing, composed of all the essential elements of flesh. It grew in wickedness. Every created thing must that does not come from God, the source of all goodness. And had it succeeded in destroying her, it would have turned upon you and destroyed you, body and soul. It was at the very threshold of the consummation of this achievement when I was sent for. I had my suspicion from the first, when you made your confession to me. Such cases are on record, notably in the records of Japan, in which country they usually assume the form of cats or foxes. From my cross-examination of Miss Sidham, I ascertained that this evil thing, working in the atmosphere of artificially induced slumber, fed upon the lifeblood of your wife during her sleep, grew strongly thereby, and went through the passage seeking you. Had it been strong enough, it would have destroyed you. But though it grew and grew like some horrible cancer, it could not conquer you so long as Mrs. Fotheringham lived. So it had to return.
You may have read that in the making of Solomon's temple no tool of iron was allowed to come upon the stones. Iron also was banned from the Vestal's house at Rome. The reason for these ordinances was that evil spirits can never cross it, nor good ones either. It is the most earthly of all elements. No temple could bring down the favor of the protecting spirits, were iron used in its construction. Accordingly, I barred the door with a wire of fine steel, which made it impossible for the vampire to return. Wood it could pass through, but that fine barrier was more effective than 1,000 tons of oak. Well, the rest you know. Leave the wire there for a few nights, though its powers are broken, and it is not likely to trouble you again. It will soon pass back into that elemental source from which you, wretched man, fashioned it. So, go back to your wife and be satisfied with her, the doctor concluded, and take a word of advice. The next time you brood over things, you put a wire across your door and wear a steel waistcoat.
End of section 2. Section 3 of Ivan Brodsky's The Surgeon of Souls by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Tenth Commandment. The one condition of Dr. Ivan Brodsky's psychical work that he found most burdensome was the constant requests that poured in upon him from innumerable people who had come to hear of him. On all sides he was beset by applications for assistance and advice in the solution of some problem which, while immensely increasing his reputation, left him little time for the prosecution of his investigations. He was forced to refuse many of these applicants, who in return denounced him as a charlatan. Brodsky received denunciation and praise with equal indifference. By this time he had severed his connection with the hospital and devoted his time entirely to private practice among patients suffering from rare mental and nervous disorders. As an attached physician, he felt that the ethics of the profession excluded the use of non-recognized remedies. In private practice, he felt free to make use of his knowledge of those spiritual causes which he claimed underlay all physical manifestations of disease. One morning I found him in earnest conversation with a visitor, a young man of agitated aspect who, on seeing me enter, rose from his chair precipitately and prepared to take his departure.
"Don't go," said Dr. Brodsky. "Allow me to introduce you to my secretary, who is my confidential assistant in these matters."
The young man, who was introduced to me as Mr. John Sykes, sat down again. His agitation was still more manifest. He stared around him as one bewildered.
"Now, Mr. Sykes, suppose you repeat your story," said Dr. Brodsky. "Begin at the beginning, and don't leave out anything, even if it seems to you to be of trivial moment."
"Well, sir," said the young man impetuously, "as I said to you at first, I am greatly in doubt whether this is a case for you or for a jury, but I wish to exhaust every possible remedy before taking the law into my own hands. Then, if I become convinced beyond all possibility of doubt that my wife is untrue to me, I shall put a bullet through my brother's head, and another afterward through my own."
"Which wouldn't help either of you in the least," replied Brodsky suavely. "You would find yourselves immediately transplanted into another not-so-very-different world, with your enmity still at boiling point, but without the physical means of allaying it. Suppose you continue."
"My name, as I have said, is John Sykes," said the young man more calmly. "My brother Philip and I were the only children of our father, and the inheritors of the Sykes estate. My father cut me out of his will on account of my marriage. My wife is a woman whom no man could feel ashamed of. My offense was that of having married without asking his consent. He was subject to fits of temper and changed his will. Had he lived, he would undoubtedly have forgiven me. But unfortunately he died almost immediately afterward, leaving the Sykes mansion and grounds to Philip, while I was forced to continue the owner of a little cottage adjacent which I bought some years ago. Naturally, this caused an estrangement between my brother and me. I myself am happy enough in my cottage, and until a few days ago, when I first doubted my wife's affection, no happier mortal existed. My wife, however, had always felt a sentimental regard for the old mansion. It would naturally have passed to us, Philip receiving an equivalent in cash. The disappointment has greatly affected her. Some weeks ago, my brother and I, having then been estranged for several months, I surprised my wife one afternoon coming out of the mansion where he was and still is living. You can imagine my consternation. My brother had already everything that I lacked, save only her. Was I to be bereft of her through any machinations of his, to draw her within the sphere of his interests? I taxed her with visiting him. She admitted it, and weeping, explained that she had gone only to intercede for me. She wanted us to be friends, and, above everything else, she wanted Philip to sell us the mansion upon favorable terms, as he proposed traveling abroad and was not bound to it by any such intense attachment such as she had conceived. Philip had almost yielded to her request. I, however, am not of a temperament easily placated. I suspected that my brother was partly instrumental in the changing of our father's will. I refused to have any kind of dealings with him. I scolded her for visiting him, explaining the misconstruction that might be put upon such an act by village gossip, and she promised me never to see him again. A few weeks ago, I learned from servants' chatter that the Sykes mansion was reputed to be haunted by the spirit of a woman. The butler had told a village crony that the figure of a woman walked through the rooms and passages at night. He had seen it, had taken it for a sleepwalker and essayed to catch it, but it had vanished before his eyes, and his hands had grasped only thin air. I am something of a student and often sit up alone at night with my books and papers. I am at present engaged in writing a monograph upon our American bats. Sometimes my observations take me away for a day or two, so that my wife and I see not too much of one another. Indeed, of late, since the episode I referred to, we seem to have begun to drift apart. I'm not a believer in the supernatural, and this foolish gossip of the butler aroused the most terrible suspicions in me. I resolved to discover for myself what truth lay in the rumor. Pretending to be about to set off on a 2-day journey for the purpose of obtaining specimens, I came back at night and concealed myself in an old building, now unoccupied, but formerly used as a barn by my grandfather, adjoining the mansion. From here I was enabled to obtain a clear view of a large part of the interior, which is built in a rambling way, and can in this matter be overlooked. I saw my brother lower the light in his study, and a minute or two later saw the lamp flash out in his bedroom. The lower portion of the house was plunged into darkness. It was past midnight. I was about to dismiss my project as a chimera, feeling much ashamed of my suspicions, when an irresistible impulse impelled me to go to the open window of the darkened study. Actuated by the same instinct which seemed to force me onward against my will, I crept in noiselessly, traversed the room, and emerged into the corridor. From the far end, a veiled figure came gliding toward me. For a moment, the eeriness of the situation, I confess, rooted me to the spot with horror. It came nearer, and suddenly I found myself looking into what I can swear was the face of my wife. Another moment, and the figure had passed me with the same noiseless tread, and vanished into the distance. I do not know how long I remained there. When I came to my senses, I was in my cottage, fumbling with a pistol. I dashed up to my wife's room and hammered violently upon the door. Suddenly, she came out and confronted me. She was robed in a dressing gown and looked up with innocent, frightened eyes as though just awakened out of sleep. I made no answer to her terrified appeals, but rushed out of the house and came straight to you, knowing that if there could be any supernatural solution of the difficulty, you would put me out of my suspense. While the period between our encounter in the mansion and that in my own cottage seems almost too short to have enabled her to return and assume the role she played, I confess that I look upon you as the last possible refuge left me before I commit some act of desperation." It was impossible not to be deeply impressed by the evident sincerity of the young man and by his deep distress. For my part, I was inclined to believe the worst, but a glance into Brodsky's impassive face convinced me that he did not share my suspicions. Brodsky's opinions of women were curiously fine. As I learned afterward, and hoped subsequently to be able to tell, his life has been molded by one of the noblest characters, who had died before the day set for their marriage, leaving him to cherish her memory as a continual inspiration. We determined to start at once for the village, which was some 15 miles distant, situated in the heart of a sparsely settled farming country. It was decided, both in view of the young man's excited condition, and in order to enable us to pursue our investigations freely, which conscience would not have permitted had we been the guests of Mrs. Sykes, that we should make our headquarters at the village inn, where Sykes was expecting to meet a man who might throw light upon the problem. We arrived there late in the afternoon, and found the place empty of visitors, it being late in the fall. As we were seated in the spacious, old-fashioned parlor, an elderly man of consequential demeanor came softly and furtively up the back path. Sykes rose to meet him, Gentlemen, this is Jones, my brother's butler, and an old employee of my father's," he said, rising dramatically and locking the door. "Now, Jones, repeat what you have told me yesterday." "I've more to tell you since I saw you yesterday, Mr. John," said Jones huskily. He adopted toward the young man that mixture of patronage and servility which indicates in a menial the acceptance of some bribe in return for a dereliction of duty. "We saw her last night, sir. I thought I heard a burglar downstairs, and dressed myself and went out to see. On the landing I met the master coming out of his room. He had heard the noise too. We went down soft-like, and suddenly we saw her as plain as life coming along the passage." "Who was she?" interrupted Sykes in a voice choking with emotion. "That I wouldn't take it upon myself to say, sir," said the butler with a smirk. "'Twasn't anybody I know, leastways, so far as I could tell by the walk, because she wore a veil and was all in white, which is powerful disguiser for females, sir. So I says to myself, Jones, if the master chooses to have young female ghosts in his house at 2 in the morning, that ain't no business of yours. So I turned to go back, and while I was looking at her, she disappeared right under my eyes." Suddenly Sykes flew at the man like a deerhound and grasped him by the collar, shaking him furiously. "You rascal! Tell me who the woman was!" he cried. The butler's face turned purple. "'Twasn't anybody I know, sir," he gasped, breaking loose and reeling back against the wall. "I'll swear it wasn't any human living being, sir. When she vanished right before my very eyes." Sykes stood off and looked at the man contemptuously. "Jones," he said, "you are a dirty, lying hound. You told your cronies here that it was Mrs. Sykes." The man began to tremble. "You know me from old times, Jones," continued the young man more coldly. "You shall have one chance to prove your statement, and if you can't, I'll shoot you like a dog." "I swear," the man began to babble. "I swear I told nobody. But it was her, Mr. John, and I can't lie to you. I'm willing to prove it, and to stake my life on it." "Jones," said the young man, "these gentlemen are friends of mine. At 10 o'clock tonight, or soon afterwards as the light goes out in your master's study, we shall be at the side door. You'll unlock it and admit us to the empty picture gallery, which commands a full view of the corridors. Here." He took a roll of bills from his pocket and peeled off half a dozen. "Take this for your services, and if you ever say a word in the village—" "Yes, sir, yes, Mr. John," babbled the man, pouching the money with avidity. "I'll be there on time, sir." He turned and crept out of the room. Once outside, however, he gradually reassumed his jaunty demeanor. When he was gone, John Sykes began to pace the floor with long strides. Brodsky and I watched him in silence. Presently he wheeled and came up to us. "You see, my wife's name has become a byword of village gossip," he exclaimed angrily. "Evidently in her infatuation she has lost all sense of fear. As likely as not she is even now planning a return trip to the mansion. I have no criticism to make of her," he went on brokenly. "It is my brother who has first robbed me of my inheritance and then of the only woman I have loved. May they be accursed!"
"Stop!"
said Brodsky, laying his hand restrainingly upon the young man's shoulder.
"It will be time to accuse her when you know. At present you know nothing."
John Sykes looked at him incredulously. Do you mean that there can be any hope?" he whispered hoarsely. "Do you think she is innocent?"
"I believe in all women as long as I can," said Brodsky simply.
Nevertheless, looking into his face, I read the struggle which he was undergoing against the weight of the evidence. And suddenly the young man collapsed into a chair and buried his face in his hands. He pulled a locket from his breast, opened it, and pressed his lips to the inside. Then he held it up to us. "Look at it," he whispered. "Look at her face and say what you can read there." It was the miniature of a young woman. She was strikingly beautiful, even in this land of beautiful women. But what held and fascinated the observer was the quality of innocence and purity that seemed to shine through the external features as a light in a lamp. The artist had done his work surpassingly well. I stole a glance at Brodsky. His brow had cleared.
"I believe in her," he said again, "and I think before the night has gone your fears and doubts will have been dispelled. Courage, friend, and now let us have supper, for the physical condition has a powerful reaction upon the spirits."
It was a mournful supper in the deserted inn. Brodsky was at his best. He kept us amused with countless anecdotes of his own life. I had never known how much he had undergone, what he had seen, now tramping through Europe as a penniless student, now taking a leading part in the battle for Polish freedom, anon imprisoned in the underground dungeon at St. Peter and St. Paul, escaping in workman's clothes and working his way to America as a sailor under the noses of the Russian Marine officers. But though once or twice our companion's face lit up and he smiled faintly, it was evident that he was almost overwhelmed by the tragedy that had come into his life. No further reference was made to the engagement of the evening, but we sat there, smoking and talking and listening to Brodsky, until 10 strokes rang out from the old-fashioned clock in the corner. Then, with a deep sigh, the young man rose and led the way out into the darkness of the fall evening. At the end of the street, the large bulk of the mansion appeared, cutting off the view beyond with its great mansard roof and outbuildings, of which the Sykes' cottage seemed to form a part. Even as we looked, a light went out suddenly in the lower window, to reappear shortly afterward immediately overhead. The master of the mansion had retired to his room. As we passed silently down the deserted street, I caught the faint reflection from the light above the door of the inn as it struck upon some rounded metallic thing which the young man was fingering. It was a pistol. On the way, I contrived to snatch a fleeting word with Brodsky. "Doctor," I said, "you are abetting a murder."
"No," he answered me. "I am saving a woman's name and her husband's happiness."
We halted at a side door and waited. After quite an interval, the butler came out and admitted us. He led the way on tiptoe, we following with infinite precautions, along a corridor, up some carpeted stairs, and out upon the dimly lit circle of an old picture gallery, where generations of the Sykes family looked gravely down from their heavily gilded frames. The sight aroused the young man to a frenzy of passion. This was the inheritance of which he had been defrauded. I saw him shake as with an ague, saw his fingers tighten convulsively upon the handle of his pistol. Then I saw Brodsky's restraining arm encircle his shoulders and steady him. The little drama was enacted in perfect silence. We crouched down at the edge of the platform, below which we could see the passages of the rambling old structure radiating away on the 3 sides as spokes of a wheel. And we waited, shivering there, none speaking, only gluing our eyes upon the distant end of the corridor which led toward the wing of the mansion which Philip Sykes occupied. The butler had slipped away, but John had forgotten him. 11 o'clock boomed out from a deep-sounding clock. The air grew chilly. I shivered. I looked at Brodsky. He was watching every movement of his patient, his hand, alert and sinuous, seemingly ready to leap forth to restrain him from any deed of rashness. But John was oblivious to both of us also. He fingered his pistol and knelt there watching. Crouching there, we 3 seemed to have become actors in some horrible drama that was being enacted for the benefit of those rows of silent ghosts, those family ancestors of dead and gone Sykes, looking out, starched and bewigged, from their gold frames, which were so faintly illuminated by the dull light of the low gas jets that the painted figures seemed to stand out as in a stereoscope, to have the verisimilitude of living men. I must have become half hypnotized by the suspense of watching. My mind slipped away from the work that was at hand. I was living over my life in other places, thinking of the past, of the ambitions and aspirations with which I had started out my career, of my strange meeting with Brodsky, of 1,000 things. Suddenly I felt Brodsky's fingers tighten upon my sleeve. I glanced along the distant corridor. My heart bounded in my breast and seemed to stand still. For there, emerging from out of the gloom clothed in a misty garment, her head covered with a filmy veil, was a woman that glided toward us as no human, waking being moves. The eyes fixed and trance-like. For all the dimness and distance, I knew her. It was the woman of the miniature. Brodsky recognized her too, and the young man. I saw his fingers stiffen. Every muscle in his body became as taut as steel. He crouched there, watching her, upon his face an aspect of horror and hatred terrible to witness. The figure approached us. Now it was directly under us and had not seemed to notice us. Suddenly his hand shot out. I saw the gleam of the pistol. Then still more quickly I saw Brodsky's arm dart forward, and an instant later the heavy report of the discharge went echoing through the half-empty house, arousing 1,000 echoes among the rafters. I was upon my feet, and Brodsky was pulling at my sleeve.
"Follow me," he cried. "To the cottage."
He dragged me after him, and the young man followed us. I moved as though in a dream under Brodsky's compulsion, but though we ran like the wind, John Sykes easily outstripped us. I knew what passion winged his speed. Overhead we heard noises and movement. Shouts were borne after us. "This way!" cried the doctor, as I halted, confused, in the middle of the winding galleries. He pulled me toward the door. Another moment, and we were outside, pressing the yielding turf beneath our feet. We ran around the house and darted toward the cottage, John Sykes ahead of us, the pistol still clenched in his hand. From the right we heard the sound of a man running. At the very door of the cottage, Philip Sykes broke out upon us, and as Philip drew back in amazement, John leaped at him, bearing him down upon the threshold, striving to free his right arm to gain pistol vantage. Philip perceived the peril and fought desperately for life. John's hand was upon his throat. His brother's grasp relaxed. Another instant all would have been over. But even at the moment of his triumph, he stopped and staggered backward, for the door had opened, and there, confronting us, fully attired, a lantern in her hand, her eyes wide with suspense and terror, was the lady of the miniature. And the three waiting motionless as figures carved out of stone till Brodsky stepped up and broke the silence. He took the pistol from John Sykes' unresisting hand.
"Let us go in and talk over the matter," he said.
If tears are akin to laughter, tragedy is surely akin to comedy. For hours, as it seems to me now, the four of them sat in the little cottage parlor, laughing incoherently, listening at first incredulously to the account that Brodsky unfolded. For the merest chance words let drop by John Sykes during their first interview had set him upon the track of his daring hypothesis, which he had courageously verified, even at the risk of murder. Afterward, they began to believe, though I am not sure that Philip Sykes believes it yet. As for John, his joy at the restoration of his confidence in the lady drowned all baser emotions of rage or resentment. For whatever other explanation there might have been, he knew that his wife could not possibly have been inside his brother's house in person when she had met him at his own door.
"I was not sure until the end that my hypothesis was correct," said Brodsky, "but it was your statement of the sentimental regard which Mrs. Sykes felt for the old mansion, and her deep disappointment at the loss of it, that put me upon the track. Do you recollect the 10th Commandment, which begins, 'Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house'? Many people have wondered at the inclusion of so comparatively, as it seems, venial a sin among those of theft and murder. Yet, like most things, that commandment exists with very good reason, for undoubtedly the great lawgiver was acquainted with the physical results of spiritual things. There is a ghost in the mansion." He turned to Mrs. Sykes. "Have you not dreamed of it continually?" he asked. "Often and often," she answered. "You were the ghost," said Brodsky. "It was you who, by the strength of your longing, were nightly transplanted there. You were there in spirit, but not in body, when we watched in the gallery. And had that pistol bullet pierced your ghostly form, it would have killed you none the less surely. So intimately associated are the body and that psychical envelope which men miscall the soul, which is the body of desires and emotions. And unless you can overcome this longing, I confess I fear that you will continue to haunt the mansion." "I shall haunt it no more," replied Mrs. Sykes, laughing. "My brother-in-law was willing long ago to dispose of it to my husband."
"Indeed, I have been most anxious to do so," said Philip. "But my brother, who has inherited the Sykes temper, refuses all overtures for reconciliation until your happy intervention this evening. But now I shall insist upon his taking the place off my hands upon any terms he will accept, for I confess I am a practical sort of man and don't want to be troubled by ghosts even when they are the personal property of a very charming and newly discovered sister-in-law." End of section 3. Section 4 of Ivan Brodsky, The Surgeon of Souls by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Legacy of Hate. There must be many who remember the sensation caused by the news that Dr. Ivan Brodsky, during the spring of 1908, succeeded in curing nearly 200 out of some 350 insane patients in the Stafford County Asylum. He walked through the wards, talking with the inmates, praying with them, laying on his hands, in short, performing precisely what the apostles had been told to do, and achieving that exact result which had been promised to those who had faith. I believe that without exception all those whom he failed to cure were suffering from actual brain lesions, or from some constitutional breakdown, such as senile decay. Those whom he cured were, as he explained to me, in the main persons who had let the strings of their personalities become tangled. By hypnotic treatment, Brodsky picked up the raveled threads of consciousness and restored the sufferers to their normal conditions of mind. I have said "in the main," for there were one or two cases of a different order. It had always been Brodsky's theory that a certain percentage of all cases of mental derangement was due to the actual usurpation of the body by discarnate spirits. These he explained attempting to come into physical relations with the external world without the happening of birth or the slow discipline of childhood could not achieve normal relations, and their confusion of apprehension resulted in the incarceration in an asylum of the bodies which they had appropriated. One such case was that of Rita Durham, a girl of excellent birth, her family rich and respected. She had been engaged to be married when her sad malady declared itself. It was of the nature of general paralysis, exhibiting the characteristic lack of muscle coordination, and from time to time attacks of homicidal mania ensued. On this account, her relatives had been compelled to have her confined in the asylum. The homicidal mania was equally suicidal. She had attempted to do herself severe injury on several occasions, on one of these cutting deeply into her left wrist with a pair of scissors. Dr. Brodsky's sympathy and interest were aroused. He obtained permission from her lover, who was a blood connection, to remove her to his private sanitarium, in which he treated similar cases. The lover, Ralph Reachpen, was a young American of French extraction. He was a native of Louisiana, a man of much intelligence and character, but of a settled melancholy. Brodsky and I were much drawn toward him, and at the doctor's suggestion, he took up his residence with us to watch the progress of the cure. I think it was on the third evening that we threshed out the matter. We discovered that Richepin, whose intelligence was too great for a dogmatic skepticism to find vantage ground within his mind, was a student of psychics, and had virtually arrived at that stage of belief tempered by doubt which most of us come to.
"I have told you," said Dr. Brodsky, "that I believe Miss Durham's insanity is due to spiritual possession. General paralysis at the age of 20 is practically an impossibility. But in order to effect a cure, it is essential that you should tell me the history of that family tragedy in which you were both prominent actors."
The young man stared. "How do you know?" he cried. Brodsky smiled.
"Some things are self-evident," he answered.
Immediately the young man broke out impetuously with his tale. Rita Durham, he said, had been engaged 2 years before to be married to his only brother, Jean. They had been second cousins, and the marriage, after the ancient French custom, had been one of convenience. Jean was the elder, by custom dating back before the Code Napoleon. Jean would inherit the bulk of the estate. At the time of the engagement, Philip was a boy at college. He returned to find the girl, whom he dimly remembered, grown into a woman of remarkable intelligence and beauty. They met, loved at first sight, and after a desperate attempt to keep faith with his brother, Philip avowed his love and learned that it was returned. On the day before that set for the wedding, they went away and were secretly married.
"Then she is your wife,"
exclaimed Brodsky, startled. The young man assented mournfully. "She is my wife," he replied, "although her relatives are not aware of it. In fact, the tragedy which resulted in my wife's insanity, which came on almost immediately afterward, have prevented me from declaring it. Perhaps this was cowardly, perhaps a mere desire to shield her name from the taint of scandal. Human motives are mixed at best. Well, we were married and came back together, intending to go to Jean and beg his forgiveness. We met him in the garden. He came up to Rita and placed his arm round her. She shrank away. She clung to me involuntarily, and in that simple gesture she betrayed all. With one cry of despair, my brother turned and ran into the house. I followed, ran to his room, and found myself looking into the barrel of a pistol. Before he could fire, I wrenched the weapon from his hand, flung it upon the floor, and turned to leave the room. As I closed the door, I heard a report. My brother had shot himself through the brain, dying immediately. Yep, even as his eyes closed in death, the darkening pupils transfixed me for one moment with a look of intense malignity. That look I shall never forget. It haunts me and will do so to my dying day, for my brother died unreconciled.
"How long after this did the first signs of insanity present themselves?" asked Brodsky.
15 days afterward, she was stricken with paralysis all along the left side, said the young man. The same day, symptoms of mental aberration made themselves manifest. Slowly the insanity increased. She thought she was my brother, hated me, and tried to assault me. The paralysis increased likewise until all the muscles of the body were involved, except those of the left hand, which she regards as an exterior organism and has tried to destroy. once with burning, once with the scissors, and she thinks she is my brother still," he ended in a pathetic whisper.
"You believe that she is possessed of your brother's spirit?" asked Brodsky bluntly.
I don't know what to believe. In the cold light of reason, no. The doctors say it is a delusion common to the insane. But if it is not my brother, how can she have mentioned things that none except my brother and myself can possibly have known? If it be indeed he, I shall pray for the day when he will pardon me and cease to torture her in revenge."
"Was your brother a man whom would torture a woman?" asked Brodsky.
"My brother was the incarnation of chivalry and honor," the young man answered.
"And yet you think that after the uneventful change called death, he would be capable of so changing as to wreak an ignoble revenge upon her?"
Philip Richepin was amazed. "But if the character does not change after death," he began and hesitated. Brodsky caught up the thought.
"My dear fellow, character is not the creation of a moment. The character of each of us is the product of millions of incarnations, beginning with the unicellular amoeba and ending God knows when, where, and how. Some Eocene pig may be the ancestor of the gourmand, some dog of the loyal soldier, some lynx of the crafty. Death does not perceptibly modify the character. In fact, it brings it out the more strongly, the artificial circumstances of life being removed."
"Still, he hates and upbraids me," said the young man. "I have begged him to pardon me, to listen, but he will not hear. He has to be set free from his dungeon in which he thinks I have confined him."
"His dungeon," repeated Brodsky slowly. "Then he probably does not know that he is dead."
"What?" we both cried. The doctor turned to me.
"Please imagine that I suddenly pull a pistol from my pocket and blow out your brains," he said. "You fall to the ground. Presently you wake from a sort of dream to find yourself still in this room. You see me and hear me say, 'My boy, I've just killed you.' Perhaps you have somehow, possibly through desire, acquired the body of our friend here. Would you think you were dead?"
"Then you think my brother is ignorant of whose body he inhabits?" asked the young man abstractedly.
"Precisely," said Dr. Brodsky. "And without the information you have rendered me, I could never cure our patient. Now, if it be indeed Jean, and we can persuade him that he is dead, and we can induce him to forgive and to depart, all may yet come out well. But first we shall require a few more days of purely physical treatment."
"And I may see her?" begged Philip, reverting unconsciously to the feminine pronoun. He had sedulously kept Philip away from his patient, partly by reason of the antagonism which his presence seemed to arouse, partly because Philip was unable to realize the change in the personality of his wife. Like most of us, he still confused the body with the soul. The inattention and lack of sympathy of paid attendants at the asylum had actually, in Dr. Brodsky's opinion, aggravated the conditions which existed, and upon removing the girl to his sanitarium, he immediately placed her under the care of 2 intelligent and sympathetic nurses, who, while guarding her carefully, sought and had begun to win her confidence. She had begun to recognize all of us, but she tried continually to injure the useless hand. Dr. Brodsky had not addressed her by any name. One morning, however, he entered and grasped the girl's right hand cordially.
"Well, Jean, how are you this morning?" he said.
The effect was electrical. The girl's voice choked with her emotion. Falteringly, she replied, "You are the first who has called me by name since I have been here. Will you not tell me why I am kept a prisoner so long?" she added pathetically.
"Where are you, Jean, then?"
Brodsky asked. "I'm in prison," she answered.
"A very different prison from what you imagine," he muttered. "Why are you in prison?"
She passed her right hand warily across her eyes. "It is so long," she murmured. I cannot remember."
"You will remember,"
answered the doctor gently. Suddenly the door burst open and Philip appeared upon the threshold. "I must and will see her," he cried. "I can endure it no longer. She is my wife, and I demand my right to speak to her." The spell was broken. The hardly uttered words of remembrance died upon the patient's lips. One instant she looked at Philip with implacable hate. The next, with a bound like a panther in spite of the disabled side, the girl had sprung full at his face. I saw the right hand raised. I saw the glint of steel in it, the broken fragment of a knife which she had secreted somehow. Then, before the well-aimed blow could fall, an extraordinary event occurred. The paralyzed left hand leaped up to meet the blow and arrested it. The two hands seemed to struggle together. Slowly, the right hand opened and the left seized the steel and flung it upon the floor. All this happened before either of us could move. A moment afterward, Brodsky had caught Philip by the shoulders and hurried him from the room. I had never seen the doctor so angry.
"I resign this case," he cried. "You have disobeyed my instructions in the most flagrant manner. You have perpetuated your wife's insanity. She shall go back instantly to the asylum."
It took us both an hour to pacify him. The young man, overwhelmed with repentance, actually went down on his knees before him. I think my intercession was what saved the day.
"Well, then, I'll take the case in hand again," the doctor muttered. "But it will take another week to restore her to her former condition," he cried angrily.
It was a difficult week. For several days the girl remained obstinately mute, and when at length she consented to speak, she mostly confined her speech to monosyllabic demands to be let out. However, the tact and patience of Brodsky ultimately conquered. There came a day when the interrogation could be renewed. It was evident, however, that the shock of Philip's entrance still remained as a disturbing element in the patient's mind. Some shock was needed to revive the faded memories. Brodsky supplied this. Of a sudden, he pulled a pistol from his pocket, cocked it, and leveled it at my head. A choking sound came from the girl's throat.
"The pistol?"
she gasped.
"What do you see?"
cried Brodsky, hurrying to her side. Her eyes were closed, her face deadly pale.
"My brother. I tried to murder him,"
she cried. "Why?" Brodsky persisted.
"Because he robbed me of the thing I love best upon earth," she answered wildly. "Like a thief, he stole away her love from me. I went to her in the garden. I had noticed their increasing intimacy, but suspected nothing. Now I saw them standing together watching me. When I went up, she shrank away and clung to him. My brain seemed to be on fire. I ran into my room to find a weapon. He followed me. He was always stronger than I. He snatched the pistol from my hand, flung it upon the floor, and went away contemptuously. Then, in my despair and humiliation, I placed the barrel to my own head and fired."
"And then?"
"I must have been unconscious for some time, and yet I am sure the bullet only struck me a glancing blow, for when I came to myself I felt strangely well and at ease. My hatred, too, had largely disappeared, and I passed out of the room, treading as though on air, and went to look for them, to hear their plea for mercy. Then I might have granted it, but they were sitting together, not embracing, only sad, and they were attired in black, for somebody had died."
"Yes," interposed Brodsky eagerly.
"Who had died?"
"I do not know. They would not answer nor look at me. There seemed a conspiracy of silence. When I passed them, the girl shivered with fear, but she either kept her eyes averted or let them look through me as though she did not see me. It was a plan to punish me. For days I seemed to wander through the house, never resting, eating, or sleeping. But none of all of those whom I spoke to answered me or appeared conscious of my presence. Soon I saw the coffin of the dead person borne to the churchyard. I followed among the mourners. I heard my name spoken. Before the coffin was lowered into the hole, I bent forward and saw that it contained a waxen replica of myself. Then the ghastly truth became clear to me. They were pretending that I had died, that I, the real I, who wandered through the house, was an impostor, perhaps a madman. And even at the graveside, my betrothed smiled at her lover and linked her arm through his. A desperate determination flashed in my brain. I had discovered, since my abortive attempt at suicide, that I possessed the faculty of reading her thoughts, that I could will her silently to do the things I wished. Now I resolved to project my personality into hers, to possess her mind and soul, leaving him to the mere empty outward clay. With one superhuman concentration of will, I seemed to effect my purpose. I felt that for an instant the substance of our souls was mingled, and then... I found myself in the horrible prison from which you freed me, only to bring me here. She had gone, I do not know where. Of all I know, he only remains and comes to taunt me. Where is she? If I knew she was happy, I could be content under any affliction, but he will not tell me." She ceased and regarded the doctor with large mournful eyes. He turned aside for an instant.
"Convince him," I whispered.
"I cannot," answered the doctor.
"Show her a mirror. Surely she will realize." "Can you convince an insane person of his delusion?" asked Brodsky quietly.
She would not see her features reflected in the glass, but those of Jean Richepin, or if she did see them, she would think it was some trick to deceive her. The only method of carrying conviction is to induce Jean Richepin to put his hatred out of his heart, hatred which blinds us to realities.
He turned to the patient.
"And you still hate your brother?" he demanded gently.
"May he suffer as he has made me suffer," came the wild cry. "Once I could have forgiven, but his guilty conscience has led him to perpetuate this further injustice, to confine me here. May he never know happiness night or day. May he—"
"Hush!"
said Brodsky, lifting up a warning hand.
"He is your brother still."
The girl ceased to speak and remained silent, her lips parted, gazing into the doctor's face intently.
"Years ago you played together as children," he continued solemnly. "You loved each other then and afterward. Can you not find forgiveness for him somewhere in your heart, even if he has involuntarily broken his faith toward you?"
"I could never forgive him," she answered sullenly. "He has robbed me of my love and of my freedom."
"Think once more," said Brodsky quietly. "Suppose you were at the point of death. Would you carry this hatred over into the grave? For be very sure that there is a hereafter, as there have been many pasts for each of us. Are you so free from sin that you cannot forgive, knowing that you must both sometimes stand before your Maker?"
I saw the tears rise slowly into her eyes. She hid her face in her uninjured hand and wept.
I don't know," she answered, her voice broken by sobs. "He has wronged me unpardonably. Perhaps someday, when I come to die—"
"Look at me!" Brodsky commanded. "Your time has come to die!"
"What?" she cried, starting.
"You are at the door of death," said Brodsky remorselessly. "I am no jailer. You have been sick in mind since you inflicted that wound upon yourself. Your brain has been affected. All that you imagine you remember is the mirage of dreams. By Providence, conscience has been restored to you at last in order that you might not die unforgiving. Your brother is here. You will see him and pardon him."
The words seemed to sink into her soul. Her face took on the ashen gray of the dying.
"I do not ask that you forgive him out of fear," continued Brodsky, "but because it is right. Even were you well, could you live, I would still ask it. Say that you will forgive him."
"I will forgive him,"
she muttered, and for the first time the useless left hand trembled. Brodsky looked at me. I understood what he meant to do. I went in haste for Philip. When we got back, the girl was drawn up among the pillows, and the doctor was leaning over her, whispering to her. I do not know what he said, but upon her face was a new aspect of happiness. Philip saw it. He came forward and bent down.
"Forgive me, Jean,"
he muttered, seizing the hand that hung so limply down and covering it with kisses. And even in that moment the incongruity of the situation broke in on me. For we three men, sitting and kneeling by the side of this frail, paralyzed girl, had become oblivious to her sex in the presence of the eternal soul that now transcended the flesh. Let only fools scoff at immortal things hereafter. Yet one thing troubled me, that Brodsky should have lied to her. As if divining my thoughts, he came up and took me aside, leaving the two together.
"There is no way out except through the gates of death," he whispered. "The delusion is too deeply rooted. The soul must pass out by the death of the body. Because it took its only life rashly, no spirit met and welcomed it on the other side of the dark river of death. Yet its hold is weak, and by recreating the scene, I can bring about the actual manifestations of mortality."
But if she is not waiting, ready to enter in?" I cried.
"She has never wholly left it," he answered. "Her portion is the left hand on which Philip placed the wedding ring."
He drew near to the bedside. On his knees, Philip still pleaded.
"I forgive you," the girl murmured. "It is not because I have come to die, but because I never bore you any hatred in my heart, my brother. But you should have come to me and told me. Do you think I would have bound my love unwillingly to her vows? You should have been frank with me. And now," she went on plaintively, "I must lose her whom I love. I cannot bear it. If she could have loved me—"
The doctor raised his hand solemnly.
"She is your brother's by the right of their love," he answered. "Your part is nobler than a lover's. Tell me who loves the more, the lover jealously selfish of his love, wrapped in his own egotistic feelings,
or the parent that guards and watches over his child.
She looked at him wonderingly.
That is your task, the nobler one, to watch over her, her spiritual guardian, until the time comes when they too pass over into the realms of immortality, where like is drawn to like, and there is no atom of love that does not attract love to it. There is neither marrying nor giving in marriage there.
He rose and fumbled in his pocket.
Go, Jean, he said with terrible emphasis. Your hate has worked itself out in suffering. Now the account is squared.
He looked into her eyes.
You died when the bullet from your revolver pierced your brain, he ended,
and suddenly his hand leaped from his pocket, and we heard the pistol crack. Had he shot her? No, for the ball went overhead and a cloud of plaster fell from above. But a shiver ran through the patient's limbs. The eyes opened and closed. A sigh broke from her breast, and she lay still. With a mad cry, Philip leaped forward, but Brodsky's arms closed round him and held him as in a vice.
Take her left hand in yours and wait silently, he said. She is not dead.
The body grew pale and cold, the features pinched and peaked. The muscles stiffened like those of a corpse. But all the while the little left hand glowed and the pulse stirred in the slender wrist. Then at last, little by little, the warmth mounted the arm, flushed the throat. The wizened appearance vanished. The breast heaved gently. The eyelids fluttered and opened. There was a new glance of intelligence in the eyes, resting with unutterable love upon those of Philip. I went out softly, and Brodsky followed me. End of section 4. Section 5 of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Major's Menagerie. Most of the examples of psychic manifestations that I had hitherto investigated in the company of Dr. Ivan Brodsky were of spiritual possession, and the allied phenomena, matters astonishing to laymen but more or less commonplaces to students of the science. I was now to witness one of the darker and more mysterious phases of spirit power. I remember that Brodsky and I had been reading an account of a so-called haunted house in a lonely neighborhood 10 or 12 miles distant. The structure, which was a rambling old place, had belonged to a major in the army, who had retired from active service to reside there and spend his declining bachelor days alone. He had seen service in the Philippines, had traveled in India, had brought back with him an assortment of curious animals, including a cheetah, one of the wild cats of Bengal, several large parrots of brilliant plumage, and a young orangutan, which he had captured in Borneo. He had become greatly attached to this beast and had educated it until it developed almost human intelligence. The major had died suddenly, however. The large ape had refused food and pined away until it followed him, and the old house was now occupied only by a caretaker and his daughter, who tended the surviving animals under the terms of the major's will. About 2 months after the owner's death, rumors had spread through the neighborhood that the place was haunted. Pictures had fallen from the walls. Crockery had been seen to fly violently across the kitchen. Chairs and tables acquired a predilection for waltzing without the application of visible motor power. The neighbors, at first interested spectators of these phenomena, had come to shun the place when it was seen that the player of these pranks was actuated by some malicious motive. A gossiping woman had been struck senseless by a flying tumbler. A member of a psychical research society, who had volunteered to pass the night in the menagerie, where these manifestations mostly appeared, had been found senseless upon the floor next morning, his body covered with bruises and 3 ribs broken. He had been removed to a hospital where he lay precariously ill and mentally deranged as a result of his fearful experiences. "What do you make of it, Doctor?" I asked, when Brodsky had laid down his paper.
"It's nothing in the world but a poltergeist," the doctor answered. Then, seeing my look of mystification, he continued. "A poltergeist is one of those elemental half-human beings that have never achieved incarnation in human form. The universe is a palpitating, crowding mass of soul stuff, most of it discarnate, a small part exteriorized in various highly heterogeneous physical forms. Whether this elemental being has already gone through millions of progressive incarnations between the unicellular organism and man, and is now waiting for its first appearance in human shape, probably as a degraded savage. Whether it is this, or whether the poltergeist is simply a leakage from the universal soul stuff, I am not prepared to say. At any rate, it possesses a very limited intelligence, and strong earthward aspirations, which show themselves mostly in the flinging of crockery and the playing of malicious tricks. This is a well-known phenomenon. The celebrated Cock Lane ghost of Dr. Johnson's day, which perplexed 18th-century London, was undoubtedly a poltergeist. Curiously enough, it is invariably associated with the presence of an imbecile child, the reason probably being that this is the intelligence which draws it earthward and furnishes the source of power. Nevertheless, Brodsky continued thoughtfully, I confess that I should like to make a personal investigation of this matter, for it presents fascinating but obscure allied symptoms, which might put me on the track of a discovery.
He had hardly concluded when there came a violent ring at the doorbell, and a young man hurried into the room.
Dr. Brodsky, he began, I am a reporter for the Wayne County Gazette, and I have been commissioned to ask you for an interview concerning the haunted house over at Turnerville. You have heard of the 2 deaths?
Nothing beyond what your paper contains, said Brodsky, picking up the sheet.
That's 2 days old, said the reporter, glancing at it. The young man died insane in the hospital last night, just at the time the second one was killed. Another psychical investigator, he continued, volunteered to pass the night in the Menagerie and was found this morning with one side of his body crushed completely in. What do you make of it?
He had pulled out his pencil and notebook, but Brodsky made no immediate reply. He stepped to a hook where his hat hung and placed it upon his head.
Let's go and find out, he answered.
To spend the night there? Gasped the reporter.
If you are willing.
Willing? The reporter cried. Just wait till I telephone over to my editor.
A few minutes later, we were on our way to the station to catch the local. Inside the car, the reporter plied the doctor with many questions, to which Brodsky replied sympathetically. The young man made copious notes, but after a while ceased to write and seemed to fall under the spell of Brodsky's words. His notebook and pencil rested motionless upon his knees.
Doctor, he said at last, I am most grateful to you for the trouble you have taken in telling me all this. But to be perfectly frank with you, I can't make use of it.
I saw Brodsky smile sympathetically, but he made no rejoinder.
The fact is, the young man went on in a lower voice, my paper wouldn't stand for it. I believe, in fact, I know that these things are true. I have had experiences of them, and so have many of my acquaintances. But if I wrote what you have told me, I should be thrown out of my job and probably be sent to an asylum. No, doctor, I can't use it.
Perhaps you can see for yourself tonight and tone the facts down to suit, said Brodsky with the suspicion of a laugh.
The young man looked at him dubiously, but at that moment the train stopped and we got out at Turnerville. It was but 5 minutes to the house, a large straggling building dating back to the beginning of the last century, set in an isolated situation upon a hill. The door was opened to us by a surly-looking man, evidently the caretaker.
"What more of you?" he sneered. "Come to see the haunted house, I suppose. I can't admit you, gentlemen. Police orders is very strict. The county sheriff was here this morning, and if I hadn't been able to prove I spent the night in my own cottage down in Turnerville, they'd have arrested me for murder. It's as much as my life is worth to let you in, they cautioned me."
The reporter pulled something from his pocket and passed it to the caretaker. The man's hand closed upon it avariciously.
"Well, it ain't my funeral," he grumbled. "It's my time to close up anyway. All I ask of you gentlemen is to take a 15-minute walk until I'm safe down to my home, and don't know nothing of your coming. And there, if you should find the side door open and walk in, I guess they can't lay no blame on me. Polly," he called loudly. "Drat that child run away again, I suppose. Now, gentlemen."
"1 minute," interrupted Brodsky. "You're speaking of your daughter?"
"My little girl, yes," grumbled the man. "She ain't strong in her head and takes to running away. She's been worse since they all died, especially Plunk. When Plunk cashed it in, I broke her heart. The big monkey, gentlemen. Loved him like he was human. She didn't care nothing much about the tiger, though, and glad I was to see him kick the bucket last week. I feared every night he'd get loose and make off into Turnerville. Everybody was afraid of him except the old man. And as for Plunk, why, if he saw the tiger's tail the other end of the garden, he'd scream himself sick with fright."
"The big cat's dead, too, eh?" asked Brodsky.
"You'll find his skin over yonder in that outhouse, sir," answered the caretaker. And now, gentlemen, if you would have the goodness to make off in that direction until I'm gone, I won't be back hunting for no burglars until morning. Better keep together, though, or he'll stave your ribs in separate as easy as barrels."
"Who?"
Brodsky demanded. The caretaker jeered at him.
No, you don't catch me in any affidavits," he answered. "I done my duty by the old man and his animals, and he knows it and lets me alone. He was always hot-headed, the old major was, and if he chooses to squeeze your ribs in now that he's dead, why, it's just what he'd have done if he'd been alive."
He made a trumpet of his hands.
Polly, Paul,
he yelled. I saw a diminutive child come swiftly out of the house. She might have been 14 years of age from her general appearance, though her stature was that of a child half her years. She came up furtively, taking no notice of any of us, and stood still biting the corner of her apron. The caretaker scolded her for her absence.
"Baby been with Plunk,"
said the girl in a childish treble.
"Plunk good. Baby love Plunk. Plunk no love big cat. Baby no love big cat."
Her father caught her roughly by the hand and pulled her toward him.
"Polly, have done with that nonsense," he said sharply. "Plunk's dead and gone, and you won't see him again."
He turned to us.
"We're hoping she'll grow up like any other child," he said more softly. "But the monkey's death has kind of upset her mind a little. Now, Polly, you come home to your ma."
The girl burst into a passion of tears and sobbed as though her heart were broken. We left them there and set off at a brisk pace in the direction which had been indicated.
"You really think it's the spirit of the old major?"
queried the reporter when he had left the house behind us.
"My dear fellow," Brodsky answered, "if I were in the habit of forming hypotheses without a basis of satisfactory evidence, I should never have learned what little I know about these things. Never be led into hypotheses, even in your own trade," he continued whimsically. "I can tell you one thing, however. It's almost always the unexpected that happens in everything."
That was all that we could get out of him. We walked on in silence. The sun went down in a burst of splendor, and by the time we got back we had prolonged our walk into a generous half-hour. The place seemed absolutely deserted, but the side door was invitingly ajar, as the caretaker had promised. We passed through the caretaker's quarters into a long, low room with lumber, wire netting, and bags of animal food piled up around it. Instantly we were startled by harsh, discordant screams. 4 giant parrots, or macaws rather, of splendid tropical plumage, were suspended in 4 enormous steel cages from the rafters over our heads. They watched us, uttering their ill-sounding cries, their heads bent to one side inquiringly, their large beaks open. Brodsky, whose fondness for animals was almost an obsession, went from cage to cage, stroking the creatures' heads fearlessly. He had soon established himself upon terms of intimacy with them. Suddenly he recalled himself with a start.
"Let's go and look at the cheetah skin," he said.
We found it in an ill-smelling outbuilding, a magnificent furry pelt newly cured. The animal must have been a beauty when alive.
"We'll take this with us. It may get cold during the night,"
he said, lifting the skin and carrying it back to the parrot's room. Immediately the birds saw him enter, his head half hidden beneath the pelt. They set up shrill screams of fear and began to flutter their wings wildly. Brodsky concealed the skin beneath a couple of empty sacks and reassured the creatures.
"Now you boys take a look through the house," he said, "and see if you can find any bedding and eatables. I'll stay here with the macaws."
We passed upstairs, but found nothing of interest. The plainly furnished rooms were evidently in the same condition in which they had been left after the major's death, though dust was everywhere. We dragged down a couple of mattresses, some candles, and matches. In the kitchen we found some bread and cold mutton, and we all ate heartily. Then we went back into the menagerie to pass the night. As we entered, the reporter started back and gripped my shoulder.
Look,
he said in a half-scream. The cage of the macaw on the side most remote from us was swinging rhythmically, as though someone were pushing it, while the bird, with open beak and expanded wings, was chattering, not with fear, but with anger. Brodsky went up and steadied it. Almost immediately the cage on the other side began to swing in the same manner. Brodsky stepped back.
"Well, my friend, whoever you are, we won't begrudge you your little pastime," he said.
He turned to us.
"We have nothing to fear from such childish intelligences that take delight in these mischievous pranks," he said with a smile. "And I think the 3 of us can overcome any manifestations of physical force. Hi, you, show me how far you can throw."
There was no answer indeed, except that the cage stopped swinging. Evidently the challenge had fallen on deaf ears. We lit the candles, for it had grown dark, and sat down. I looked at the reporter. He was trembling violently. Suddenly the candles went out, one after the other.
"Blown out!"
cried the reporter, his voice resounding queerly through the gloom.
"Pinched out,"
said Brodsky. The glowing ends of the wicks had been cut clean as though with snuffers. He lit them slowly, and instantly the same phenomenon resulted.
"Well, they won't put this one out,"
he said, lighting the one nearest him and carefully conveying it to where he sat beneath the concealed cheetah skin. He set it down upon a packing case close to the ground. True to his word, the candle flared steadily. He carried another to the same place and lit it from the flame of the first. Nothing occurred.
"Is this light enough for you?"
he asked, and we assented. The reporter was making a brave attempt to stifle the external signs of his obvious fear, and I was not wholly free from a sickening sensation in the pit of the stomach and a certain weakness of the knees. The low-placed candles cast gigantic shadows before them, throwing the floor of the room into strong illumination, but leaving the rafters of the roof almost entirely concealed in shadows. The macaws still screamed and chattered, moving continually, but always in such a manner that they faced the same side of the room simultaneously. The cages were swinging again.
"Our poltergeist friend evidently enjoys the birds,"
said Brodsky calmly. "Why does he come here instead of going home with the girl?" I asked. "Where does he get his power?" Brodsky made no rejoinder. At my side I felt the reporter shaking like a reed.
"Isn't there a remedy?" he whispered. "Can't you pray it away?"
"You can't pray away an elemental," the doctor answered. "It hasn't intelligence enough to understand a prayer, knowing neither good nor evil. I might scare it away."
Scare it,"
the reporter urged.
"By putting out the lights," Brodsky continued. "Though it tried to extinguish them in its freakish pranks, this sort of spirit, unlike those of a higher order, is really afraid of darkness."
The reporter leaped up with a scream.
"Something pinched me, I swear!"
he cried, trembling.
"Sit over here,"
said Brodsky, indicating the bags that covered the cheetah skin.
"Now, my friend, stay there, no matter what occurs, and nothing will harm you. Draw closer," he added to me. "I'll take your place. Now, silence, please, everyone."
Everything was silent now. The birds had gone to sleep. Sitting here, I was conscious that my own fear gradually yielded to a sensation of intense sorrow. All the sorrow, the anguish in the world, seemed to have been heaped upon me. I felt a longing for light, for human companionship, which even Brodsky's presence was powerless to assuage. I felt the doctor's hand upon my shoulder. Instinctively, he had divined my grief. And then I could have sworn I heard a sob. Brodsky did too. Upon the instant he was on his feet. He sprang into a corner where lumber and bags were thickly piled and dragged forth the idiot girl. She had been weeping bitterly, and her face was yet wet with tears, yet a baleful and malignant light shone through them.
"As I expected,"
said the doctor, regarding her intently.
"You hunt in couples, of course. I suspected that you must be somewhere in the vicinity when your disembodied friend began playing his pranks with the cages and candles."
He was silent a moment, regarding her with the ruthless, emotionless expression of some dreadful judge.
"Soul,"
he said, as though the childish body did not exist for him,
"you have but a poor fleshly lamp to light upon its way. The senses which you can control are ignorant of the results of their own promptings. Nevertheless, you are the murderer of 2 men and would-be murderer of more."
The girl burst into imbecile laughter.
"Bad man beat me!"
she shrieked to the rafters.
"Bad man beat baby! Bad man fall dead! Squeeze bad man! You bad man, he squeeze you dead!"
"So,"
said the doctor, loosening his hold and watching her. He seemed nonplussed, or perhaps with his innate love for children, even his steel nerves had yielded to the horror of this. But the reporter leaped with a cry from the bags on which he sat. His nerves had broken. He came scrambling toward us, tossing away the bags, the lumber, wildly.
"Put her out! Put her out!" he screamed. "I can't bear it! It's not a child, but a devil!"
Brodsky saw that he was beyond reason. He endeavored to catch him, but the man evaded him and flung himself upon the child like a madman, his eyes gleaming with insanity. He grasped her by the neck of the thin calico pinafore and lifted her bodily from her feet.
"Put her down, fool! Put her down!"
cried the doctor furiously.
"As you value your precious life," he yelled, "release her!"
"It's a trap!" I cried involuntarily. In that single instant, a light of overpowering possibilities rushed in on my brain. I saw the demon, baiting his trap with the young imbecile child. harm toward whom would arouse into action all its own latent powers for destruction. She had been present at both the former murders. She had been there that evening, waiting for our own, waiting to tempt one of us to violence. But the man made no sign of having heard Brodsky's command, only began dragging the child toward the door. For a moment she made no resistance, uttered no sound. The next, she clung to the packing case with all her infantile strength, and a wild shriek of simulated terror broke from her lips. The macaws awoke and added their screams to hers. The case upset, the candles fell to the ground, expiring instantly, and plunging us into almost fathomless darkness. "Give me a match!" I heard Brodsky cry loudly. "A match, for God's sake!" But the words were drowned upon his lips in the mad scream that followed. I heard the reporter bellow like a steer. Through the darkness he plunged, releasing the child, staggering, writhing, stumbling toward the door. All the while mad peals of frenzied terror and anguish came from him. Midway in the long dark room he went down, his heels tattooing upon the ground. I leaped toward him, but Brodsky was before me. I seemed to sense a hairy body at my side that stretched forth incredibly long arms wherewith to grip me. Then I felt the doctor grapple with it, and the next moment the three of us were fighting for our lives. It was no fancied effort now. To and fro we plunged. Now that octopus-like tentacle would come stealing toward me. Now I would free myself and plunge my fist into something incredibly hard, yet having the feel of human flesh. Once the thing grasped me round the chest, and the breath went hissing through my lips. Then, as I reeled and stumbled, I felt the doctor's strong arm interposed, and once again the tentacle was torn bodily from me, leaving me sick and fainting. I could fight no longer. I sank down. I felt a fetid breath upon my throat, and the points of brazen fingers that closed on my gullet. Then something furry and soft fell over me, and our enemy was gone. I lay there, hardly breathing. Long afterward, it seemed to me, the doctor lit candles. "No," said the reporter thoughtfully next morning. "No, I shall not write up that story. I shall go home and spend the weekend in bed and tell the editor that I fell down on it." He smiled faintly through his bruised and blackened lips. His face was a mass of wounds. "And so it was the cheetah skin that saved our lives?" I queried. The doctor nodded. He looked hardly more presentable than either myself or the reporter.
"A happy inspiration indeed that led me to bring it into the house," he said. "Surely some good angel was helping us last night. Never have I come so near failure, nor have your lives been saved so miraculously."
"You knew it was not a poltergeist all the while?" I asked.
"It actually was a poltergeist," the doctor answered, "for it had concluded its last incarnation before assuming the body of a man, and will doubtless reappear some centuries hence as a human of a very degraded order, possibly a native Australian or Andaman Islander. The Major's training had undoubtedly assisted the beast in working out the end of its brute births. Yet it was no agent of evil," continued Brodsky. "The education it received, which brought it almost up to the verge of human understanding, had kindled in it a world of longing, of appreciation of its outcast state. It wanted human love, companionship, by virtue of its nearly human soul. Consciousness persisted after death, as is common among the anthropoid apes, instead of rushing back into the vast well of eternal consciousness. And it lingered near the child who had befriended it. It knew the caretaker, and did not molest him. But when strangers approached the girl, it watched them narrowly, and harshness or blows inspired it to a furious defense of her. Yes, I suspected the orangutan early in the proceedings. I knew it couldn't be the cheetah, for the cat family is too low in the scale to retain any individual memories of life. I was convinced when it made no response to that challenge we hurled at it, which a true poltergeist would have understood and taken up immediately. And luckily I remembered that the big cats are the only enemies feared by these monster apes. That was why it wouldn't go near the candles when I set them beside the skin. And that swinging of the bird cages, it was just what an ape would do, wasn't it?
"But will it not return?" I asked, "and injure others?"
"Not for a while," said Brodsky. "And meanwhile I shall make it my business to see that the child is removed to an institution for the feeble-minded. She has lived too long with the other world. With care and intelligent companionship, I am convinced we shall yet succeed in making a fairly rational human being of her."
End of section 5. Section 6. of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Fetish of the Waxworks. Paul Dupuy, Frenchman and patriot, more Yankee than the native-born since he took out naturalization papers, wears the British flag in his buttonhole on Independence Day. A story hangs upon this, the story of a dead hero to whom the presence of Paul became an outrage and abomination, and it was Brodsky who saved Paul from his post-mortem vengeance. The psychical investigations of Dr. Ivan Brodsky and the marvelous results which he had obtained in his warfare against the hosts of evil, some of which I have previously recounted, had by this time made him known to a large circle of those to whom such things as spiritual possession are facts rather than theories. In hospitals, in prisons, wherever we find pain and sin congregated, occult manifestations are a commonplace of existence, though fear of ridicule debars the inmates from making any mention of them. It was in such institutions that Brodsky's reputation spread broadcast. But there are prisons for the dead as well as the living, as I shall show. Neither Brodsky nor I was greatly surprised when a visitor entered his study one evening and implored his aid in the unraveling of a mystery, which had, he was convinced, a supernatural explanation.
"At least, I can't help thinking so myself, sir," said the man, speaking fluently but with a slight foreign accent, "although I am not a believer in such things myself."
Brodsky's brows clouded. That was the stock phrase that he detested.
"If you do not believe in such things, how dare you make the suggestion that they exist?" he cried. "Be honest with yourself and me, man, or go elsewhere. Do you believe in them, or do you not?"
"Yes, sir, I do," replied our visitor. "But when one makes such an admission, one is ridiculed. It's hard."
"Huh," grunted the doctor.
"Go ahead with your story."
The visitor sat down and fingered his hat nervously. He was apparently a man of the laboring class, to judge from his appearance. Yet he showed signs of intelligence superior to that of most of his kind. I could account for his mental disturbance only when he had finished his story.
"I'm a Frenchman by birth, sir," he began, "and I've been 7 years in this country. Dupuy is my name. I am a naturalized citizen and proud of my adopted country. I learned my trade in Paris. It's a queer trade, and there's not many throughout the whole world follows it. So that it pays well, especially as it requires a certain amount of artistic ability, though less than you would suppose. I am a maker of wax figures for the Waxworks Theatre on 5th Street. You may not know the place, gentlemen, for people seem somehow to have lost interest in that form of entertainment, though it used to be the craze in years gone by. My task is to model life-size wax figures of all people of prominence. We've got the famous murderers, of course, and the presidents and the heroes of the Revolution, and all the famous kings and queens of England, the great soldiers and sailors, Wellington, Napoleon, Nelson."
"Bah," said the doctor. "Let the dead rest in their graves. Don't you know that every time you set up an image of the dead, you form a focus in which all that remains of his personality on earth concentrates? That commandment against making replicas of life in stone, which would have included wax, my friend, had wax figures been known, was the wisest and most spiritual of all. Go on."
"Well, sir," said our visitor, "as I told you, I am constantly at work fashioning these figures for Mr. Morgelson, the proprietor. We didn't have any naval officers up to a few weeks ago, but Mr. Morgelson is always looking out for something new, so he says to me, 'Dupuy, let's have a few statues of naval officers of history. Do you remember any?' 'Sure,' says I. 'There's Villeneuve and Saint-Page and—' 'Quit talking French,' said Mr. Morgelson. 'What about John Paul Jones and Nelson?' So I set to work and made replicas of them. The one of Jones was fair, but the Nelson statue was first-rate. I did it all from his portraits, and there he stands in the gallery with one arm and one eye, and everybody who comes in recognizes him at once. And that brings me to the point."
"Ah, you've had trouble with Nelson?"
cried Brodsky.
"Mon Dieu," said Dupuy, lapsing into his native tongue as he wiped his forehead. "He's trying to murder me."
The man broke off and eyed us furtively. I had long learned to keep guard over my face, but incredulity was in my heart. As for the doctor, he said nothing, and the man continued. It must have been a week ago that the first thing happened. I was adjusting the scabbard of his sword. We use real swords in our scabbards. And the point flew through and went right into my wrist. Just missed a large artery. Look. He held his hand up for our inspection. There was a ragged cut, half-healed, along the base of the hand. And I'll swear that the figure pushed the sword through the scabbard. Pushed it violently, for it cut clear through the leather. But I didn't catch on just then. Then 4 days afterwards, as I was passing it, the thing flew from its pedestal and keeled me over. My head just missed the iron radiator by 2 inches, and I tell you, it didn't fall. It fairly threw itself at me.
What does Mr. Margetson say to that?
Asked Brodsky. He laughs at me. I don't know what to do. I've half a man to melt it and let Margetson discharge me, and yet I have my wife to think of, and there is no demand for such men as me, the business having fallen off so. And if I stay there, one day the thing will kill me.
Enough, said Brodsky. We'll go there at once. Can we get in?
I have the key, answered the Frenchman, putting on his hat. We 3 left the house together. We caught a car on the main road which ran past us 1 block away, and half an hour later stepped out at the entrance to the Waxworks Theater, which stood in what was now the heart of the business section of the city, and was, in consequence, almost completely deserted at this hour of the evening. Our companion pulled out a key and opened a side door. We went up to a great hall round which were ranged statues of celebrities, life-size figures of strikingly human aspect.
And yet,
mused Brodsky, stopping to regard a group of cleverly arranged heroes of our Civil War,
the men who erect these think they have nothing more than the external shells. How ignorant they are of the psychic qualities of their actions! Indeed, what do they dream of anything beyond the material? Yet this gallery is almost a breeding ground of souls. Who can measure what influences such beings draw down to them? Well, at least no evil spirit would be attracted hither among these men who offered up their lives for their country.
Dupuy led the way toward an end of the great hall. Here I saw a group of figures attired in Georgian dress. Evidently Nelson would be found among these. One of them, however, seemed singularly incongruous and out of place. It was a short, thick-set man in the costume of a mechanic of today. It seemed to move. I started. Then I discovered that it was a living man. "Mr. Margetson," cried Dupuy in confusion. But the proprietor seemed still more confused than his assistant. He came forward sheepishly, and a mask seemed to have descended upon his blank face and blotted out some curious emotions which I had thought that I had read there. "Mr. Margetson, these are 2 gentlemen who are interested in what I told you about the statue," Dupuy stammered. Margetson's face grew black with rage. "Newspaper writers, hey?" he shouted. "Come to write up my museum, I suppose? I don't want your advertising. I've got all the customers I want, and you can't do me no good. Damn your curiosity. This fool's been telling you some of his silly yards about the Nelson statue, I suppose." This rage appeared so abnormal that my medical training induced me to examine Margetson from the pathological standpoint. But Brodsky looked into his face steadily and landed his hand upon his shoulder. Margetson's anger seemed suddenly to evaporate. "They're only interested in the statue's turning into flesh and blood, sir," said the Frenchman. Unluckily, these words brought about a return of Margetson's frenzy. "Flesh and blood! Rubbish!" he shouted. "Arrant nonsense, that's what you're talking, Dupuy. What's the matter with the statue? It's a very good statue, one of the best you've made. It's new wax, green wax we call it in the trade, and it ought to have had time to mature, only the public were so crazed over the naval officers that I didn't have time to let it lie. That's why it's hardening, because of the fumes from the leather factory across the street. They drift in here as something terrible. That's all that's the matter with it. Look." He switched on an electric light upon the wall behind him, and for the first time I saw clearly the face of the great English hero. There were the irregular, thin, homely features lit by a flame of patriotic enthusiasm. Yet, admirably as the artist had caught the inspiration of the painting from which he modeled it, there seemed something more, some hardly defined vein of cruelty, of caprice, that actually gave the face the property of seeming to reflect a certain change of emotions, an instability of mind as though the thing possessed some conscious life. And the skin, Surely that was the skin of a man with the blood mantling and the flesh beneath. Dupuy started back with a wild cry.
"Look at him! Look! I swear I never put that smile upon his face!" he screamed. "He's changing! He's changing, I tell you! Lord preserve us all! Get rid of it, Mr. Margetson!"
"If you hand me out any more of that nonsense, I'll fire you on the spot," shouted the enraged proprietor. "You're going daffy, Dupuy. That's what's the matter with you. He's always had that smile. Examine the wax, gentlemen. It's hardened, that's all." With horror and repulsion, I laid my finger on the smooth surface of the cheek. So lifelike did it appear that I could have sworn the blood faded out of the arterioles beneath the pressure, blanching the surface of the skin. And yet, it was of wax. It was not flesh and blood. But flesh and blood differed less from it than it differed from the unreal and waxen figures around it. It stooped half forward. It seemed instinct with slowly dawning vitality. And surely its expression had changed. It had not smiled thus with the cold malevolence of a conqueror when I had first seen it. Then suddenly Margetson seemed transformed, as though he adapted his mood to suit his mind. He burst into a wild peal of laughter. "Good old Nelson!" he shouted, and the sounds echoed from the roof and rang through the hall, while for one dreadful moment I could have sworn that an answering emotion flitted across that waxen face. "Good boy, Nelson! A miracle of art, Dupuy! I can't tear myself away from watching him. I'll raise your salary. He makes me feel so good. He wants me to do something for him, and I'll find out what it is and do it."
"You've given him a body, and he's getting your reason, my friend," said Brodsky, somewhat shaken by this unexpected outburst. Come away, gentlemen," cried the Frenchman, pulling us by the arms. "He's mad. God help him. I should have told you he'd been acting queer, but last night when he laughed at me so much, I thought that it was only overwork. He's as mad as a loon." We did not need to be urged, nor was there necessity of excuses. Margetson had already forgotten us and was standing before the statue alternately capering and grimacing. "Now I'll give you my advice, and shortly. You can follow it or not at your peril," said Brodsky. "Get your employer home in safety, and then slip back and chop the thing to pieces before a tragedy supervenes. No, that's all I've got to say to you, except just this. Give up your trade and learn something that won't bring you into conflict with all these vital forces that hang round such places." And with these words he fairly hurled himself out of the place, leaving me to follow him as best I could. I think I mentioned once how sensitive the doctor always was to the morbid things of life. Perhaps it was a certain sensibility to those invisible influences which accompany moods and invest those places where any violent emotions have been at play. At any rate, having seen so much of the darker side of life, Brodsky was strenuously insistent upon cleanliness and wholesomeness. "We've got to leave such things alone and work in the sun," he used to say. "This is our working day. When the night comes at last, may our good deeds be our protective armor against all the host of devils on the night shores that we shall pass through." "You believe we have to pass through some place of purgation?" I asked. "We'll have to clean up somehow in this life or the next," he answered. "We can't get into heaven with dirty fingernails." So on this occasion I forbore to question him when we got home. Brodsky went to a closet where he kept many relics of his earlier life, and came out with a small Union Jack upon a moldering staff. "The flag of the vessel that bore me from Poland, where the Tsar's emissaries were seeking my life," he said sadly. "To what better use can it be put?" Then he explained the mystery. "It is a fetish," he said, filling his pipe and puffing at it slowly. "It is exactly similar in every particular to the idols of the West Africans, or for that matter to any idol. The savage makes some dreadful idol to worship, sacrifices to it until the thing becomes instinct with life and filled with all the passions of the worshippers. Then a devil has been called into existence whose evil influence is incalculable. I tell you, it was no mythical devil that the early Christian missionaries had to face, nor those of today. After death, the pure spirit flies to its appointed resting place, leaving its two bodies mouldering behind it. One is that earthly body that we all know. The other is the soul body, the body of desires, a semi-conscious force that survives for months or years according to the condition of the dead being. Do not mistake me. This is not Nelson. That great admiral is unconscious of this replica of him there in the Waxworks Theatre. It is a group of emotions such as possessed Nelson, a man of strong feelings, yet not necessarily his. The warm enthusiasm of the crowds that have visited that place have focused these emotions, much as the burning glass focuses the rays of the sun. Remember, as yet this creature is only half conscious. It vaguely, as in a dream, feels this life within itself. It is rising toward a conscious existence, and that fool Margetson is the tool by which it means to wreak its enmity upon Dupuy.
But why does it hate the Frenchman so much? I asked.
Do you not recollect Nelson's motto? The doctor asked. Hate a Frenchman as you would the devil. This elemental being that has attracted these emotions that made up the great Admiral's soul body has necessarily the identical feeling. What does it know of the time that has elapsed, or the changes of history? There is the Frenchman, and it will have his life, by itself if possible. If it cannot kill him, as it tried, it will certainly do so through Margetson. Well, it's none of my business, he added. I've warned Dupuy.
And he went to bed, while I forgot to ask the purpose of the Union Jack, which I saw him stuff into his pocket. But I knew that Brodsky could not dismiss his own responsibility so easily. He did not undress, for from my room, which adjoined his own, I heard him pacing the floor with short, quick footsteps, the greater portion of the night. I fell asleep at last, and had hardly closed my eyes 2 minutes, as it seemed, before I heard the front doorbell jangled violently. I started up in bed, filled with horrible presentiments of evil, and began to dress myself hurriedly. A few moments later, Brodsky tapped loudly upon my door.
"Dress yourself as quickly as you can," he called. "There's work on foot for both of us before the morning."
As I hurried on my clothes, I heard an agitated voice in the sitting-room outside, which I had little difficulty in recognizing as that of the assistant at the Waxworks theater. My judgment was correct. When I emerged, I found him seated in a chair in a condition of collapse, and Brodsky standing over him holding a glass of some stimulant to his lips. The doctor was fully dressed, even to his hat, and from his pocket there protruded a small corner of the British flag. We went out together without any explanations. Luckily, the cars ran at intervals, and we reached the corner of the main street. We clambered in. It was empty, and during the ride I learned in broken ejaculations from the man the cause of his visit. He had halted irresolutely at the entrance to the Waxworks theater after we left him. Then he retraced his steps, determined to carry out the doctor's instructions as soon as he could get Margetson away. He saw his employer standing before the statue, regarding it silently as though in a trance. Dupuy crept up to him, passing the statue of necessity upon the opposite side, and then he realized that Margetson had drawn the sword from the scabbard of the Admiral, and stood in such an attitude that Dupuy could neither advance nor retreat. At the same time he experienced a return of that deathly faintness that had possessed him on a previous occasion, as he described to us. As in a trance, he saw Margetson advance stealthily toward him, while he remained incapable of resistance. Then he recovered his senses and leaned aside as Margetson thrust. Running like the wind, he gained the street outside, and had presence of mind enough to lock the door behind him.
"But I don't come in," he insisted as we gained the side door. "No, sir. I have seen enough for tonight. I don't go in."
It took all Brodsky's resolution to persuade Dupuy to come. Without his presence, the doctor said, he would be powerless. With him, he might still break this spell and bring back Margetson to sanity. And at last, very timidly, Dupuy crept in behind the doctor. As Brodsky unlocked the door, the key fell from his fingers.
"The key! You must find it," he cried to me. "Under no circumstances may you follow us without it. To do so may be fatal. Remember!"
And before I had time to answer, I saw him spring lightly up the stairway, dragging the unwilling Frenchman with him. My immediate impulse was to dash after him. Then discipline came to my aid, and I stooped for the key. The night was dark, and it was 2 minutes before I found it. Then suddenly, from within, I heard wild shouts and a stampede. I sprang up the stairs and along the hall, running with sobbing breath and clenched fists, till I gained the end, where I saw shadows hovering. Frantically, I switched on an electric light. Then I perceived Margetson, his face aflame like a madman's, thrusting at Brodsky with the Admiral's sword, while the doctor parried him with admirable grace and ease. Dupuy came running up to me.
"He rushed at me," he cried, "with his sword drawn, and Dr. Brodsky snatched a sword from Paul Jones' replica and met him. Look, the doctor wins!"
Like every Polish gentleman, Brodsky was an adept with the foils. Certainly a clumsy mechanic such as Margetson could not have expected to overcome him. Yet, as I watched the tense interchange of swordplay, I was amazed at the skill shown by Margetson. It seemed as though the courage and prowess of the great admiral had descended upon him. Twice he lunged so fiercely that the point grazed Brodsky's arm. Then, with a sudden twist, he sent the weapon flying from the doctor's hand and rushed, not at him, but straight toward Dupuy. So swift was the impetus, he was upon us before we could stir. And then, just as the blade seemed about to pierce the Frenchman's heart, something came fluttering downward over his head, and the sword fell from Margetson's hand, and he stood still, his eyes fixed upon vacancy, his body immobile, while Dupuy released himself from the folds of the Union Jack that Brodsky had so admirably thrown over him.
"And you think I can go back to my job?" asked Dupuy the next morning. "By all means," answered the doctor. "Margetson will remember nothing whatever of his insanity. So you'd better hurry up, or he will want to know why you are late. You need not fear the statue. It will have resumed its natural aspect, and, in case any remnants of its power remain, keep a small British flag in your buttonhole, especially on holidays such as Independence Day. Yes, that's your penalty, Dupuy, patriot as you say you are, the only alternative being the destruction of the statue, which Margetson won't allow, and when you can, try to get another occupation." "It was a desperate chance," confided Brodsky to me afterward. "Still, one can deal with these elemental forces much as the lunatics. The mad impulse of national hatred was shattered instantly when it perceived the flag of its country. When Margetson wakes up upon the floor of the gallery, he will think that he got drunk the night before."
"But tell me," I cried suddenly, "why did you make me wait till I found the key?" Then the solution came to me. "You knew our lives were in danger and wished to save me from the possibility of injury," I cried.
"Pshaw!" muttered the doctor. "Just accept facts, and don't put sentimental interpretations upon them."
End of section 6. Section 7 of Ivan Brodsky, The Surgeon of Souls by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Seventh Symphony. Dr. Ivan Brodsky put down the morning paper with a long whistle, got up, put his hands in his pockets, and paced the room continuously.
Too bad, he kept repeating.
During the months that I had lived with him and assisted him in the psychical investigations which he carried on, I had learned one thing above all others, to let him tell his story in his own way. So I waited until he was ready to speak. I could not conceive what he had read that had so agitated him, and my astonishment was increased fourfold when he came and stood by my side, wiping the tears from his eyes unaffectedly.
"Rose Soleil is dead,"
he volunteered finally. I tried to murmur something appropriate, but I must confess that the announcement did not stir me greatly. Of course, like most others, I had heard of that wonderful woman cellist who had blazed her triumphant path through all the capitals of Europe and America, from Buenos Aires to Moscow. I had seen the notice of her death in her 35th year, and had forgotten that the doctor, like every Pole, had a passionate love for music. "You knew her, perhaps, doctor?" I faltered.
"Not in the body,"
said Brodsky quite simply, as though drawing some obvious distinction.
"But what does that matter? I heard her play. I heard her in Carnegie Hall when she went to New York last year, and dead. Rose Soleil dead."
Presently he came and sat down at my side.
"The world is poorer today than it was yesterday,"
he said to me.
"Rose Soleil was the greatest cellist of the day. If she had lived 5 years longer, she would have been the greatest that ever lived. But she was more than a great player. She was a woman of the most noble stature. She was never spoiled by the flattery she received. She lived just as simple, unaffected a life as always, devoting all her income beyond the amount necessary for living to the encouragement of poor artists. And only 5 years ago, when princes and millionaires were at her feet, she married a poor clerk in a lawyer's office for love. I believe their lives were ideally happy. I met him once. He offered to introduce me to his wife, but I would not meet her. You see, I had heard her play. I did not want to meet her in the flesh."
Our psychical investigations occupied much of our time about that period, and this conversation made little impression on me. It must have been 4 or 5 months afterward that it was recalled vividly to my mind, when I entered the doctor's office a little late one morning and saw upon the hall table as I went in the card of a visitor, engraved Augusta Cele. Inside, the man was taking off his gloves. He was about 35 of age, as I should judge, a Creole in appearance, and possessed a striking and dignified demeanor. "Dr. Brodsky," he began when we had been introduced, "you will have no recollection of me, of course, although I once had the pleasure of making your acquaintance for a few moments at a reception."
"On the contrary, I remember you very well,"
replied the doctor. "I am extremely glad of it," returned the young man cordially, "because it will make my mission easier. I am not, of course, unacquainted with the reputation that has come to you from your remarkable investigations in psychic affairs. I have always believed in such things, and so did my wife. Curiously enough, she often expressed the wish to meet you, and the fact that I did not introduce her to you that afternoon was the cause of our only disagreement. Before her death, she and I often discussed the possibility of the spirit making itself manifest to mortals, and we resolved that whichever died first, he or she would return to give proof of immortality to the other. Her death, as you know, was comparatively sudden. She lingered in a semi-conscious state for perhaps 2 hours after we realized that the end was approaching. Toward the last, her mind grew clear, and she motioned to me to bend over her. In a very weak voice, she told me that she was going to give me the proof we had always spoken of. She would, if possible, play for me her transcription of the wonderful heartbeat march from the Seventh Symphony of Beethoven upon her cello. It was her favorite piece, and mine, and then just before she died, she spoke your name. After death, I was wild with grief. I locked away all her possessions in a room of our apartment, and would not allow anyone to touch them. I traveled for some months, and arrived back last week. Time had softened my excess of sorrow, as I suppose it must, though the grief will, I know, be permanent. And then for the first time I dared to think of her promise. But so great was my dread of disappointment that for several days I could not bring myself to unlock the door of the room in which her things were stored. Finally I brought myself to it, took out her bow and cello, which had rested there untuned, untouched for months, and placed them in my room and waited in the darkness. But nothing occurred, and at last I went to bed and soon fell into a sound sleep. It must have been shortly after midnight that I awoke with a start. I had dreamed of hideous discords, and the dream was verified. Upon my ears there burst the wildest, most terrible medley of sounds that I have ever heard. They crashed out upon the instrument in the most grotesque manner imaginable, and yet, horrible as it was, the time and accentuation seemed to be those of the Seventh Symphony. You can imagine my horror. I sprang from the bed and struck a match. Instantly the sounds ceased, and yet when I drew near I saw the strings quivering, as though the hand of the ghostly visitant had barely left them. That night I heard no more, but every night since then that horrible noise awakens me at the same time. It lasts about as long as the movement from the symphony, and it has the inexorable rhythm of that relentless heartbeat march by which Beethoven suggested the march of life, from birth to death, from the grave to the grave. But it is a cacophony of hideous dissonances, and it is always the same. I know the fearful tune by heart, if tune it can be called, and all day long it haunts me in imagination. So I should have gone mad if the remembrance of you had not suddenly come to me last night when I was at the summit of my suffering. I took the first train from New York this morning, found your address in the telephone book, and have come to beg you to solve the mystery. Have I gone insane, or do I imagine it? Or is it that my wife has forgotten music in her present condition of existence? If that be so, if characters so change, what does remain of us? Or is it some devil that has come back to mock and torture me? He ceased, and overcome by his emotion, leaned his head upon his hand, and regarded Brodsky intently.
"You are satisfied that these sounds are produced without any human agency?"
he asked. "Absolutely," the young man replied. "Moreover, they are produced by some intelligent being, for the sounds are precisely the same on each occasion. It is almost as though some travesty of the Seventh Symphony had been written out, so identical is each performance with the last."
"Then," said Brodsky, "you have actually the proof of immortality that you demanded. What matter the details of it? Why seek further elucidation? Is it that the human heart will not believe?"
"No," replied Soleil steadily. "It is because I fear that the sounds are made by some devil assuming her identity."
"Well, we'll have to go and see," returned the doctor. "It's no use forming hypotheses. Today we have some work that must be finished here. Tomorrow my assistant and I will be at your apartment at 7 o'clock in the evening."
Soleil departed reluctantly, leaving us an address in the portion of New York City that adjoins Columbia University. On our arriving at his apartment house, a plain but comfortable-looking structure, the elevator boy took us up to where Soleil stood waiting for us. When we had concluded a very pleasant meal, Soleil led us into the large room which he used both as a bedroom and a sitting room. In one corner, propped up against the wall, was the cello, the bow beside it. Brodsky advanced to inspect it. Instantly, Soleil darted in front of him, his eyes blazing angrily to bar the doctor's progress. "You shall not touch it!" he cried. "No hand but mine has ever been laid upon it since she died." Brodsky stopped short and looked at Soleil with mild indignation. I beg your forgiveness," said the young man humbly, transformed once more back to his normal condition. "But I cannot allow you to touch it. It is a full whim of mine, but I cannot. I cannot explain it, but I must insist on this."
"My dear sir," said Brodsky severely, "it is not at all essential to my purposes that I touch the instrument. I did not desire to do so in my capacity as doctor, but merely from the natural interest that I take in musical instruments of such antiquity."
The young man flashed out eagerly. "You recognize it?" he asked in delight. "It is a genuine caroba, made at Leghorn in 1729. Pray, look at it." He turned it for Brodsky's inspection, but all the while seemed ready to spring to the defense of it.
"Such old instruments have a peculiar psychic value," said Brodsky thoughtfully. "Well, will it play for us if we put out the lights?"
We lowered the gas, but not a sound came from the instrument. "It only plays at 1 in the morning," said Soleil. "That was the hour at which she died," he added.
"Well, sir," said Brodsky, "I doubt very much whether it would play for us all tonight, even if we were to sit up till that hour, especially since you told me that the sounds cease the moment that you light the gas. It is controlled, evidently, by some power that is most delicately attuned. As you may know, the soul that returns to earth is by no means a free being, able to communicate with the survivor upon all possible topics. Were this so, we should have learned from such wandering beings the secrets of their own state. By a wise provision, the soul can return only for some special cause: the mother to watch over her babe, the wife to prove her continued existence to her husband, the miser to reveal some hidden hoard. The soul that returns is responsive to one single emotion. Therefore, our presence alone would serve to neutralize this."
"Is there no way, then?" cried Soleil despairingly.
"There is one way,"
said Brodsky thoughtfully.
"but it is a dangerous way, and I would resort to it only upon your solemn pledge that you will never again resort to it so long as you live. It is the way so wisely forbidden by Moses, the great lawgiver, the way that Saul utilized at Endor, the seance. By the united electrical powers of our bodies, we can, when seated in a circle, bring about the effects we seek. But there are hosts of evil agencies ready to rush in and usurp the functions of our minds. We must hold no commerce with these, give them no freehold over us. If, therefore, we sit tonight, may I have your promise never to do so again?"
"I promise," replied the young man solemnly. When this had been done, we put out the gas lights and seated ourselves around the instrument in such a manner that, without touching it, we could, by extending and joining hands, completely encircle it. Thus we waited in silence for 5, 10, 20 minutes. But nothing occurred. No sound came to break the silence. "It will not play, I know it," said Soleil abruptly, rising and lighting the gas jets sullenly. He stood in the center of the apartment over the instrument, glaring at us defiantly. The doctor smiled.
"At least you have one consolation," he said. "If it had been some mocking spirit that struck the strings, it would have come to us. We can dismiss that hypothesis. Well, suppose you put us up here for the night."
I will," said the young man eagerly, his face clearing. It was evident to me that his swift moods were rather the result of his nervous tension than of a difficult nature. "There is a bedroom adjoining. I will leave the door open, and you shall make yourselves comfortable there. If it does not play tonight, at least I shall be free from those terrible jangles that haunt me." While he was searching for pillows and bedding, I cross-questioned Brodsky upon the failure of his plan.
"I will tell you frankly why I made that suggestion," he said to me. "As I remarked, if it had been some devil, as I suspected, that played the jangles, it would have come eagerly. As you know, the difficulty at the seance table is not to obtain communication, but to keep off the lying, prankish elemental spirits that assume the names and personalities of the departed. Had any such creature come, I should have made some conventional excuses to Soleil and departed. The fact that nothing occurred is highly satisfactory. The good spirit returns to this earthly plane only with great difficulty and travail. Well, there will be nothing for us to do except to wait."
We resolved not to undress, but to sleep or rest upon the coverlets. We sat up together until close upon midnight, spending what would otherwise have been a very pleasant evening. Our host was a man of vast information and much culture, and by tacit consent no further word was spoken regarding the object of our visit. Shortly before midnight, Soleil began to yawn.
"I always become uncommonly sleepy about this hour," he said. "With your permission, I will leave you and go to bed as though you were not here, so as to reproduce as nearly as possible the exact conditions of other nights."
"A very excellent suggestion," said Brodsky approvingly. "Well, we will retire also, and I think the door may be as nearly closed as possible without preventing our hearing anything that may happen."
We put out the gas in our room and talked in whispers.
"That sleepiness of Soleil's is promising," said Brodsky confidently. "Sleep is an invariable precursor of psychic phenomena, as you have found. Don't let yourself be overpowered, though, and in about an hour we shall hear something of interest, unless I am very much mistaken. I only hope the sounds are loud enough to reach us. To one in such a disturbed condition as Soleil, the least murmur may appear a thunderclap."
I smile when I recall the doctor's words. In spite of my resolution, I had fallen into a light doze, and Brodsky afterward confessed to me that he too had yielded to sleep, when I was awakened by a furious grating noise in the large room. I was wide awake in an instant. The cello was moaning like a tortured man. Thunderous discords fell from it. The strings grated and crackled as though some lunatic were at the instrument. I rushed to the door, but Brodsky held me back.
"It will cease if you enter," he whispered.
Never do I hope to hear such music again. And what made it more horrible, there seemed to be some method in the playing of it. There were fearful parodies of motifs and phrases. The fingers struck the notes clearly, leaping from string to string as the bow squeaked and scraped across them. A moment later the door was flung into our faces as Soleil burst into the room. "I cannot bear it," he cried. "It is not she. That would be too horrible. Light a match for the love of heaven." The doctor found and struck one, and on the instant the noise ceased. Brodsky and I ran across the room and inspected the instrument. The strings were still vibrating, but no sound came from them. We stared at one another in astonishment. Then we heard Soleil sobbing in the next room. It took the doctor half an hour to restore him to his normal self.
"I cannot help you,"
he said at length, when Soleil was dressed and we three sat once more in the gaslight.
"If I had anything from which to obtain inferences, but I am helpless here. The world of psychic phenomena is an unmapped chart. We are only beginning to explore the coasts and boundaries. But one thing I would advise you. Destroy the instrument."
"Never!" cried Soleil, his face aflame. "She has come to me. She has tried to make herself intelligible, to give me the sign I ask for."
"Well, I will not be responsible for your sanity," said Brodsky curtly.
"A lot I care for that," retorted Soleil, laughing bitterly. "Man," he added fiercely, snatching at the doctor's arm, "don't you understand what is troubling me? My wife lived for her music. She lived in it. It was all in life to her, except perhaps my love. And I am to believe that once she has put on the garments of immortality, she has lost all her knowledge of it, so that she can only play jangled, hideous mockeries of what she tries? Why, if that be so, then indeed death changes us beyond all recognition. We are no longer the same personalities that we have been, but something different. We spend our lives developing ourselves, our finer natures. We hope and dream that it is not for nothing. And now, must I believe that all this is thrown away upon the rubbish heap, and that we become mere helpless automata? Answer me! Answer!"
His grief was pitiful to witness. But argument with him would have been impossible. His mind was beyond reason, tottering as it was up on the borderland of madness.
"I do not think that is so,"
Brodsky replied. "Think!" shouted Soleil, springing to his feet, his face distorted with passion. "You are an impostor, sir. I ask you here in good faith, hoping that you could give me back my faith and confidence, and came looking upon the matter as an experiment. You care nothing for my grief, only for your own amusement. Dr. Brodsky, I have the honor to wish you good night." Brodsky faced him unmoved. His cheek paled, but all his muscles were under complete control.
"You have used hard words to me," he said. "Sometimes, indeed, the wisest of physicians are at fault, and then it is our reward to be accused of imposition. Well, sir, it is unnecessary for me to reply further to your accusations. I wish you good night."
I thought Soleil would have come to his senses then, but to my astonishment he made no answer of any kind. Instead, he sank into a chair and burst into a fit of hysterical weeping. The doctor looked at him in seeming irresolution for one moment. Then, as though realizing the impossibility of assisting him further, he took his hat and followed me out of the door. The sleepy elevator man took us downstairs.
"Well, it's a hotel in town for us tonight,"
said Brodsky as we marched down the deserted street.
"There's a good hotel I used to visit some 20 blocks from here. What do you say to a walk?"
I agreed, and we tramped on in silence. We must have covered some 6 blocks when Brodsky stopped on a corner.
"Now, why couldn't I solve that mystery?"
he asked abruptly. And then, without waiting for any reply, he resumed his walk, muttering to himself all the while. We covered some 6 blocks more. Again the doctor stopped. He clapped his hands to his head, dislodging his hat, but made no effort to recover it. When I handed it to him, he clapped it on the wrong side foremost. Suddenly he rushed at me, grasped my hands in his, and began working them like a pump handle in his excitement. I'd never seen him in so exuberant a mood before.
"And the children shall be wise," he cried, "and the wise men shall be as children." How does that quotation run? Then, linking his arms through mine, he solemnly turned me round as though upon parade, and we started back again at a prodigious rate of speed. "What is it? Have you solved the problem?" I asked. The doctor came to a full halt once more. "Do you mean to tell me you don't know?" he cried, and when I admitted my ignorance, he burst into peals of mighty laughter. He hurried me along breathlessly, and yet I knew in my heart that his happiness was not for the solution which he had found, but for the sake of Soleil. We reached the apartment at last, and the astonished elevator boy, more sleepy than ever, took us up and deposited us at Soleil's door. We rang 6 times before Soleil came out, wild-eyed and haggard. He stared at us, not in anger but amazement. You were here before, were you not?" he gasped. "My mind must be unhinged. Yes, I remember it. You could not help me." "And what was it I said to you, doctor? Something unpleasant? If so, forgive me." The doctor flung his arm around the young man's shoulder and fairly dragged him into the room. The cello still stood propped against the wall. "You wouldn't let me touch it this evening," cried Brodsky, snapping his fingers playfully in the man's face. "A fig for your whims. Play it yourself. Play the piece your wife loved so well. Play her transcription of the Heartbeat March from the Seventh Symphony." He swung Soleil round until he faced him. "Play it," he repeated, looking into his eyes. Soleil's face grew fixed. He could no longer resist. Mechanically, he walked across the room, took the bow from the floor, where it still lay, drew up a chair, and settled himself before the instrument. He drew the bow across the strings. And again that rush of thunderous discords broke from the cello. It squeaked and groaned, and the bow rattled and scraped and whined. Soleil's eyes opened almost as wide as mine. He dropped the bow and sprung from his chair as though there were a nail in it. "Well, sir," said Brodsky slowly, though his eyes twinkled, "ghosts have been blamed and doctors called impostors for better reasons than that. How in thunder do you expect even the grandest living player to bring forth music when you forget to tune your cello? And look at that bow! You left them for months, sir, and expect them to prove serviceable. Get a new bow, sir, and tune those strings, and don't blame your own negligence upon those who are not responsible."
End of section 7. Section 8 of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Chairs of Stuyvesant Baron. Among the numerous investigations which Dr. Ivan Brodsky made in my company, I recall the case of Stuyvesant Baron's furniture, because of the poetic justice which it brought about. Rarely indeed did any visitor from the unseen world so thoroughly justify his appearance as in this instance, or work such permanently beneficial effects upon the character of his victim. We had seen no one for several days, being engaged upon a study of peculiar delicacy in connection with the pituitary body in the brain of a chimpanzee, when, one afternoon, a loud and important voice in the parlor followed the announcement of the doctor's servant. The visitor had insisted upon entering, he said, and he had been compelled to admit him rather than suffer a scene outside. Brodsky smiled rather grimly, put down the brain of the ape, and went out into the antechamber, motioning me to follow him. "Dr. Brodsky," began our visitor, "when I tell you that I am Mr. Stuyvesant Baron, you will at once know all about me. You have been recommended to me by a friend of mine, whose name is immaterial, as likely to serve my purpose, and you shall be well paid for your work. I want you to come down at once to my country home in Pennsylvania." He was a pompous individual, some 50 years of age, well oiled and soaped and starched. A huge signet ring overlapped his little finger. A gold watch chain stretched across his waistcoat, and he had that atmosphere of indescribable vulgarity and overbearingness that is associated with the newly enriched. I knew the man by reputation as a prominent politician at the capital who had achieved a large fortune recently by rather dubious transactions. I looked to Dr. Brodsky to give him the coup de grace courteous. Then, from the twinkle in Brodsky's eyes, I perceived that he was reserving this for our future delectation.
"Your name is well known to me, Mr. Baron," he answered. "But won't you take a chair, and tell me first what your difficulty is? Pray be seated."
Mr. Baron reached toward a chair and sat down gingerly upon the extreme edge, apparently surprised that it did not collapse under him. "Well, perhaps I'd better begin at the beginning and explain the matter," he said. "You have heard, no doubt, of my influence in the capital, and how I worked my way up, from quite humble beginnings to my present position. Well, sir, it was always the dream of my life to own one of them country estates, which is the correct thing for a man of my status to have. I've had my eye on one for a long time, a fine place, but sadly run down. It was owned by an old Southern family, plenty of ancestors, but beggarly as church mice, and not a dollar to their credit. Yes, they'd fallen into disrepute and let the place run down. I'd been waiting for them to put it on the market, and as soon as it was advertised for sale, I went to see it, and I said, 'Stuyvesant, that's yours. My wife's away in Europe, comes back next month, and I thought I'd buy it and fit it up for a surprise for her. Well, Doc, I bought it. There's 100 acres or more goes with it, and naturally, when I bought the place, I thought I'd gotten rid of those beggarly Southerners for good and all. Well, first thing I knew, they'd moved to a little cottage they owned just across the boundary, and installed themselves there, spoiling the view of the crick for me. I've been trying to put them out ever since, and I think I got them nailed now. However, that's by the way. When I looked inside of my new house, I nearly died of laughing. Never saw such a ramshackle-looking interior in my life, Doc. Purse-proud snobs they were. They'd sold off everything to keep up their station, and except for a score of dirty old chairs, 2 beds, and some tables, there wasn't hardly a bit of furniture in the house. First thing I did was to pitch that lumber out of the house. They saw it lying there and begged me to sell it to them. I told them to take it and decay with it, which they duly did. Then I sent for an upholsterer and ordered a fine suit in red plush for the dining room, blue plush for the bedrooms, and green plush for the rest of the house. Yes, sir, I fixed the place up for a gentleman. I moved in last week to warm up the house for my wife. Got the servants in and all, was ready to surprise her when she came back. I went to bed the first night and had a good sleep. In the morning, going round to make a final inspection, I saw one of them wretched old chairs that had been left in the hall by mistake. I'm a hot-tempered gentleman, Doc, and it made me so mad I kicked it over. Then I went into the dining room and sat down in an armchair to cool off. First thing I knew, something like a tack was sticking into me. I jumped up with a yell, and my man came running in. "You clumsy loon!" I cried. "What'd you mean by leaving a tack in here?" The man looked at it. "There's no tack here, sir," he said. I tried another chair, same thing. It was like sitting on a red-hot poker. The man thought I was mad, I guess. Well, Doc, to cut the story short, there's not a chair in the house I can sit down on except that dirty old broken affair that I kicked out into the lot. And there it rests.
I've been sitting on it ever since. I couldn't go to a doctor and have him call me a lunatic and lose my influence, so I came to you.
May I ask how you happen to conclude that this trouble was of supernatural origin? Asked Brodsky.
Why, to tell the truth, said Mr. Barron, the house was supposed to be haunted. That's one of the reasons why I bought it. It gives it a tone, and I didn't care to tell you, but the fact is they pinch me. I'm black and blue, he ended mournfully. Somehow his pompous demeanor seemed to be subsiding under the doctor's influence.
When you sit down,
asked Brodsky. At all times, sir, cried the man angrily. The only time they don't pinch me in that house is when I'm sitting in that dirty old chair. They pinch me when I'm sitting, and when I'm standing, and when I'm in bed. Fancy giving up the place because I'm pinched by ghosts. I'd lose my influence at once. There's mighty little place for cranks and lunatics in this world, sir. So I want you to come down right away, and if you can stop this game, it will mean $10,000 in your pocket. If you can, I'll give you $5. Brodsky looked at him rather sternly.
I do not accept money for this class of work, he said. I will endeavor to allay the trouble if you will make out a check for $10,000 to be devoted by me to any cause I please.
Barron stared at him for a moment, then his face softened into a grin. All right, Doc, he said, writing a check and signing it. There's some swallows their medicine straight, and some wants it chocolate-coated. I've met both kinds. Here you are, and put it to any purpose you please, he continued with a loud guffaw. It was arranged that Brodsky and I should go down at the end of the week. About noon on the following Saturday, we found ourselves at the little country village near which the mansion was situated. The coachman who drove us up was loud in his lamentations over the change of ownership.
He's a low-down mean cuss, he exclaimed emphatically. That Darrell's had owned it for nigh on 150 years, and he bought it over their heads when they couldn't pay the mortgage. I don't blame him for that so much, but he's trying to put them out of their cottage, too. That's mortgaged, and he won't give 'em a month's extension. Hates to see 'em, I reckon.
At the door of his new residence, Mr. Barron received us somewhat moodily. Come in, gents, he exclaimed, rubbing his leg. They've been at me like mosquitoes all morning, he continued. Pinch, pinch. It ain't the pain, it's the indignity. And James thinks me crazy, hitting out at the air so much. This is the dining room. It was the most fearsome, incongruous thing that I had ever seen. The old oak paneling had been covered with scarlet paper. Furniture in bright red plush coverings was scattered throughout the room, and on two sides were huge mirrors with great gilt frames that reflected the vulgar aspect of the owner as he paced to and fro. Drawn up to the table was a plain wooden chair, apparently of antique workmanship, and singularly pleasing to the eye when contrasted with the rest of the paraphernalia. Suddenly our host leaped a foot into the air and struck out wildly. At the same instant, in the mirror that faced us, I saw for a fleeting second the horrified features of the footman in the hall. You'll excuse me if I sit down, said Mr. Barron, sinking into the wooden chair. I give in. I'm here until you drive 'em away. James, he called, and the footman appeared instantly at the door, his face again composed. James, serve dinner here. I don't know whether they'll pinch you, gentlemen, he added, but you can try if you like. I sat down with some apprehension, but neither Brodsky nor I experienced the least uneasiness.
With your permission, said the doctor, we will take a short walk over to the Darrell's cottage and inspect these other chairs. Which way is it?
Over there, down by the creek, said Barron contemptuously. I suppose you know your business, but say, Doc, he went on anxiously, you're not going to let on about me, are you? Good Lord, what a scoop for them. They'd hate me like poison. It'd be my political finish.
Not a word,
said the doctor, and we went out. A walk of a few minutes brought us to the cottage, a pretty little place from which the mansion was just visible. The wife received us with hospitality and without inquiring our business after the southern custom. Brodsky soon drew her out, while the daughter and young son sat by in silence.
I don't blame Mr. Barron for buying the place over our heads, said the woman. We couldn't have kept it up after my husband died, and we knew it had to go. But he's taken over the mortgage on this cottage and threatens to put us out next week and raze it to the ground. Heaven knows what will happen to us, for we're at the end of our resources. All our poor furniture wouldn't net us $100.
Ah, pretty old chairs, eh?
Said Brodsky, looking around him.
They were good in their day, said Mrs. Darrell with some slight touch of pride. Mr. Darrell's great-grandfather brought them over from England before the Revolution. They made good furniture in those days, better than they do now, and if they don't look pretty, they've worn well. But they've about outlived their usefulness. Peters, the traveling peddler, has offered me $15 for the 9 of 'em, and he'll be here tomorrow. I'm thinking of letting 'em go."
"They're an heirloom, I see, like the family ghost,"
said Brodsky pleasantly. The woman started and cast a dubious glance toward him.
"Oh, you've heard about that, then?" she asked, coloring faintly. "They do say there is a ghost, although it never troubled any of us."
"Whose is it? The man's who made the chairs?"
"No, indeed," Mrs. Darrell answered. "It is supposed to be the spirit of the old gentleman who willed the chairs to my husband's great-grandfather. Mr. Darrell used to visit him constantly at his English estate before he died. The old fellow had become greatly attached to his chairs, and in his last days, when his mind had given way a little, he used to think he had made them. He told Mr. Darrell that he would always be near them and that they should never leave his descendants as long as they lasted. He left them to Mr. Darrell because he was almost as proud of them as the old gentleman himself. They were both fond of good furniture, and the maker, I forget his name, had quite a reputation. He died the year before Mr. Darrell emigrated. We used to play at table turning sometimes, and the chairs used to dance all around the table and rap out all sorts of nonsense in the form of acrostics. I thought it was the old gentleman in his crazy moods, but my husband said it was nothing but animal magnetism."
"Well, his prophecy has come true," said the doctor, "for they have certainly followed you here, and I shouldn't be very surprised if they should remain with you after all. But now I have a favor to ask of you. There's been some curious manifestations in the mansion, and we are going to hold a séance there. Will you come and sit with us? It is imperative for its success."
At first Mrs. Darrell stoutly refused, but when the doctor had set his mind upon anything, he usually got it. What arguments he used to persuade her I cannot recall. It seems to me now that it was his hypnotic powers that finally overcame her natural reluctance. Anyhow, 5 minutes later we three were strolling amicably toward the mansion. We found Mr. Barron waiting for us in his chair, a gloomy expression upon his face. At the sight of Mrs. Darrell he sprang to his feet with an oath, and promptly collapsed with a yell, and began rubbing himself.
"Mr. Barron," said
Brodsky,
"Mrs. Darrell has consented to sit with us at our séance, and her presence is absolutely necessary for its success. She knows nothing," he added in a whisper. "Sit in your chair, and she will discover nothing."
"She'll learn that they've been pinching me, won't she?" shouted Mr. Barron, forgetting all caution.
"No, for I have already thrown her into a hypnotic condition," returned the doctor. "I would not bring her under false pretenses, but I have already sealed her ears so she cannot hear you."
He turned to the woman.
"Mrs. Darrell," he said, "there is nobody in that chair."
"Why, of course not,"
she returned, looking at the doctor in some surprise. Barron's mouth opened and his eyes almost protruded from his plump face. A low, wordless growl came from his throat.
"You told me I should meet Mr. Barron,"
said the woman.
"He is in the house. You will neither see nor hear him," answered the doctor. "But come, let us take our places for the séance."
We closed the doors, drew up a small table into the center of the room, and arranged 3 chairs around it, Barron remaining where he sat, making the 4th. At a signal from the doctor, I lowered the gas jet so that only a faint light remained, just strong enough to enable us to see each other's faces. Mrs. Darrell sat between myself and Brodsky, with Barron facing us. We sat there for about 5 minutes. Then the table began to tremble, as though some convulsion were taking place internally. Then 2 faint raps were heard.
"Is anybody there?"
asked Brodsky.
"Louder, please. Now, my friend, we want to find out your grievances and draw up a peace treaty with you. What is your name?"
He ran slowly through the alphabet. When he arrived at the 25th letter, a loud rap resounded upon the table.
"The letter Y,"
said Brodsky.
"Now the next letter, please." "A, B, C, D."
The rap sounded at O. The next letter was U, and the next R. Then came 5 or 6 little raps together, indicating the termination of the word.
"Your,"
said the doctor.
"It sounds like the termination of an epistle. Let's have the next word, then."
The rapping began again as Dr. Brodsky went through the alphabet. The letters spelled out in succession were L, I, T, T, L, and E. Then again came the termination sign. And the last word was Dahlia.
"Your little Dahlia,"
said Brodsky impatiently.
"That's the worst of the séance," he continued to me, rather in an aside. "It attracts a mischievous and prankish form of elemental spirit whose messages, even when comprehensible, are mostly a tissue of lies.
It is the least valuable of any means of psychic investigation, but, unfortunately, in this case, our only resource. I suppose we have got to be duped by some half-human intelligence of the usual low order."
There came 2 thunderous raps upon the table, the accepted signal for no.
"You protest, do you, my friend?"
said Brodsky grimly.
"Very well, then, you shall have another chance. Now perhaps you will tell us your proper name."
3 loud raps indicated willingness, and Brodsky began to spell out the alphabet again. This time the signature was different. It contained 3 words, as before, and they were Jim the Penman.
"I fancy I see some method in this madness," said the doctor, ignoring the 3 raps that joyfully assented to this remark. "And I fancy that our prankish friend will have still another signature upon the 3rd attempt. Now, sir, let us have the end of the charade."
The alphabet was slowly spelled out once more. This time the signature ran Chips the Carpenter.
"Aha!" said the doctor. "Just as I expected. Yes, my friend, I understand your carefully veiled allusions. And now perhaps you will afford us some indication of your desires."
Hardly had the words left the doctor's mouth when a scream burst from Baron's lips. In the dim light to which our eyes were now becoming accustomed, I saw him slide suddenly from his chair to the floor. Or rather, the chair seemed to be pulled violently from beneath him, as a mischievous schoolboy might have done to some venerable elder. And then the chair stood up solemnly upon its back legs and began tilting backward and forward, kicking the prostrate man much as a thug might kick his wife when he returned home drunk. Drunk, indeed, seems to be the word most suitable, for the thing balanced itself gravely and deliberately, but withal with difficulty in the intervals between the kicks. Then, as Baron slid forward, screaming into the center of the room, I saw the thing begin to sidle at him, butting him like a goat. Finally, withdrawing a foot or more to gain momentum, it waddled solemnly forward, mounting his prostrate form, and executed a clumsy dance upon the most prominent portion of his waistcoat. I am afraid that all the sympathy which I should have felt was extinguished in that burst of Homeric laughter that came from the doctor's lips, in which I joined. There we sat by the table, rocking to and fro, speechless and apoplectic, while the chair executed its solemn ritual, now performing a pas de seul upon his chest, and again balancing itself upon one leg, apparently irresolute what antic it should next perform. And all the while Baron screamed like an insane man, yet so paralyzed by his terror that he could not move. I knew that James would break into the room, for the screams outrang our laughter, and were those of a man in mortal agony, but I was not prepared for the denouement. I heard a shuffling in the hall, the door was flung wildly open, and a towering figure appeared in the doorway, that of a woman. For one instant she hesitated, then without a word, by instinct as it seemed, she found the exact location of the low gas jet, and turned it on. There were we at the table, red in the face. There was Mrs. Darrell beside us, watching us in surprise and not understanding. There lay Baron upon the floor, dusty and battered, gripping with all his might the leg of the now innocuous chair that seemed to have become entangled with his head. And then I realized that Mrs. Baron had returned from Europe. She drew herself up to her full 6 feet of height and glared at us with a single comprehensive gaze. "Stuyvesant, get up!" she hissed, and the fear-stricken wretch rose slowly and painfully to his feet and stood before her like a delinquent schoolboy in the presence of his master. "So this is the way you have been enjoying yourself while I have been away," she cried. "These are the orgies you have been indulging in with these low creatures at your country seat, as you were pleased to call it in your letters to me? You thought you could hoodwink me, your wife, after 20 years of unhappy marriage, but I'll keep my eyes on you from this night forward. You shall not get the divorce you have been counting on," she went on, becoming for the first time hysterical. The doctor half rose from his chair. In an instant the woman had staggered to her husband's side. "Oh, Stuyvesant, protect me from these ruffians!" she cried. "My poor Stuyvesant, they have lured you here to rob and murder you. Come, leave this house and never set foot in it again." She fell upon his neck. "My poor husband," she sobbed. Hold me up. I'm going to faint." She promptly did, and it required the united efforts of Brodsky and myself to brace her up. We got her to a lounge at last in another room. Baron was at her side. Outside, I heard the chug-chug of the automobile as James prepared it for the night journey. Nothing would have induced Mrs. Baron to spend a night in the new home. In one interval between her almost constant hysterics, her husband stole out to us. He looked very different from the pompous creature who had come into the doctor's office a few days before. "I'm glad," he cried. "I'm glad. All hell seems loose tonight. I wouldn't stay here for a street railroad franchise," he spluttered. "And I'm ruined. I've been kicked by a chair. An old dirty chair that I threw out in the lot. What'll they say about me at the Capitol?"
"Nothing," said the doctor. "Neither of us will breathe a word of this, and nobody else sees or hears you." "Whom are you speaking to, Mr. Brodsky?" asked Mrs. Darrell nervously. "I don't see anybody."
Barron stared at her in wild incredulity and hope. Then his mind went working backward. "I've got a white elephant on my hands," he cried. "Nobody will buy the place. It's so out of the way. I'd take 10,000 for it," he cried hopelessly.
"I'll give you 10,000 for it," said the doctor.
"A bargain. When?"
"Now," he replied. "A verbal agreement. Are you content?"
"Done," answered Barron. Then Brodsky took out the check he had received and handed it to him. Barron looked at it, and his face turned green. He spun round on his heel and left us, and the fragments of the paper descended in a cloud behind us. Brodsky turned to Mrs. Darrell.
"This is your home," he said.
"But who was the spirit?" I asked the doctor a few hours later.
"Have you never played charades?" he asked. "What were the names? Your little Dahlia, Jim the Penman, and Chips the Carpenter. Reverse the order, and what syllables do we obtain?"
"Chip and Dale," I exclaimed with sudden inspiration.
"Exactly," said Brodsky. "Of course it was not the famous maker of chairs himself, but the old gentleman who, as Mrs. Darrell told us, imagined himself to be Chippendale, and talked in acrostics. No doubt the insult to his chair when it was flung into the lot inspired him with the desire to be revenged."
"But surely he would not still be insane after 100 years of spirit life," I said. "That offers up rather hopeless chances for those of us who die deranged in mind."
"Only when he returned to this earth sphere," replied the doctor. "Then he would naturally take on characteristics which he possessed on leaving it. But 100 years is an unusually long period for a spirit to manifest itself upon this earth, and I think it is highly probable that now that the Darrells are restored to their own home, he will pass on to higher spheres and cease to revisit us."
End of section 8. Section 9 of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Man Who Lost His Luck. I must confess that I have not told the truth concerning the beginning of my relations with Dr. Ivan Brodsky, in whose company I witnessed so many marvels of psychical experiment. I have said that I became his secretary through our association at the hospital, where I was one of his lecture class. That is true. Nevertheless, I have omitted, through shame I must confess, the story of the experiences that brought about our intimacy. I was desperate with ill fortune. Everything had gone against me. I had graduated from the hospital the year before, rashly married upon the strength of an expected position which never materialized, attempted to practice without obtaining a single patient a week, and finally found ruin at my side. What little fortune I had left was lost when the great panic of '93 swept over the country. Is it a wonder that I resolved to seek that oblivion which I foolishly believed would be attained by suicide? It was a dark November evening, and I was standing upon the extremity of the deserted wharf, ill-clad, hungry, and homeless. I remember how I looked at the black, oily water floating swiftly beneath me, gathering resolution to jump. At last I attained it. I stepped back a few paces, and was in the very act of leaping, when a hand grasped me by the collar and forcibly arrested me in mid-air. It was then that, looking back at my rescuer, I discovered that it was the doctor who had saved me. "My luck!" I groaned. "It follows me, even here." Then, my nerve gone, I broke into unrestrainable sobs while the doctor waited patiently at my side. He knew me. I had not thought he remembered any of us, for he had seemed very self-absorbed when he lectured in the classes.
"I heard of you only today," he said, "and that you had had ill fortune. They told me at your tenement that you strolled upon the dock at nights. Some fortunate instinct brought me here in the critical moment. Come home and be my guest for tonight. I have no doubt that I can make you see your prospects in a very different manner by tomorrow."
and by the exercise of his strange power of compulsion, he forced me to comply. A change of clothing and a steaming hot supper did, I admit, work wonders. I had not realized before how much my physical weakness induced my privations had contributed to my despondency. Late in the evening, when I was sitting in his study enjoying a cigar, he drew me out. And so that is my story, I summed up in conclusion. 6 months ago, I was a man of some little means, married, and looking forward to a successful career. Today, I am a penniless outcast, homeless, and desperate. All I had in the world has been swept away. My wife has left me, perforce, to go to her parents. My self-respect has utterly gone. And but for your intervention, I should now be lying at the bottom of the canal. But my ill luck would not even leave me a quiet exit from life.
Commented Brodsky. You claim that what is vulgarly called a streak of ill luck has struck you?
Everything has gone against me, I answered. The most amazing combinations seem to be pursuing me. It is almost as if some mocking power were persecuting me. For instance, 2 weeks ago today I was forced to vacate my medical offices in Pitt Street. I had not had a patient during 3 weeks, and never more than the poorest clientele. 1 hour after I had gone, so I learned afterward, I was summoned to the house of Mr. Van Wyburg, the millionaire, to attend a member of his family who was dangerously ill. The case would have meant $500 to me, and today I lost my last $5 gold piece out of a hole in my pocket.
Well, let's see, said Brodsky. If I remember, you fellows at the hospital used to be famous poker players. Let's play a few rounds.
He took a pack of cards from a table drawer and dealt the hands. I had the king, queen, 9, and 8 of hearts, and the 8 of spades. I threw away the spade and drew. Brodsky drew 3. I had finished in hearts, king, queen, 10, 9, and 8. I laid them upon the table. Then I looked again and gasped. What I had thought to be the king was the knave. I had a straight flush.
That's no symptom of ill luck, said the doctor, smiling. Suppose you deal a hand.
This time I dealt myself 2 pairs. I threw the odd card away. Of course, a full hand rewarded me. Brodsky had a single pair of 3s. Well, that's the way, I said bitterly. It's like the Van Wyburg matter. If we had had money on the game, I shouldn't have drawn anything.
That's true, said Brodsky. But if you will recollect, you thought your straight flush was a simple flush. You mistook the knave for the king. In other words, you're not in a condition to seize your chance when it comes to you.
What have I done to deserve this streak? I cried.
My dear fellow, said the doctor, there is no such thing as good luck or bad. Everything that happens, from the fall of a kingdom to the stubbing of one's toe, is the product of innumerable circumstances. Every event is the result of some action committed either in this or in some previous life. And so the world goes on, intricately interconnected, until the puzzle picture shall have been put together, and the karmic law fulfilled. The soul is the guardian in each of us, that determines our destiny. In some, it is phenomenally alert to pick its path clear through the difficulties that beset its charge. In others, it loses for the first time this discriminating faculty. And then bad luck follows. Had your soul been alert, it would have warned you, by instinct, for example, not to invest in the stock market offices until Van Wyburg's messenger came. It would have told you to put the gold piece in some other pocket. But take courage. Every misfortune means that so much the less ill luck remains for you. Your luck will turn.
It's too late, I answered moodily. I would rather go through life suffering the normal calamities than have them heaped upon me like this. Isn't there any way to change the streak?
Yes, there is a way, said Brodsky. You can deceive your soul for a while, for the soul is amenable to suggestion. For instance, good luck attends the flinging of an old shoe after a bridal pair. Why? Simply because this act, which is one that originally symbolized the infliction of intense humiliation, suggests misfortune to this watchful guardian, and automatically it endeavors to counteract it. So, too, in the legend of Job and in the Grecian myth of Polycrates and the ring, good luck brings about a reversal automatically. Humiliation and objection gave back to Job more success than he ever had before. Incidentally, have you not seen the gambler rise up from the card table and turn his chair round, an act which hypnotizes the soul into the belief that it must bring about some change in circumstances? But though man can change his fortune, he cannot permanently affect it. He can draw upon the bank of success, but he has to pay back all that he has taken.
I don't care what happens afterward, I cried desperately. Give me 2 years of happiness and worldly success. Give me back my wife, my home, my money. Then let fate do her worst to me. Can you do that? I cried tauntingly.
Yes, I can, replied the doctor. But first think well what you are asking. Is your mind resolute?
It is. The doctor was looking at me oddly. His eyes seemed to burn through me, and I felt incapable of averting mine.
Strike that match you are holding, he said.
I had taken a match to relight my cigar. Obediently, I lit it and watched the flame creep down the wood.
Come with me,
said the doctor, rising.
You shall have what you have asked for.
I followed him along a narrow passage into his laboratory, a long, low, soundproof room around which stood many electrical engines of an unknown character. He bade me step upon an insulated platform of what looked like glass, and applied a couple of electrodes to my neck and breast.
Do not be alarmed, he said. The experience will be a curious one, but neither painful nor troublesome. Before I fulfill your desire, however, I will explain to you the mechanism of this machine. I spoke to you of the gambler turning round his chair. By means of this machine, however, I am enabled to turn the subject about, as in a mirror. It is purely a fourth-dimensional process, whereby the right and left sides become transposed. The right hand becomes the left hand. The heart beats on the right side of the body. The buttons of the coat appear on the right no longer, but on the left. Aside from these trifling inconveniences, nothing unusual will be noticed. It is a process unimaginable in the three-dimensional world, but in the fourth-dimensional as easily done as the turning of a coat inside out. This change affects the soul much as a pool is affected when stirred up with a stick. The elements of fortune are stirred up and set in motion. The heavier sink and the lighter, those that produce good fortune, remain on top. In this way you will achieve what you demand, at the price of draining the lees afterward.
He pulled out a stout bar of some wood-like material, which I grasped firmly between my right finger and thumb.
Do not on any account let go of this until I give the signal, said the doctor.
He stepped down from my side and touched a lever. There was a crackle succeeded by a humming sound, and a continuous line of pale blue sparks was whirled along the thin wires that connected the machine with the electrodes so that it seemed to become blue-hot. Brodsky hovered over the instrument with outstretched hands, constantly adjusting it as though to incubate the vital forces which were at play.
It is purely a matter of physics, he continued. The soul, which is composed of the same atoms as the earthly body of which it is a counterpart, but conceivably more tenuous, becomes plastic at a little more than 7 million vibrations a second.
He indicated a little dial that I had not noticed before, on which the 100,000s were marked as units, and the millions indicated as tens. The hand was hovering over the 4.
You are now experiencing a voltage 1,000th part of which would instantly prove fatal, remarked the doctor.
The hand crept up to 5, and with a final spurt the buzzing and blue light ceased.
Do you suppose that the machine is really silent and cold because you can neither see it nor hear it move?
Asked Brodsky. Of course not, I replied. Science tells us that the vibrations are too high for sense perception.
Just so, the doctor answered. Comparatively low vibrations strike upon our ears as sound. At a higher speed the sound ceases, and we see them as red light. Still higher, and the light becomes in succession yellow, green, indigo, and violet blue. Quicken the vibrations beyond the ultraviolet rays, and we get the X-rays, electricity, radioactivity, all different aspects of the same phenomenon of motion. At last there comes a speed at which we can no longer register these phenomena through the medium of even the most delicate instrument. But when we reach the 7 million point, we stir the world of the soul. The invisible becomes once more visible.
He ceased. I felt a strange little thrill, as though someone had poured cold water down my back.
Step down,
said the doctor, reversing the lever. I obeyed him and stood still in the middle of the laboratory. Was that all? Something had happened to me. I looked down at my feet, my legs, my waistcoat. The buttons had shifted to the opposite side, as Brodsky had foretold. I placed my hand to the right of my chest. My heart was pulsing normally, but undeniably on the wrong side.
"Yes," said the doctor, smiling. "If ever you are starving again, you can obtain employment as a medical freak in a museum, or at some hospital. Ah, don't let go of that bar. Yes, it is in your left hand now."
I was left-handed, too. For a moment, a sickening terror rushed over me. I pushed my left hand against the wall to steady myself. Then I put it to my breast pocket to find my handkerchief. It was not there. It must be on the other side, of course. I found it and placed it to my forehead. Something dropped from it and fell tinkling upon the ground. I stooped and picked it up. It was the $5 piece I had lost.
"And now," said the doctor, "in order that your good fortune, which you see is already beginning, may fulfill itself in the most adequate manner, you had best go back to the pier on which I found you earlier in the evening, and take up the thread of your adventures there. Make the most of your success, for it will be short-lived."
I have some recollection of stumbling through the streets again, of descending the long wharf, still empty and deserted, under a sky brightening as the sun mounted toward the horizon. Then a temporary unconsciousness overcame me, for when I opened my eyes it was early daylight, and the dock laborers were trooping to their work, marching stolidly past me without speaking. I was lying 3 feet from the water's edge, and the chill wind cut me like a knife. Only a drunken laborer sleeping off his debauch, they must have thought. But I had not tasted liquor for days. Was it a dream, then? My hand still clutched the gold piece. With this, at least, I could obtain food and shelter for a while. I made my way to the wretched tenement in which I had found shelter for the few days before, determined to purchase a week's respite from the cold at least. I pushed open the rickety hall door and ascended to my miserable room. Inside I heard someone sobbing. I turned the handle slowly, not daring to believe the thought that came to me. My wife was seated on the one chair that stood at the foot of the stretcher bed. She turned her head and saw me, and with a great cry of gladness ran to me and flung her arms around me.
"I have come back," she sobbed. "I could not remain away from you and leave you to struggle alone. We will face poverty together, you and I. I will never leave you again. Never. Why," she went on, looking at me strangely, "you have new clothes."
Then for the first time I noticed that I was still wearing the suit that Brodsky had loaned me. My heart leaped in my breast. With the rags gone, my self-respect had returned. Now I felt able once again to face the world. I would go out and look for work immediately. Be it of any sort, I would undertake it. Nothing should keep me down. I bought a morning paper in order to look through the advertisements. A large black headline on the outside page arrested my attention, however. There had been a sharp rise in stocks. 2 rival financiers were fighting for the control of the Seaboard Eagle Line, and shares had doubled overnight. I flung the paper from me with a groan. I had held 100 shares of this stock until their steady rise induced me to sell out and purchase 1,000 on margin, in the hope of reaping a rich pecuniary harvest. Then the crash came, and they had sunk with amazing swiftness. Only 3 days before, I had telephoned my broker to sell out and send the wretched remnant to my wife, that she might have a little to live upon for a few weeks at least. And if I had not sent it, I should have made a fortune. The broker was an old acquaintance. He had been the cause of my ruin. Perhaps he would give me work, any work, at $10 a week, something that would at least provide us with the bare necessities of life. Resolved to plead my cause desperately, I hurried to his office, where I found him just taking off his coat. He hastened forward with hands outstretched. "Congratulations, my dear fellow!" he cried heartily. "You have made 37,000 odd on this deal. I have been expecting your instructions to sell. The boom won't last, perhaps not overnight. Shall I sell for you at once? Be satisfied with what you've made." He had never received my telephone message. His clerk must have received it, and, in some incomprehensible lapse of memory, forgotten it. The next day, Seaboard Eagle stocks fell back to what they had previously been, but not before I had sold out for nearly $40,000. On the next day, I went back to my offices in Pitt Street and re-engaged them, paying a year's rent in advance. Though I had been compelled to dispose of all my instruments and library, by some fortunate chance they still remained there. The dealer had sold them to the landlord, who had contemplated transferring them to his son, a young student. In a few moments I had again become their possessor. Patience will not matter to me now, I mused aloud. I shall have leisure to devote myself to medical investigation. A knock at the door recalled me to myself. I opened it. There upon the threshold stood Van Wyberg himself. He sprang forward and grasped my hands. "Thank God I found you, Doctor," he exclaimed. "I've heard of the reputation you've made for yourself at the hospital. You have performed the identical operation successfully, they tell me, and I would not trust any surgeon but you. Come quickly." Within 2 years I had gained a reputation second to no surgeon in the East. I attended the President. My fame spread to Europe, and I received the largest fee upon record for curing the infant Prince of Portugal of some childish complaint, being escorted to Lisbon upon the royal yacht with naval honors. My home life was ideally happy. 2 children were born to us. With money, fame, and best of all, work, nothing was lacking to make my fortune complete. I had forgotten the misty dream of that night upon the wharf. If I recalled it, I dismissed it as the fantasy of a starving man. And yet, somehow, somewhere, I felt the existence of some troublous thing that I put from my mind, some dark secret which hardly entered my field of consciousness. For several weeks I had been feeling curiously indisposed. They say that the physician who diagnoses his own ailments has a fool for a patient. I went to Sargent of Buffalo. He sounded me. Then he took me by the coat lapels, and I saw the joy of the doctor over some rare complaint burn in his eyes, for all his solemnity.
"My dear doctor," he said, "your working days are over. Has your heart never troubled you before?"
"My heart?" I exclaimed.
"You have a congenital malposition of the heart," he answered. "Did you not know that it was on the right side of your body? It is one of the rarest things in pathology, isn't it? I've seen 2 cases in 30 years of practice, and neither survived to adolescence. Surely you knew."
Yes, I had known. This was the secret that I had put out of thought and mind. "How long do you give me?" I asked.
4 weeks, he answered.
The blow had fallen. I was to taste the lees at last. 4 days I wrestled with my despair. And at last I thought of Brodsky. I went to his house. He waited for me, as it seemed to me. He greeted me with a chilling smile. "Give me back my ill luck," I cried desperately. "What does all my success avail me now that I have to die?"
"You are asking the impossible," the doctor answered.
"But it is you who changed the current of my life," I pleaded wildly. "Surely you can undo this thing. Give me poverty," I raved. "Take everything away that I possess. Money, reputation. Let me be the meanest wretch that crawls along the waterfront, but let me live."
"You are asking the impossible," said Brodsky again. "You have received all that life had to offer you. You have drawn to the last penny upon the bank of fortune, and you must reap as you have sown. There is no refuge."
I hung my head in shame. Would to God that I had been content with what was given me, I muttered in anguish.
"Besides," Brodsky went on, "I warned you not to let go that bar. In a few moments it will burn your fingers. Drop it."
He snapped his fingers sharply in my face, and suddenly a cloud seemed to roll away from before my gaze. I stared around me, around the office, down at my clothes, up into the smiling face of the doctor. The bar had grown thin and weighed no more than a feather. It fell from between my fingers. It was the match which I had struck to light my cigar, and the flames were spreading toward the end. I had lived through 2 years of life in a period of 10 or 12 seconds. I saw the doctor watching my face curiously.
"Well," he said, "do you still want to draw upon the bank of fortune?"
"It was a dream?" I cried. "Was none of it real? The electrical machine, the luck, the fame I achieved, was none of it real?"
"Happily not," said
Brodsky, smiling.
"It was hardly a dream. It was a little experiment in hypnotics, during the course of which I projected into your mind a few random ideas that came into my own. See," he added to dispel the remnants of my vision, "your coat buttons are still on the right side, and if you put your hand beneath them you will not feel your heart pulsating. I could perhaps have brought to bear psychical powers to bring you that luck from which you begged to be released, but there is a simpler way. I want a secretary to help me with my work. Will you accept the post? It will afford you ample time to resume your medical practice, and if you will be my guest until you get upon your feet again, I am sure that your financial and domestic difficulties will soon have become things of the past."
End of section 9. Section 10 of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Homo Homunculus. The adventures which I encountered in the company of Dr. Ivan Brodsky, while assisting him in his psychical experiments, had all, as I have hitherto related them, arisen out of his earnest desire to aid his fellow men. I have now to record one of a different character, in which the doctor for the first time broke his self-imposed rule not to tamper with psychical affairs out of curiosity or scientific interest. It was, on the ground perhaps, a failure, so far as ultimate results are concerned, yet it was of so strange a character that I feel it is worthy of record. One evening, when I entered the doctor's apartment, I found him curled up in an armchair, surrounded by a pile of dusty tomes, some apparently of a most venerable age. As I entered, he looked up at me rather searchingly.
"Have you ever heard of the legend of Friar Bacon's head?" he asked.
I happened to recollect that absurd story and told him so. How the learned friar had succeeded in making a brazen head that spoke to him and answered questions, how it finally grew sullen and refused to answer him, and how the friar, overcome with rage, seized a hammer and shattered it to pieces.
"There is a similar legend in the Talmud," said Brodsky when I had concluded. "A learned rabbi skilled in the Kabbalah succeeded in making a little man, a homunculus, to do his bidding. For the 6 days of the week it toiled for him, going about the house mechanically, sweeping, dusting, and cooking. Then came the 7th day, on which it was forbidden to do any manner of work. Forgetful of this, the rabbi went off to the synagogue, and while he was there, his pupil rushed in a condition of high excitement. 'Master, master,' he cried, 'the man that thou hast made has run out into the street and is knocking down the people.' And yet, mused the doctor, why should it not be possible to create life, since soul is everywhere diffused throughout all visible things?"
Just then the front doorbell rang loudly, and Brodsky gathered up his books.
"At any rate, I want you to meet Professor Adams, the great Egyptologist who is now arriving. We have some such experiment in view, and you shall hear what he has to say."
A moment later the professor joined us. I had heard of him by reputation as one of the most daring constructive historians of ancient Egypt, who had won the hatred of the conservative school by the verification of his brilliant hypotheses concerning Egyptian art, religion, and morals. The man I now saw confirmed the opinions I had formed of him. He was some 60 years of age. His head was bald, save for a fringe of iron-gray hair. His face was deeply lined. Yet there was the light of an enthusiastic soul in his eyes. The man might have been pontiff of the Inquisition. I felt instinctively that science was his god, that he would shrink from nothing to attain knowledge.
"Now, my dear professor," said Brodsky when he had introduced us, "I think you had better tell my secretary yourself about our projected experiment."
"He is trustworthy?" asked the professor coolly, bending a pair of brilliant black eyes upon me. "Not bound by prejudices?"
"Indeed not,"
the doctor returned, laughing.
"When shall we attain an emancipated age?" said Professor Adams with a sigh. "When will men seek truth and be content to follow wherever she may lead them? Today free thought hardly exists. You, my dear Brodsky, have discovered spiritual laws of the utmost consequence to humanity. Yet, if you were to publish these, you would be called a madman. Even our brethren would cry you down. Why? Simply because they are bound down by their own misconceptions. Their minds are not flexible. You vouch for our friend's character," he continued, smiling.
"Absolutely,"
returned the doctor. "Then I will tell you our plans," said Adams to me. "You may possibly know that I am the most intelligent and skillful Egyptologist in this country, or any other."
He paused and looked at me searchingly.
"He thinks me boastful," he cried to Brodsky. "There he goes. Conventional prejudice dictates that a man must not tell the truth about himself, and already our friend's mind is fermenting with misdirected zeal."
"On the contrary, Professor," said I know that what you say is correct."
"Good!" cried Professor Adams. "Well, I was about to add that, much as we know about ancient Egypt, what we do not know, it infinitely greater. How often have I walked through my mummy gallery, fine fellows they are, lying in their handsome cases, and said to them, "You, Nebo, there, you must have been contemporary with Joseph. Come back to life and tell me about his corner and grain. You, my friend Sesostris, who wears your hair after the style of the Ptolemies, did you ever see Cleopatra, and was there really anything between her and Mark Antony, or did some writer spread that lie among the Romans?" And that is about as far as I got until I made the astonishing discovery that neither friend Nebo nor friend Sesostris has ever been embalmed.
I was so fascinated by the professor's breezy speech that I hardly grasped the significance of this fact at first.
"In other words," said Adams, "their bodies, though shriveled and almost fossilized with age, were preserved intact by reason of certain herbs placed in their wrappings. Every organ remains intact. Now, sir, if these dried frames were brought back to a semblance of life by saline injections into the veins, we should see Nebo and Sesostris as they appeared in life. About the time that I made this discovery, I began thinking of our friend Brodsky here. The universe, he told me, was a mass of discarnate soul stuff. Why, if 3 persons sitting at a table in a dark room can make even the wood table live, would it not be possible to animate real flesh and blood?"
"Emphatically possible," said Brodsky. "But unfortunately, we cannot be sure that the soul of either Nebo or Sesostris would be the one that returned to its habitation. As for Nebo, he lived so long ago that he has probably been incarnated at least once since his death, and is, in consequence, too far removed from his ancient Egyptian life. Sesostris may have been returned, though 1,500 years is usually the longest period between rebirths. In such events, he might still retain some memories of his old life."
"Let it be Sesostris, then," said the professor. "Then you will come to my house in Baltimore on Thursday evening and attempt to bring back the personality to our Egyptian friend?" he queried impatiently.
The doctor hesitated.
"Professor," he said candidly, "if anybody but you asked me to do this, I would refuse. I gave you my qualified assent solely because of your long work and your researches. Yes, I will come. But you must promise me that if I recall the spirit for 1 short hour, you will never attempt the experiment again."
"I promise gladly," Professor Adams returned. "Why, an hour will be ample, if I only want to ask a few questions. Whether the Ptolemy Philopator we read of was the son of or nephew of Agrippa, the wife of Thoth. Whether the Egyptian masses ever adopted the Roman toga. Whether the gold ring remained the badge of nobility after the assassination of Caesar. Whether the old dam at Thebes had yet been built. The exact dimensions of the colossal lighthouse at Alexandria, and the length of the delta in Cleopatra's time, with a few elucidations on the statement made by Herodotus concerning the migration of cranes, and—"
"I am afraid, Professor," returned Brodsky, "that you will find your own knowledge of ancient Egypt considerably exceeds that of your friend Sesostris. However, I will do my best. We will be at your house in Baltimore on Thursday evening, and will ask you to be alone and to await us in your mummy gallery."
I passed over the intervening days, which I spent in a fever of anticipation. Could Brodsky really restore life to a mummy, reconstruct the days of Caesar and Ptolemy, so that time would be virtually annihilated? If so, he was an incomparably greater magician than I had ever believed him to be. But I said nothing to him, and he did not volunteer any further statement. At last the time arrived when we were ushered into the enormous house which Professor Adams occupied in a residential district in Baltimore. It stood by itself in some extensive grounds. Adams opened the door himself, for he had sent away his servants, in accordance with the doctor's mandate. He led us into a long hall, down either side of which ran winged figures, bulls with kings' heads from Assyria, obelisks covered with inscriptions, and here and there some upright mummy case, beautifully carved. The air was redolent with spices. But what attracted and fascinated me was a long table in the center of the hall. It was not unlike a billiard table in appearance, except that the top was level with its edges. Its surface was composed of slate, and it had been set level with scrupulous care, as was evidenced by the little bead within the spirit level that stood precisely in the center of the glass tube. Upon this was a magnificent mummy case, into each end of which had been fitted a very modern handle of brass.
"Now, sir," said the professor to Brodsky, "if you will stand at this end and take the handle, I will show you our friend Sussatris."
The two men took their positions, the one at the head, the other at the foot of the case, and with some difficulty they raised the lid. I started forward, but remained rooted to the spot in astonishment, not unmixed with admiration. Within the case, lying as though asleep, was the mummy of a man. Mummy, as I say, and yet, save for the parchment-like appearance of the skin which clung tightly to the bones, and the absence of the tissue, one might have thought that he slept. The eyes, closed, were beautifully fringed with long lashes. The hair, black and curling, thickly covered the skull. There even seemed a tinge of color in the olive cheeks.
"Ha! You are amazed," said the professor. "Yet, is this a miracle? Why, have you not seen the dried prunes swell out to life and beauty when steeped in water? So here, by the injection of the saline mixture, containing some of the red coloring matter of the blood, which synthetical chemistry can easily create, into the veins and arteries, I've restored Sussatris to something of his appearance 1900-odd years ago. A handsome fellow. See the thin lips, the curved nose, the character in the face. Prop him up so. Now, doctor, the rest remains with you."
"We must have total darkness," said the doctor. "As you know, such manifestations cannot take place in any degree of light, since the vital processes occur in the dark and develop there, just as the seed that matures under the ground."
You really think that you can bring him to life for an hour?"
asked Adams, rubbing his hands. A shade of vexation crossed Brodsky's face.
"I believe," he replied, "that for the space of 1 hour I can induce some discarnate intelligence to occupy this shell. Whether it will be that of Sussatris I cannot tell. Let us hope so. And now kindly draw up chairs around this table. I will sit at the head, and you will sit on either side of the mummy, joining hands across it. Professor, we are waiting for you."
Professor Adams went the length of the hall, snapping out the electric lights. I confess that a certain eerie sensation, not wholly dissociable from fear, crept over me as the shadows lengthened, and the long outlines of the mummy cases, the obelisks, and the winged bulls were thrown into blackness. Over our heads one single light remained. Adams snapped it out, sat down, and stretched his hands to mine over the mummy in the darkness. There we three sat in perfect silence. I hardly dared to breathe in the thick, spice-scented air. I was painfully conscious of every vital process. The heart, pumping blood laboredly to the extremities. The lungs automatically taking in their fill of air. Across the table I heard Adams gasp and wheeze. Then I heard Brodsky's low voice.
"Breathe away," he said softly. "It is a good sign. To create this life, it is essential that each of us contribute a certain quantity of his own vitality. Do not be alarmed at anything you see or hear. Breathe softly and concentrate your minds upon the task in hand."
Still we sat there. Cold spasms of fear overcame me. I felt as though my dissolution were approaching, and beads of sweat, icy as death, sprang out upon my forehead. I felt the professor's hand tremble in mine. Then I heard the faintest rustle in the darkness. I heard something that scratched, something like the faint gasp of a living thing. An icy wind arose and came whistling down the long hall, wailing and whining round the obelisks. It swirled over the table. My brain swam. My senses failed me. I could no longer feel the professor's hand in mine. I tried to rise, to cry out, but even the powers of locomotion had left me. And on the table once more that scratching sound arose. It was like nothing that I had ever heard in life. In my horror, I could imagine only one simile for it, the scratching and tapping of a chick trying to break through the shell of the egg. And suddenly, out of the darkness, I heard a feeble wail, the wail of a newborn child. I heard the doctor spring to his feet, and an instant later he had switched on the electric light above our heads, while the long shadows of the statues and obelisks rushed out toward us from the sides of the hall. Then the cry changed into a deep roar, and I saw that the thing upon the table moved. I think the surprise of what we saw threw us all off our balance more or less, including the doctor. For in place of a full-grown man coming back to life after his long sleep, dazed perhaps, perplexed and confused, but still manifesting the energies of his kind, there was a man-babe, a man in stature but helpless as though newly born. The cry had changed to the harsh bass of a man's vocal cords, but the eyes, as though they had opened for the first time upon the light, stared and winked meaninglessly, and there was no power of coordination in the muscles of the limbs that moved senselessly, while the hands doubled and clenched as a baby's stretched out toward the electric bulb as though striving to take hold of it. We three stood, staring and helpless, at the thing that we had made. I do not know how long we stood there, so long that the monotony of the cry had paralyzed our sense of hearing. I think it was the sudden cessation that released us all from the spell which held us. Then I whispered to Brodsky, "It is learning." For some sense of coordination was coming into the limbs. The creature raised itself upon its elbows. It floundered helplessly, something in the manner of a fish flung upon a bank, and suddenly it toppled out of the case and rolled on the table, balanced for a moment on the edge of the slate and fell to the ground. Then, with its newly developed sense of locomotion, it crawled, infant-like, until it clustered at the professor's knees, raised itself, and stood upright for the first time, gripping the edge of the table. And it looked upon us vacantly, yet with an ever-dawning intelligence in its eyes. I cannot describe in detail the stages of that awful evolution. We appeared destined to behold, in that 1 hour, the unfolding of a complete cycle of human life. Time was, as it were, suspended for us, or rather, it spun forward with frenzied swiftness, so that we actually seemed to pass through a span of human existence there. The creature released its hold of the table after a while, stood up erect, as tall as the doctor, and began stumbling forward along the floor, swaying from side to side. It had reached the age of childhood now. Infancy was behind it, and it was time for the appearance of the normal psychological instincts of affection. We saw the light of intelligence come into its eyes as it turned them on us, and gazed at us, puzzled apparently, and uncertain as some house pet that sees its image for the first time in a glass. But it manifested none of the child's affection for its parents. It seemed to divine by some horrible intuition the awful circumstances of its birth. It shrunk back, retreated into a corner of the hall, and crouched there glaring and gibbering at us. As it swayed uncertainly from side to side, it stumbled over the projecting edge of a mummy case and fell. It leaped to its feet with a shrill scream of pain and fell upon the inanimate wood, reducing it to splinters with a few well-directed blows of its naked fists. And now it had learned the secret of its strength. It came out of its corner, its eyes fixed savagely upon the doctor's. "Take care!" I screamed. I was too late. With the cunning of a cat, it had crouched down. It averted its gaze one moment. Then, straight as an arrow, it leaped for the doctor's throat, seeking, with the wild beast's instinct, for the great vulnerable arteries. Brodsky staggered under the impetus of the attack. I glanced hastily round me and perceived an instrument of iron with a long handle of wood, such as is used for opening packing cases. I flung myself upon the thing and belaboured it with all my strength. It left the doctor and turned upon me, snarling. I hit it with all my force upon the bridge of the nose, and with a whine it fell at my feet, fawning upon me. It had discovered the meaning of its second lesson, the strength of others. Brodsky rose slowly. His shoulder had been bruised, but he was not otherwise injured. We three withdrew into a corner of the room and watched the creature. The fight had been beaten out of it. With the short memory of the savage, it seemed already to have forgotten its sudden murderous onslaught. It was now crouched upon the floor, fingering the tool which I had let fall, patting and turning it over with an aspect of intense curiosity. This was the stage of prehistoric man, the separation from the beast by the faculty of imagination. Professor Adams found his voice. "This is terrible, Doctor," he whispered tremulously, plucking at Brodsky's sleeve. "What will you do with it? I have some chloroform in my room. I keep it for cleaning the papyrus. Shall I bring it in? You can destroy." "It is not necessary," I answered. "Look." They glanced back at the creature. It was still seated upon the floor, but had dropped the tool and now sat, crouched in a heap, staring before it idly, while a low whimpering sound came from beneath its lips. With the arrival of adolescence, the features had insensibly altered. Already I had noticed how the soul within, working upon the plastic clay, molding it in its own image, had thrown back the fine forehead of the mummy, enlarged the jaws, lengthened the arms, and bowed the lower limbs, until it began to show the semi-human appearance of the primeval man. But now the muscles had wasted upon the limbs, the face was lined, the thick growth of beard that had sprung out upon the lower half of the face was turning white. The creature was aging visibly before our eyes. Its span of normal life was almost over. And then occurred the most pathetic of all the incidents that I remember. Perhaps primitive man, feeling his strength go from him, might have wondered in his dimly developed mind at the slow approach of death, pondered upon the unknown gulf before him, toward whose edge he was approaching with irresistible movements, and longed that his little helpless life should not go out alone, without some human companionship. The creature half rose, and, very bent and faltering, stumbled toward us and cowered at our feet, laying its head down upon the ground before the doctor, much as an old dog might seek its master in the hour of death. In spite of my repugnance, tears sprung into my eyes. This was our first ancestor, the father of the race. Brodsky stooped over the thing and laid his hand upon its head. The head was raised one instant. I saw an agony of question in the eyes. Then the body collapsed. It moved faintly once or twice, and a long sigh shook the frame. A moment afterward it began to grow cold. I turned it upon its back. The face was that of an old savage in the last extremity of old age. We placed the body back in the case and left it with Professor Adams. Then we departed. We did not know whether hours or days had passed, whether it were night or morning, but the streets were still dark, and when the doctor pulled out his watch we saw that it lacked an hour of midnight. Only 2 hours had passed since we first entered Adams' house, but they were the longest I'd ever passed. Neither of us spoke that night as the express train whirled us back to our home. But in the morning, when we were back in the doctor's study, he voluntarily brought up the subject.
I need hardly say that the creature which came into the mummy's form was not that of Sosatris, he said quietly. Perhaps the influence of that place, which was nothing but a graveyard of the earliest civilized man, attracted some primeval savage that had passed out of this life when human consciousness had hardily risen above that of the brute, and who had, in consequence, lingered in a semi-conscious state until we involuntarily gave him the impetus toward further development. As for that crowded hour of life, we simply omitted to take provision against the fourth dimension.
The fourth dimension? I cried.
The fourth dimensional existence in which time is not known, the doctor answered. Time is, of course, a human limitation, and was not known to the earliest savages any more than it is recognized in their wild state by animals. Everything that has ever happened, is happening now, or will happen in the future, takes place simultaneously.
You mean that I am at once a child, a man, and a dotard, as the creature was? I asked. That Caesar and Washington were and are contemporaries? That we are living both in the glacial epoch and in our own?
Exactly, the doctor answered. Instead of time passing by us, we travel through time, much as, although we in the carriage think the fields are passing us, it is in reality we who are passing them. The matter is a little difficult to explain, but let me offer you an analogy. Picture human life as a snake that wriggles past a certain point of vision. It appears out of the unknown, crawls along the ground, and disappears, no one knows whither, leaving nothing to mark its course except its trail in the dust. But because we see it no longer, that does not prove that it has ceased to exist, or that it is not contemporaneous with other snakes that crawled past yesterday or may crawl past in the future. So with our savage. He came from the unknown and disappeared. He changed from youth to age, as the snake changes from head to tail, tapering away into nothingness. Yet let us take comfort in the thought that, even as with Sosatris, with you and with me, no human life is purposeless, and if we cannot understand the final cause of things, we know that all will be well with us.
End of section 10. Section 11 of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. read by Ben Tucker. The Dream That Came True. I had often wondered why Dr. Ivan Brodsky had never married. I had been associated with him in numbers of those cases of psychical investigation in which he had brought relief and happiness to many sufferers whose souls had capitulated to evil forces. I had heard him speak of women constantly in terms of the utmost reverence. He had indeed dimly hinted at some unforgotten love episode in his own life, but he had never confided in me, and of course I forbore to question him. It was the merest accident, if indeed anything be fortuitous, that revealed to me the story. We were sitting upon the veranda of a summer hotel, a little place in the mountains to which we frequently journeyed to spend the weekend, one summer evening. With us was a stranger, a man of rare personality whom we had met the day before, and as is often the case, we had discussed with him matters of belief and conduct on which one is silent toward acquaintances of long standing. And then came up the ever-interesting question of faith.
"There is one thing that could give me back my faith," said the stranger slowly. "I was married for 20 years to a woman of the highest character. We were supremely happy together. I believe in her still, as I once believed in the consolations of religion. Yet my wife died without recognizing me, calling upon the name of some man whom I had neither seen nor heard of. Restore to me my complete confidence in her. Answer that nameless question that will rise up in the depths of my consciousness, and I will believe again."
Then, somehow, I do not remember just the sequence of words that led to it, Brodsky was telling us his story.
I came to America when I was a young man. Through all my early struggles, the friendship of one woman sustained me. I do not think there has been a moment since I first met her when I had not loved Marion Strong. But nothing was said. It was a quiet understanding that grew up between us, so that when the rupture came, there remained nothing to be unsaid either. Marion explained nothing of the trivial incident that came to be an unbreakable barrier between us. That was her way. Marion was always proud. If she had been less proud, our lives would have been different. I saw her only twice after her marriage. She still resided in Boston, where I was then in practice, but in a different quarter of the city. I had sought comfort in work, and had succeeded in some measure in finding it when we met face to face in the rose garden that adjoins the common. She stopped and spoke with me. "You are not looking well. You must take care of your health," I blurted out in the foolish manner of friends long sundered, who meet to interchange only banalities. The second meeting was at a dinner party, and equally unsatisfactory. Nothing of the old friendship seemed to remain for me in that glance of friendly indifference, that word of conventional greeting. Soon afterward I heard of her marriage. Her health broke down. They hurried her to Florida, and she died there. Thank heaven for work. It is life's anodyne. I put her memory out of my mind to the best of my ability, for I think only the sentimentalist weaves the silken threads of longing around the cocoon of his sorrow. And then I had no right to think of her. I worked hard. I had already achieved some measure of recognition in my profession. When the methods of the Nancy School of Hypnotics were introduced into medical practice in this country, so that it was no longer considered the sign of a charlatan to make use of them, I found that I possessed unusual faculties for curing ailments of consciousness and reviving lost personalities by hypnotism. One day a woman called on me, in company with a little girl. The child suffered from some slight nervous ailment, common among girls of that period of life, listlessness, blue studies, as the laity calls fits of abstraction, and nervousness. I prescribed some child's remedy, but when I came to look into her pupils for the examination, for just one fleeting instant the eyes of Marion seemed to look back at me. Could it be anything but hallucination? Marion's eyes were the most beautiful I had ever seen, in their intelligence, their grey liquid softness. Fearfully I looked again, but only the sleepy pupils of the ailing child looked back at me. "I see you do not remember me, Dr. Brodsky," said the woman, when my investigation was ended. "Nevertheless, I know you well, and I came to see and consult you partly out of interest. Do you not remember Marion Strickland?" I started involuntarily. Yes, that was the name of the man whom she married. This was a Mrs. Strickland who had brought the child to me. She was the second wife of Marion's husband, and this was her daughter. My heart leaped in my throat.
Thank God in this new marriage he had forgotten Marion. At last I might now have the right once more to turn my thoughts upon her. She was as much as mine as his.
"Her end was curiously sudden, poor thing," said the woman in gossiping fashion. "She died quite unexpectedly, you know."
"Yes," I murmured, though I had been told nothing.
"We thought it was nothing but a congested chill until she died in Florida. Strangely, too, her last words seemed to be about you. We fancied that she tried to leave some message for you, but we could not understand her. It was some phase of the delirium, I suppose."
A new phase of my life opened up on that day. Marion had thought of me at the end. Then she had always loved me. I might have known her better than to have doubted that her love could change, that her married life had been neither happy nor unhappy I'd suspected. Clearly this was not one of those unions that seem to transcend the limitations of our mortality, that are not severed by death. And at the end her thoughts had turned back to me. Thenceforward I had a new impulse of joy in my work. From that time, too, I began to look forward to the day when much that is hidden from us will be revealed and death will no longer sever. That was the beginning of my psychical work. The years slipped by and found me still steadily at work, and with an increasing amount of patience and of reputation. I had sought in vain to communicate with Marion through all the recognized mediums. Though her inspiration remained with me, once again her outward memory had grown weak. One evening a young man called upon me in my consulting room. I do not see any new patients, I informed him, for at that time I had already begun to withdraw from active practice in preparation for the professorship which had been offered me for the succeeding year. But he was insistent. It was not for himself, he said, that he wished my services, but for his fiancée, a girl of 25. Always liable since childhood to nervous attacks of obscure origin, these had developed during the past 3 months into fits of imbecility, during which she became almost an automaton and manifested the most extreme aversion for him. Her friends and family had even spoken of the necessity of placing her in some institution unless she could be cured. He happened to have heard of me. Would I assist him? The young man's earnestness, his solicitude for the girl impressed me, and I consented to take her case in hand. To my surprise, I found that my patient was none other than Ethel Strickland, the girl whom I had treated some dozen years before. I looked long, and I fear unprofessionally, to discover whether I could discern Marion's unforgettable expression in the eyes. But the heavy pupils merely stared back at me listlessly and indolently. They were not Marion's. As the young woman was at that time in the enjoyment of normal health, I left instructions that she was to be brought to my office immediately if a crisis occurred, and I went away. It must have been 2 weeks later, just as I was about to close my office and go to bed, that a loud peal at the bells startled me. The servants having retired, I opened the door in person and ushered in the young woman. It had been raining hard, and her outer garments were soaked with water. She did not attempt to remove her coat, however, nor respond to my proffered assistance, but advanced into the center of the room and stood staring at me blankly as one bereft of reason. I had seen similar cases previously, and diagnosed it instantly as temporary aberrancy of personality. It was one of those rare cases in which a portion of the consciousness becomes submerged, so to speak, leaving the patient in forgetfulness as to the most simple matters connected with her daily life. Usually such cases submit readily to mild hypnotic treatment. I placed Miss Strickland under hypnosis, to which she readily yielded. "Who are you?" I asked her. "Why, doctor, I am Ethel Strickland," she answered in some surprise, mixed with a slight resentment. "Why have you come here?" "Doctor, did you not leave instructions that I was to come to you as soon as I experienced one of my attacks?" And all the while I was staring into her eyes, searching into the depths of them, but they were not Marion's eyes. "You did quite right," I answered her. "You are well now. You will never have another of your attacks. Wake up." Instantly an expression of astonishment passed over her features. The waking soul had no memory of what had occurred during the period of hypnosis. She gave an exclamation of fear, then, recognizing me, seemed reassured. "Dr. Brodsky," she exclaimed, "where am I? How did I come here?" "You are quite safe," I answered. You had one of your attacks, and by some providence wandered into my office. Now I am going to take you home." I escorted her to her house, where I found the family in a state of alarm over the girl's disappearance. They were grateful for her safe return, and especially that she was again in her normal mind. I departed, assuring them that in the improbable event of any future attack I could cure her. And so convinced that my impression as to the eyes had been a hallucination, I took up my work once more. But I was to see my patient again. For a time the hypnotic suggestion was effective. Then ensued one of those little lovers' quarrels which are apt to occur among the most devoted couples. It was a trivial matter enough, and yet sufficient in her weak state of mind, to induce in the young woman another of her attacks. One evening, about the same time as before, I was again about to close my office and retire for the night, when again the bell was pulled, and the girl entered in the same dazed and perplexed condition. Again I induced a slight state of hypnosis, and questioned her. "Who are you?" I demanded. This time the young woman appeared perfectly indignant. "Are you trying to make a fool of me, Dr. Brodsky?" she asked. "You asked me that question not 2 minutes ago, and I've just told you that I am Ethel Strickland." All her intermediate life had been wiped out. It was as though she took up the threads of this personality again where she had dropped them. "And you have come to me because you had another of your attacks?" I queried. "Precisely," she replied. "At least you should have got your fiancé to escort you," I rejoined severely. "Young ladies are not usually encouraged to go about at night alone, especially when in a distressed condition of mind. Why did you not ask his assistance?" "Because I hate him," she replied hysterically. "He persecutes me, and will not take no for an answer. I will never marry him. Never. I cannot endure the sight of him." "And yet you engaged yourself to him," I answered. She raised her hand to her forehead and appeared to ponder. The question threw her into a state of terrible agitation. The young fellow had told me that she hated him when in her imbecile phase, yet here she was still hating him, although I had restored her faculties under hypnosis. It seemed to me that this confusion was possibly due to an alternating personality, some deeper layer or stratum of consciousness which was endeavoring to thrust itself up into the normal life. I resolved, therefore, to make the hypnotic condition more absolute. "Sleep," I said, passing my hand over her eyes. "You have been dreaming. You have forgotten who you are. You are not Ethel Strickland. Sleep, sleep and remember. Who are you now?" Slowly the eyes opened. One glance and I was reeling backward, seeking to steady myself by gripping the edge of the study table. For the eyes were those of Marian Strong, clear and unclouded as on the day when I had seen her in the rose garden. If I had not seen her for 1,000 years, I could never forget their beauty, their quiet tenderness. She looked into my own. She came toward me, her arms outstretched, her face alight with ineffable happiness. "Who am I?" she murmured. "Who should I be? Do you not know me, your love, who waited for you so long?" I could not speak. Silently I saw her draw near a moment later, and I felt her arms enfold me. As in a dream, through tear-dimmed eyes, I saw my head drooping in the mirror on the wall. I sank upon the lounge, and there we sat, the living and the dead, stammering and babbling happily, like two young lovers but lately parted. "You have been gone so long," she said. "Sometimes I have despaired of ever seeing you again. How many, many years it must be since I began to fight my way upward, feeling at times that you were near me. The first time that I got my eyes open, I saw you through the body of that girl, and I knew you remembered me, and ever since I have struggled to overthrow her dominion, that I might see and be near you, and at last I have gained you. I should have had you always, if I had not been so proud," she whispered. "Pride had ruined our lives. Do you remember that day I met you in the rose garden? How I longed to speak to you and could not conquer myself. And the next time at the dinner, I had to hasten away, or I could not have endured it. But now I have you with me, my love, forever." What answer I should have made, seeing her appealing eyes raised to mine, I do not know.
But at that instant a thunderous knocking resounded on the front door, and the doorbell rang furiously. With a mighty effort I tore myself away. "Wait for me," I whispered, leaving her there, and I went out. At the door stood the lover of the young girl. At sight of me, he caught me by the arm frantically. "She is here! She is here!" he cried. "Thank God, doctor! I see it in your face. Let me see her. We had a foolish quarrel. We were both equally to blame, but she left me. Later, I hurried to her house and found that she was not there. They hunted for her everywhere. At last, somebody suggested that she might have come to you. Let me take her home." "Hush," I answered. "She is not herself. She has had one of her attacks. It is more severe than before. I doubt—"
"Tell me that you can cure her,"
he cried. I wavered. My hellish designs were torn to shreds in the face of his earnest plea. For, after all, this was his own life, and I had ruined mine so many years ago. I led him into a room adjacent to my study. "Wait there," I said. "Perhaps I can cure her, but you must wait patiently till I come out."
"If you can cure her," he said solemnly, "I pledge my soul that I will guard and protect her for the whole of my life and hers."
Then I went in. I had half feared that my absence would have driven Marian away. But she sat there. She smiled up at me radiantly, and all my soul went out in a wild tumult of desire and anguish. "I may stay with you forever," she whispered, raising her lips to mine. "You will not drive me away, back into the darkness again, for after all she is not really I, that girl, you know." Even then, with all my soul given to hers, I heard the rapid tramp, tramp of the young man in the next room. If I yielded to her appeal, if we enjoyed the brief remaining span of life together, what then? What would be the fruits of such stolen happiness? And I wept blinding, hopeless tears, for I knew what I must do. Marian knew too. She read it in my eyes. Her own took on an anguished appeal that wrung my heart. "Listen, Marian," I said. "We have had our own lives to spend, and we have ruined them. This life is his. He is awaiting here for her to come back to him. It is his right." Even then she did not plead. That was Marian's way. If she had pleaded, I could not have resisted. "And if I must go," she murmured, "what then? What will become of us when the weary travail of this life is spent?" "Why," I replied, "God has been so good to us. Suppose we trust him a little longer. Suppose we do right, and leave to him the judgment." She closed her eyes. She leaned closer to me in hopeless resignation. Another moment, and I must lose her forever. "How shall I be certain afterward that I have really had you with me?" I cried. "How shall I be sure that this was not some frenzied dream? Give me some sign or token to remember." Once again she opened her eyes and smiled at me. "Do you remember the rose garden?" she asked softly. "Be there tomorrow at noon, and I will give you what you ask for." Once I kissed her upon the forehead in eternal farewell. Then I recalled the sleeping soul of the girl, and when she opened her eyes they were Marian's no longer. She started up, but I restrained her. "Miss Strickland, you are safe with me, Dr. Brodsky," I said reassuringly, "and I have cured you of your attack. You will never have another so long as you live. Your fiancé is in the next room waiting for you. Do you want to see him?" I saw a girlish blush steal over her cheeks. There was no need of answer. "Wait for me, and I will bring him to you," I said. Then I went to him. "I am going to give you back the thing that you most desire in all the world," I said, placing my hand upon his shoulder. "But before I do so, have you forgotten your promise to guard and care for her always?" "I will," he cried, and I knew by his tone that his was no promise vainly made, or to be kept lightly. "Forgive an older man for preaching," I said to him. "Remember, love is the noblest and the greatest gift that God has given us. It is not lightly to be esteemed or easily to be thrown away. Many have spoken one harsh word and atoned for it through the years of suffering. Come." Then I led him in, and when they met I knew that I had not acted wrongly when I made my sacrifice. Next day at noon I was in the rose garden that adjoins the common. It was July, but a few blossoms still lingered upon the trees. Deep in earnest conversation, They were sauntering along the shadiest walk, her arm linked through his. I would have stepped aside, but she saw and beckoned to me. "Doctor," she said, "I can never even try to thank you enough for what you have done for me. I know last night I must have come to you during my attack. I do not remember that, but I know you cured me. And I feel this cure will last, for I have something to live for and to remain well for." She glanced at her fiancé shyly. "So as no words can thank you, I want to give you a little memento of my gratitude," she said. From the bosom of her gown she pulled a solitary flower. "Wear this for my sake and in token of my thanks," she said. I took the flower and fastened it to my coat. Then, feeling that her gaze was bent upon mine, I looked up. For one fleeting moment I could see the soft tenderness of Marian's eyes. Then they were gone, and those of the young girl shone forth happily. I turned and went across the common, leaving them there. She married him soon after, I believe, but I have never seen them since.
Neither of us had stirred while Brodsky told us his tale. Once or twice I caught gleams of emotion in the stranger's eyes, but we had listened silently, absorbed by the simple story, and neither of us could have been able to doubt it. It had grown so late that even the lights of the hotel had been extinguished. The night air blew softly upon us from the broad bosom of the lake, and seemed to bear upon its breath some lingering odor of roses. The stranger rose, came toward the doctor, and took him by both hands. "You have unwittingly given me back my faith," he said, "for I know now who it was that my wife called upon when she lay dying, and why, and who it was that called. You gave her to me, Ivan Brodsky. Have you forgotten me?" End of section 11. Section 12 of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. The Ultimate Problem. During the 2 years that I had acted as secretary to Dr. Brodsky, assisting him in his psychical experiments, I had been enabled to build up an active medical practice of my own. My duties were light. Often the doctor did not call upon my services for 2 or 3 weeks together. More and more rarely had he done so of recent months, and gradually the conviction, sure, although intuitive, was borne in upon me that the days of our association were numbered. Although comparatively young in years, Brodsky lived through the existences of 3 ordinary men. His early revolutionary career in Poland, his struggles in America, at first for the mere necessities of life, afterward for success, finally the dedication of his career to the solution of psychical problems had satiated him with worldly experiences. He was unmarried. His only ties lay, as he had told me, upon the veiled shore of eternity. I felt that life held nothing further for him.
"Death," he said to me once, "is no result of physical processes. So wonderful a machine is the human body that there exists no reason at all why it should not go on forever. What kills is the satiation with earthly experiences that comes to us. It is the longing of the soul for its resting place where it stores up and absorbs all the results of its earthly achievements until it is ready to renew them in some fresh incarnation."
"And are you satisfied?" I ventured to ask.
"Not with the world," he answered, "but with my own personality. Yes, I am tired of Ivan Brodsky. These incarnations are the merest halting places in the soul's long pilgrimage. I would like to take up my work afresh, but in a different body, so that I might forget Brodsky with his hopes and longings and disappointments, and face the world with the fresh anticipations and new faith of a child."
"But that is annihilation," I cried. "All the dreams of immortality that are hope of the world, the desire for continued personal existence after death, are these all useless?"
"By no means," the doctor answered. "The personality persists after the change called death. It remains so long as it is needed. Reincarnation is not fulfilled until the soul has grown tired of its remembrances and voluntarily descends, after some 1,000 years of dreams, to gain new experiences. And then, though it puts off the old personality forever, the results of its acts remain to modify its new life. Shadowy remembrances flit through the brain. Old friends are encountered. Besides, in the end, everything is remembered. For those who wish continued personality, there is a heaven of rest,
where every dream and hope come true. But as for myself, I confess, if only I could start life again and take up my work in a new body, I should be infinitely content. Nor will this be long, I believe."
I knew that he alluded to his heart, which was somewhat affected, yet the danger was not imminent, nor likely to become so for many years to come.
"At any rate, I shall be ready to answer the call when it comes,"
said the doctor. He walked over to his desk and unlocked a drawer.
"Here is a sealed letter that I have left you," he said. "After my death you will open it."
I wondered even then why he did not lock the drawer. I remembered this conversation the more vividly in the light of subsequent events. It must have been a little more than a week later when he sent for me.
"I am resolved to undertake an experiment," he said, "more difficult than anything I have ever attempted. It has been done before, yet it is arduous and uncertain. You have heard of the Indian fakirs who actually pass over the borderland of death, allowing themselves to be buried in a grave on which the grass sprouts, only to be revived after a period of months."
"You will not attempt such an experiment as that?" I cried.
"No," answered the doctor. "It would be senseless to attempt so foolish an experiment without grave reason. Nevertheless, I am planning one somewhat analogous. I intend to pass through the gates of death for the sake of giving back to one who has been deprived of it his inheritance of the soul."
"You mean the imbecile?" I cried, suddenly understanding.
"Yes,"
answered the doctor.
"I hope that this will succeed, but if my own death be the result, at least the last act of my life will have been to some good purpose."
And I could not dissuade him from his intention. Among the dozen or more inmates of Dr. Brodsky's home whom he maintained out of his own pocket was an imbecile orphan, some 7 years of age. This child had never exhibited the slightest sign of intelligence. He lived a purely vegetative existence, had never learned to crawl, to utter a word. He did not even possess the common animal faculty of recognizing one person from another. As there existed no apparent cause for this defect, no deformity of the head or body, and the vital functions seemed in perfect condition, many theories had been advanced as to the cause of so singular an anomaly. Dr. Brodsky, after studying the child for many months, had finally formulated his own conclusions.
"It is one of those rare cases," he said, "in which the soul was not born into the body. It remains shut out, as you can imagine yourself shut out of your house. Doubtless it is hovering in close proximity to the mortal form, connected as it must be by the ethereal ligatures that bind it to the spinal cord. In this condition, it is virtually deprived of its existence upon either of the planes. It is earth-bound and spirit-bound. And there is only one remedy. Some other disembodied soul must assist it. It is my plan to pass out of the body temporarily, and to compel it to incarcerate itself."
"And if you cannot return?" I cried.
"I shall ask your assistance in this matter,"
the doctor answered.
"I shall give you careful instructions, which you will fulfill to the letter. If after the lapse of a certain time you find that these attempts are fruitless, you will break open the letter which I have left for you in the bureau drawer and read it."
I can hardly tell how this project affected me. In vain I pointed out to the doctor the inexpediency, from a purely utilitarian point of view, of risking his own life for the sake of giving intelligence to the imbecile. But my words were unheeded. I felt that, in truth, this was to be our last experiment, that it amounted almost to premeditated suicide. I refused to participate in it. Well, in the end, of course, I consented, though I felt that this would be the last occasion upon which I should look into the doctor's face while he was alive. Looking back now, I think my mind must have been warped. I accused myself 100 times of having been the cause of Brodsky's death, yet the first lesson that he had implanted in my mind ever since I first heard him lecture to us students at the hospital was the duty of obedience. He had commanded it, and it was for me to obey. Especially, however, I base my vindication upon that hypnotic power through the medium of which Brodsky possessed the ability to compel me or anyone else to obey him. Some days elapsed before the experiment was made. Brodsky occupied himself during this interval, as I surmised, in setting his affairs in order. At last, upon the afternoon appointed, I repaired with him to his laboratory, a long chamber in the rear of the house, completely shut off from all communication with the outside. Ordinarily there was no sound within, but now a great electrical engine buzzed and throbbed beside a low, flat table, raised only by some 6 inches above the floor, and surmounted by a large bowl of translucent blue into which the wires entered. Upon the table the imbecile child sat, propped up against a flexible pillow of rubber, or some similar non-conducting material, searching the room with his large, lackluster eyes. The doctor stooped over his machine and made his adjustments. Then he connected a rubber sponge at the termination of a network of wires with the child's spine, and bound it there with strips of cloth in such a manner that it could not be removed. He drew another wire, terminating in a similar sponge, from the recesses of the machine, and affixed it to himself in the same way. Finally, he united both to the metal base of the globe with a clamp. Immediately the globe became dark and opaque.
"That is the measure of our vital forces," he said. "And now I will give you your instructions. It was my intention to ask you to press the lever which will send the high voltage through our bodies, but in case of any untoward results you would reproach yourself with being my slayer. I shall therefore myself press the lever, and lay upon you only the responsibility of recalling me to life again. When I press this lever, it will send a current of electricity of several thousand volts directly through our bodies. The effect will be the same as that which is produced by an electrocution. Now, it has always been my claim, although the authorities of our prisons would never permit me to demonstrate it, that the man who has suffered electrocution can invariably be revived by the proper methods, since the current merely paralyzes the nerve centers and suspends the vital functions, without destroying any of the tissues. The criminal who goes to the electric chair dies not from the effects of the current, but under the surgeon's knife. I have especially contrived this instrument for the purpose of proving my contention, although I little imagined at the time I set it forth that I was likely to be the first subject. The soul, which is purely electrical, is attached to the body by extremely tenuous but none the less substantial ligaments, and when driven out by some violent shock remains for some days floating above it until the ligaments give way and set it free. By means of this mechanism I claim that the expelled soul can be conducted along the wire and stored within the globe, which is a perfect vacuum, and where its presence will be indicated by the appearance of a wisp of light. To sum up, I shall electrocute myself and the imbecile child. You will wait until you see 2 threads of flame appear within the center of the globe. Then you will fling back the lever and again push it forward to the notch marked E. That will be all your task. The reversal of the current will again force each separate soul along the wire. Mine into my own body, and the imbecile's, I hope, into his."
"But if you do not awake?" I cried.
"You will then wait until some unusual symptom intervenes either in the child or in myself. And now I confess that I am sufficiently human to feel a certain sense of apprehension. So give me your hand, remember. If this should be our last experiment, we will have yet many more parts to play, and lives to play them in. Be ready to play your own part sturdily in this."
He gripped my hand in farewell. My own answered the pressure. Then I averted my head and waited. Meanwhile, Brodsky, kneeling on the low table in the position of a Japanese in some old print, about to commit the fatal thrust that should cause instantaneous death, braced himself against the rubber pillow and stretched out his hand. I heard the soft thud of the doctor's body as he collapsed sidewise, and suddenly the opaque globe became a dazzling blue, and blue fire spluttered along the wires. It was almost too bright for my eyes to look into it. Gradually it subsided, the globe became a pearly gray, and there within, dimly visible through the glass, were 2 bright flames. Butterfly-shaped, they seemed to pursue each other as goldfish in a bowl, circling and doubling upon their courses, now approaching each other, now dancing apart, now fused into one, elongating, and again retreating to opposite sides of the globe. Yet never for one instant did they cease to hover, with poised and pendulous wings. I stole a glance at the body of the doctor. He had fallen upon his side and lay motionless, apparently lifeless, his limbs outstretched and stiffened as those of a man in some cataleptic trance, while at his side, in the same state, the imbecile lay, with glassy eyes wide open. Was it indeed possible, I asked myself, that those 2 souls, one imbecile, the other a compendium of knowledge and fineness, should in reality be those foolish, circling, butterfly-shaped lights that hovered and danced continually? I must have watched them in fascination for fully 5 minutes before I suddenly recalled the doctor's instructions. But my hands shook so that I could with difficulty lay them upon the lever. I caught it at last, reversed it, and sent it forward again to the notch E. Instantly the flames divided. There came a hiss and splutter, and the wire was once more aflame with the blue light. Then a convulsive trembling seized upon the limbs of the imbecile. He gasped, drew in a long breath, and sat up. His eyes fixed themselves gravely on mine. But it was no longer a glance of blankness, as though there were no mind behind the vision. He saw me. When I moved, the eyes followed mine, and a current of unintelligible babbling came from between the child's lips. But Brodsky lay as when he had fallen, nor was there any relaxation in the stiffened limbs. A spasm of fear seemed to turn the muscles of my heart to stone. I stared into the bowl. There was but one light there now, a tiny, fluttering thing that seemed each moment to become more and more attenuated. It danced more feebly, beating from side to side in inefficiency, now darting back, now dancing forward once again to where the wires entered the vacuum. I bent over the body of the doctor, chafing the hands in vain. I touched the cheeks, now growing cold. More and more slowly moved that butterfly light. It hovered, a pitiful, tiny thing, poised in the midst of the globe, which was itself changing in color and slowly fading in brilliancy. Now it was a deep blue, merging into indigo, and from the edges black shadows seemed to creep forward and envelop that little spark at the heart of it. This became but a pinpoint of light. Then it glowed no more than the burnt-out end of a match. One instant it flickered up. Then it went out abruptly, and the globe was utterly dark and opaque. I placed my hand once more on the doctor's. It was icily cold, and as I bent over him I saw the stiffness go out of the muscles and the limbs relax. Some frenzy must have overcome me next. I must have torn away the wires and overturned the globe, for when I came to my senses nothing remained of the apparatus except the lifeless bulk of the electrical machine, while all around me was a wreckage of wires. I lifted the doctor's body in my arms and carried him into his study. I laid him upon a lounge and injected strychnine into the veins. There was no response. I placed my ear against his heart. It did not stir. Against his lips I laid a little mirror of silvered glass. It was not clouded. And suddenly I felt a thing pulling at my coat. It was the imbecile child. It had crawled after me. Then I understood. This was the unusual symptom of which Brodsky had spoken. Then I knew that I had exhausted all my resources. I rushed to the telephone and summoned medical aid. Hours afterward, as it appeared to me, though it was in reality only a matter of minutes, a doctor arrived. I tried to stammer out some explanation, but he cut me short.
"Heart disease," he pronounced. "I warned him only last week that he must be prepared. There will be no need of an autopsy."
"But the soul," I stammered. "The soul in the glass globe." The doctor looked at me gravely.
"You must lie down and rest," he answered. "It must have been a great shock to you."
So I knew that my words would go for less than nothing. I was ill for weeks after that. Friends took charge of the funeral, friends whom Brodsky had aided, who appeared in countless numbers from unexpected quarters. The funeral partook almost of the character of a public demonstration. Even I had never known the extent of Brodsky's benefactions. Even the physicians of the town, who had regarded him more or less with suspicion, participated in the ceremonies. The newspapers were filled with long accounts of the dead man's works. His psychical researches were dismissed lightly, but not contemptuously, as the vagaries of a great thinker, the relaxations of a scientist. When the will was read, I found that I had been left sole executor and chief legatee. The remainder of the doctor's fortune was to go to endow the home which he had established. Then one day, while looking through the doctor's papers, I came upon a sealed letter addressed to me. I had forgotten all about it in the strain that I had gone through. Hastily I broke the seal and read. "You must pardon me, my dear friend," ran the letter, "if for the second time I have wilfully deceived you. The first occasion, as you will remember well, was when you first came to me when I hypnotized you in my study for the purpose of turning your mind from the gloomy thoughts of suicide that possessed you. On this occasion, I felt impelled to say less than the truth, for fear that you would attempt to dissuade me from my purpose. I told you that I intended to make my most difficult experiment, to go through the gates of death, and to search out and bring back with me the soul of the imbecile child. Forgive me for having made this statement. It was an impossibility. The electric current that I sent through my own body with my own hand destroyed once and for all the vital powers. Nothing on earth could have restored them. I tell you this in order that you may not think you were remiss or negligent in your endeavors to resuscitate me. The two flames that you will doubtless have seen within the globe were not the souls, but only those in-rays which are given forth from all living things, whether men, beasts, or trees. When the last flame went out, the organism was dead beyond possibility of recall. The child revived because the current was so graduated that it merely stunned, without destroying, the duller organism. Had it been of a force proportioned to that which passed through my own body, nothing could have revived him. But now to explain more fully what it was my intent to do, and what I hope and think that I have done. As I have told you, I knew that no power on earth could bring the soul into the child's body. It was, in fact, born soulless, nothing more than a vital organism. It was my purpose, then, in dying, to transfer my own identity into that child's body, so that while the Ivan Brodsky whom you knew disintegrated slowly, according to the natural processes of the body, his spirit might gain a new lease of life, and grow to manhood, forgetful of the old ills and troubles, eager to fulfill the work that I had laid down for myself. I leave him in your care. Doubtless within a few days he will begin to manifest a human intelligence. As he grows older, he will have vague memories of my own life. He will repay your care with the truest affection, since I myself shall be his inspiring spirit, and this, you know, I feel for you. He will have, also, strange reminiscences, will recall faces of persons strange to him but known to me. These recollections you will discourage. Remember that he is a new being, whose life is as yet an unwritten page, and that the past must remain sealed to him through all his life. Train him, then, in the medical profession, and guide his mind so that when he reaches maturity, he will voluntarily take up those studies of mine where I have dropped them. I have embodied these in a typewritten document which you will find in a secret drawer at the back of my bureau. Here followed instructions for opening it. In these instructions you will learn much that I have never told you of, things that in the hands of evil men might plunge the whole world into barbarism and shake down the pillars of civilization. Here followed some purely personal instructions. But above all, remember that I leave everything to your absolute discretion, since all things are appointed to their own end, and if my hopes are vain, nothing can bring them to fruition. When I finished reading this letter, I sat thinking for a long while. Then I went to the bureau and, after some fumbling, found and pressed the secret spring. A drawer flew back. In it I found a typewritten paper, half covered with dried rose petals. I unfolded it and began slowly to read. I read till the day was gone. Then I committed it to the flames. For I felt, and still feel, that many as were the evils which Brodsky cured during the brief period of our association, the world is better off without this knowledge of his. The risks were too many. And after all, as he always said, this is a world of light. There is a long eternity when we shall be shut off from external activities, when the things of the soul only will be of account. Let us not meddle with them here, but go about our appointed tasks in the manner set for us. The boy is growing to manhood. Already he is planning to enter the medical school. I find in him odd traces of Brodsky, odd flashes of memory and intuitive appreciation of the things Brodsky cared for. But I discourage all his interest in the realm of psychic things. It may be that his will prove stronger than mine, that he will succeed in taking up the doctor's work where Brodsky abandoned it. In such event I shall give way. Until that happens, I shall fulfill my trust in the spirit of my own interpretation. End of section 12, and end of Ivan Brodsky, the Surgeon of Souls, by Victor Rousseau.